Introduction. Escape to Blueberry Hill, where second chances bloom and new beginnings are always within reach. In the first book, Tara found out her husband had lost all their money and had cheated on her with a woman the same age as her daughter. Married right after college and with no employable skills, Tara found herself adrift. After settling into the cottage she inherited from a distant aunt, Tara met Will, a man from her past. They're getting to know each other all over again. This time she's taking things slow. But Tara isn't the only one starting over. Evan and Emily, Tara's eldest son and her daughter-in-law, are preparing for the arrival of their first baby. Yet, with Evan's demanding career in Seattle pulling him away, Emily longs for safety and simplicity. As tensions rise, they'll have to decide what kind of life they truly want for themselves and their growing family. For Allie, the middle daughter, moving to Blueberry Hill after a toxic relationship was her chance to reclaim her independence. She's pouring everything into her flower business and the tiny house she's building. Love is not on the agenda, especially not with her mysterious new neighbor, Colton Matthews. Once a Major League Baseball star, Colton is hiding from the world and perhaps from himself. But as sparks fly between them, Allie must decide if she's ready to open her heart again, or if her past will keep her from the future she deserves. And then there's Christina, the youngest daughter, who's been keeping secrets. While the rest of the family wonders if there's someone new in her life, the truth behind her long weekends might surprise them all. The Apple Orchard is a heartwarming story of second chances, family bonds, and the quiet beauty of starting over. Cozy up with Tara and her family as they discover that sometimes, the life you've always needed is waiting for you in the most unexpected place. Perfect for fans of Robin Carr, Pamela Kelly, and Debbie Macomber, this cozy, feel-good novel will sweep you into the warmth of Blueberry Hill, where second chances are never out of reach and the comfort of family is always close at hand. Chapter 1. Tara sat in the Adirondack chair at the edge of the dock, a steaming cup of coffee in her hands, a soft fleece throw draped across her lap to keep out the crisp chill of the fall morning. The sun was beginning to rise, casting soft golden light over the mist-covered lake. The water was as still as a mirror, reflecting the trees that bordered the lake, their leaves still clinging to the deep greens of late summer. In a couple of weeks those same trees would transform, leaves turning brilliant shades of red, orange, and yellow, attracting tourists from miles around to the sleepy little town of Blueberry Hill. For now, though, everything was quiet and still, as if the lake was hers alone for just a moment longer. The houses across the lake were second homes for people from New York to Florida. She took a sip of the coffee with a bit of cinnamon sprinkled on the top, savoring the warmth as she watched the mist drift lazily across the lake, the smell of pine and fresh mountain air filling her lungs. Time. When she was young it passed so slowly that at times Tara thought she'd never turn 21, but now? Time sped up and passed in a blur, leaving her dizzy. A little over 6 months. That was how long it had been since her life had imploded, and she'd grabbed onto the cottage like a lifeline, leaving Miami for the mountains. So much had changed since Harry dropped the bombshell on her during her birthday party. The affair, the financial ruin, the divorce. But in some strange way, she was beginning to feel grateful for it all. The betrayal that had once threatened to crush her had instead become the catalyst for a new chapter, one that was hers to write. Back then, she'd been lost, adrift in a life that had suddenly fallen apart. The house, the car, the stability she had known for decades, gone. But with the inheritance of Aunt Frida's cottage in this small mountain town of Blueberry Hill, Tara had found something unexpected. Herself. The cottage was old, full of junk, and in desperate need of updates when she arrived, but like her, it had good bones. As the weeks passed, with the help of Will Dixon, her old high school flame, who had turned up quite serendipitously, it had been transformed into a cozy retreat, the perfect starting point for her new life. There were no more holes in the front porch. The kitchen had been renovated, adding robin's egg blue appliances, and the attic had become her creative space, where at first she sewed shorts and sundresses to sell in town, and had turned into a deal designing clothes under her own label, the Blueberry Cottage. Now, the expansive attic space that ran the entire length of the house was also where she spent time working out the classes she was now teaching. Tara smiled to herself, thinking about how far she had come. It wasn't just the house that had changed, it was her perspective on life. Gone was the woman who once catered to Harry's every whim, the wife who had molded herself into the background to keep the peace. She had rediscovered the woman she had been before marriage and children, the woman who loved to create, who found joy in nature, and who wasn't afraid to be alone. Each of her children had reacted differently to the divorce and her move to Blueberry Hill. Evan, her oldest, had been shocked by how quickly everything had unraveled. He had been working hard in Seattle, striving for a promotion while his wife Emily dealt with the emotional roller coaster of pregnancy. The two of them had come to visit for Labor Day, and while they had shared moments of joy, there had also been tension. Especially as Evan's work-life balance tipped dangerously towards his father's example. Emily had been the voice of reason, wanting to move to a quieter life near Tara and the lake, but Evan was still caught in the rat race. Tara hoped he would come to his senses before it was too late, but she knew from experience that some lessons had to be learned the hard way. Then there was Christina, her youngest, who had taken the divorce the hardest. For years, Christina had been her father's biggest cheerleader, and it had taken time for her to see him as the selfish man he really was. The turning point had been when Mandy, Harry's much younger mistress, had kicked him out after their baby was born. It turned out, Mandy had no interest in being Harry's emotional caretaker. It was only then that Christina had begun to repair her relationship with Tara. And with the unexpected arrival of Ryan, the teenage son Harry had refused to acknowledge, Christina had cut ties with her father and had truly stepped up. She had taken Ryan in, offering him the stability and care his father never could. Now she had a growing bond with her new half-brother, and said she'd bring him to Blueberry Hill for a visit. Allie, always the pragmatic one, had left Milwaukee, moving in with Tara during the early days. After breaking up with her unreliable boyfriend, she had found solace in the mountains, throwing herself into her new flower business. Tara smiled, thinking of the acres of sunflowers and the plans Allie had for the next year. She had even moved into the modern glass and wood pool house next door, taking care of the owner's mail and pool while they lived overseas. Allie's independence had blossomed, and Tara had never been prouder of her daughter for following her heart. But while Allie was in Asheville for a weekend, a group of kids renting the house next door had thrown a party that had gotten out of control, ending up with them burning the house and pool house to the ground, along with everything Allie owned, except what she'd taken on her trip to Asheville. Tara took a deep breath of the cool air, feeling at peace. The rhythm of her new life was a welcome change from the fast-paced whirlwind that had been her former existence. Blueberry Hill was quiet, sure, but it was also full of warmth. The town had embraced her, from Marriott Spilled Milk to Jameson, the local lawyer who had helped her settle into the cottage. And then there was Will. Will had drifted back into her life like the summer breeze. Unexpected, but somehow exactly what she needed. They weren't rushing into anything, but there was a comfort between them, a shared history and understanding that made even the simplest of moments feel special. He had lost his wife, Emma, to leukemia years ago, and like Tara, had been working through his past to find a way forward. Perhaps that's why they fit so well together. Two people quietly healing and rediscovering what it meant to live fully again, to enjoy one another's company. Tara stretched her arms as she stood and turned back toward the cottage, the mug dangling from her fingers. The screen door creaked as she stepped inside, the smell of coffee filling the air. It was going to be a busy day. She had 2 designs to submit today, and she was meeting with Will to discuss adding a bathroom to the attic space. With all of her kids coming for the holidays, she wanted to have enough room for everyone. There was also a large storage room on the first floor that would make a wonderful bedroom, as soon as Will added a closet and another window. For the first time in years, she wasn't dreading the day and worrying about Harry's mood when he arrived home. Instead, she was looking forward to every minute, to savoring the change of seasons and spending time with Will. The pain of Harry's betrayal had faded into something dull and distant, like an old scar you barely noticed anymore. Tara had found something far more precious than she ever could have imagined. A sense of peace, a new purpose, and the freedom to be wholly, unapologetically herself. Chapter 2. Allie slipped out of the house and wandered across the frost-kissed yard, her red hunter boots crunching softly over the grass. The morning light filtered through the trees, casting long shadows across the lawn as the sun slowly rose over the distant hills. A couple of weeks ago it had been in the upper 70s, and the leaves had been green, the gardens full to bursting with the last of the tomatoes, bell peppers, jalapenos, and herbs. The chilly breeze off the lake tugged at the edges of her flannel jacket, a reminder that fall had arrived, not just in bursts of fiery leaves, but in the crisp bite of the air. Mist hovered above the water, soft and ghostly, as she paused near the lake's edge to watch a turtle on a log. The faint scent of pine needles mixed with the earthy dampness of decaying leaves, and somewhere in the distance, the call of a hawk echoed, lonely and high-pitched. Allie took a deep breath of mountain air, the sharp freshness invigorating. Beyond the greenhouse was a patch of land tucked between a cluster of towering pines and a maple tree that was starting to show a few fiery orange leaves. That's where she imagined the tiny house. Not super tiny, but around 600 square feet. Really more of a granny flat than a tiny house. But to her, a flat sounded like an apartment in London, so even though technically it was a granny flat, Allie called it her tiny house. The space would be all hers, nestled among the trees with sunlight streaming through floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the lake with a stained glass window that she planned to make herself. The one she'd made for her greenhouse after taking a class had come out beautifully, featuring carrots lettuce with a multicolored border. Will had taken out the top window on the back door and replaced it with her creation. Every time she walked out the back door of the greenhouse, it made her happy to see the bright colors. The thought of participating in the construction of her own home sparked a fluttering inside her chest. When her mom had renovated the old Sears catalog house she'd inherited, Will had put her in touch with Todd, the guy in charge of the class at the vocational high school. The kids were supervised as they worked on a project and learned by doing. They worked with certified electricians, plumbers, and the like to check over the kids' work. It took longer, but saved a lot of money as the labor was free. After talking with Todd, Allie was so excited to create her own space that she'd come outside to walk around the lake, not caring it was cold. Apparently, the current project the class had been working on hadn't taken as long as they thought, so Allie was next in line. Hopefully, they'd be able to pour the foundation and get the walls up before the temperatures dropped below freezing. Her mom's property was originally a little over 8 acres, but Allie knew that Will had purchased the 5 acres from the people whose house had burned down. They were planning to build a vacation home in Florida and sold the property to Will. He planned to give it to her mom for Christmas. The best thing about it? The pool hadn't been damaged, so they would have a swimming pool to enjoy next summer. Now there were extensive gardens on the property with raised beds full of vegetables, a herb garden, several vertical planters full of strawberries which kept the slugs and bunnies away, and of course the greenhouses. The orchard contained several varieties of apple trees, pears, peaches, figs, plums, along with a few pecan and chestnut trees. 4 fields were dedicated to her organic flower business, and since her mom had ended up remodeling the attic for her workspace, Allie planned to dedicate the empty greenhouse to orchids. And not that she was getting ahead of herself. Okay, maybe she was, but it would be so much fun to have a chicken coop and goose co-op built. The runner ducks she'd seen on social media were adorable, and as much as everyone liked eggs, it would be nice to have their own. Who knows? Maybe she'd even get a couple of goats and hire them out to eat kudzu and other brush, for people to bring in a bit of money to help feed the animals. The small greenhouses had been built using old salvaged windows. They were utterly charming, with the mismatched windows and old brick floors. There was even an old hand pump for water from a spring between the two buildings. It had been a workout getting the old pump going, but now it was easy to pump the water. It had only been a couple of weeks since she'd moved back in with her mom, ever since the accident next door. The house where she'd been house-sitting had burned down during a wild party thrown by a bunch of teenagers. By the time the fire department arrived, it was too late. Gone. Allie had lost everything except what she'd taken on the weekend getaway to Asheville. Some days Allie felt like she was moving forward, building a new life. But other days it seemed like she was spinning in circles and not making any real progress at all. "You're up early." Her mom's voice drifted toward her from the patio, breaking through her thoughts. Allie turned to see her mother standing on the patio, wearing a chocolate-colored sweater and a pair of jeans, her hair loose around her shoulders, a steaming mug of coffee in her hand. She looked younger since she'd left Allie's dad, happier. "I wanted to see the angle of the sun in the morning." She shrugged, a sheepish look on her face. "You probably think I'm silly, wanting to know how the sun will hit the house during the day." "Not at all." Her mom sat in one of the chairs, waiting for Allie to join her. "You've lived on your own long enough to know what you want. A small cottage is practical. It's small and manageable, makes perfect sense to me." "Maybe," Allie murmured, her voice wavering as she sat across from her mom. "But what if I'm biting off more than I can chew?" Doubt crept in again, a familiar weight settling in her chest. Her mom gave her a warm smile, her presence reassuring as Allie told her what she'd been thinking. "Honey, you've already done so much more than you give yourself credit for. Ending a bad relationship, moving out here, and starting your own business. That's huge." She paused, her brow furrowing slightly as if she were weighing her words. Most people would have crumbled under half of that. The gentle rustling of the trees filled the silence between them, a few red and orange leaves tumbling across the yard on the breeze. Allie pressed her lips into a thin line, unsure if she believed her mom's words. Sure, she had made strides, but what if they were only temporary? What if this was just another distraction, another bad decision? "It's different now," she murmured, shifting in the chair. "There's this pressure to, I don't know, figure everything out. Like I should already know where my life is headed by now, and I don't. I don't want to fail." It was as if Allie could see her mom thinking, as she took a long, thoughtful sip from her mug, her eyes never leaving Allie's face. "Failure isn't the end of the road," she said after a moment, her tone soft but firm. "It's part of the process. You learn from it, regroup, and keep going. You don't have to have everything figured out right now, sweetheart." Allie turned to face her mom fully, searching her face for something, maybe reassurance, maybe validation. "But you did. You figured it out." This time her mom arched a brow, her lips twitching into a small smile. "Did I? I was 23 when I got pregnant with Evan. Married your dad because I thought that's what life was supposed to look like. I didn't figure out what I wanted until recently." She looked away, her gaze settling on the lake, as if lost in a memory. "It took me a long time to realize that life isn't something you figure out in one go. It's something that unfolds, sometimes in ways you don't expect." The knot in her chest tightened as she swallowed. There was truth in her mom's words. But the uncertainty of it all, the not knowing if she was on the right path, gnawed at the edges of her confidence, threatening to unravel the fragile hope she was trying to hold onto. So many of her old friends from college were married with kids and seemed to have life figured out while she was still floating through life. How about we take it one step at a time? We don't have to figure out your whole life today. Let's start with something simple. How about we decorate the cottage for fall? Her mom finished her coffee and stood, waiting for her to make up her mind. Allie hesitated, the weight of her thoughts still pressing down on her. "Okay," she said quietly, a small smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. "I can handle that." Chapter 3. The storage room under the eaves in the attic had been painted a cheery apple green. "You put a chandelier in a storage room?" Her mom laughed, the sound warming Allie through. "And the woodland wallpaper?" She shrugged. "Even small spaces should be beautiful." Tara went up on her tiptoes and pulled the box from the shelf. She'd painted the shelves white, and the flooring was a gray wood. "Remember that craft festival Will and I went to in Abingdon?" her mom said, holding up a handmade pottery squirrel. "Sarah Reese is a potter and makes the most adorable animals." She pulled out another box and opened it. Each box was clearly labeled with its contents. Talk about organized. "I found these candlesticks with the squirrels around the bases and those pumpkin dishes on clearance on the way home at some little thrift shop." Allie nodded, smiling at the squirrel with an acorn in its mouth. "And you made the throw pillows and placemats that you put out today?" "I thought it was time for fall colors." Tara smiled, holding up a navy table runner with appliqued pumpkins on it. "Patty sent this to me." This time her mom's face fell. "How's she doing?" Allie asked. The thought of being diagnosed with early-onset Alzheimer's made her feel like she couldn't breathe. One of her biggest fears was being helpless, unable to communicate her needs. "Not very good." Tara sighed. "The boys are living on campus at the University of Florida, which is good, but Matt called and said they're selling the house. He's going to move into a condo, and Patty—" Her mom's voice broke. "Once they sell the house, Patty is going to move into a memory care unit close by. It just breaks my heart. She's been my best friend since school." Allie took the boxes from her mom. "I'm really sorry. She was always so much fun. I can't imagine how hard it is watching her change." She carried the decorations downstairs as her mom told her more about the woman Allie always remembered as having a cigarette and drink in her hand, laughing and enjoying every minute of life. Christina said she'd go by and see how Patty is doing once Matt gets her settled. As Allie helped her mom decorate, she folded back layers of tissue paper, smiling as she held up the leaves. They'd gathered leaves a week ago, dipping them in a mixture of glycerin and water, then letting them sit for 4 days. Once dry, they intended to use them under the dinner plates and scattered around the house. "These came out so good. We should do some more once the leaves are at their peak color. And maybe a few after they've turned brown, so we can use them with the Thanksgiving dishes." Her mom set the brass candlesticks on the table, topping them with ivory pillar candles. The flicker of the pumpkin spice candle her mom had lit cast a golden glow over the coffee table, and the knitted blankets draped over the sofa made everything feel softer, more inviting. Her mom hummed quietly as she worked, and by lunchtime they'd transformed the cottage from summer to fall. For the first time since finding out about the fire, Allie swore she could breathe easier. While this might be a temporary home, somehow her mom had made her feel like she belonged and wasn't a guest. "Let's take a break," her mom said, stirring a pot on the stove with a satisfied smile. "I made vegetable soup and picked up a loaf of sourdough bread when I went to town." Allie nodded, grateful for the pause. "That sounds amazing. I thought I'd make my teriyaki meatballs for dinner." "With rice," her mom said. "That would be perfect. Since you're going to cook, I'll clean up." After lunch and a cup of cocoa, they got to work, starting on the apple butter first. The kitchen was warm, the smell of apples and cinnamon filling the air. On the counter were baskets of freshly picked apples, their skins gleaming in shades of red, yellow, and green. Tara stood near the stove with a large wooden spoon in hand, stirring a pot of thick apple butter that bubbled gently, filling the room with its rich, spiced aroma. Allie picked up a crisp crimson crisp apple from the basket, bringing it to her nose to breathe in its sweet fragrance. The apple was cool in her hand, its skin smooth and taut. She took a bite, the juicy flesh bursting with flavor and crunching satisfyingly between her teeth. "These apples taste so good. I love a good crunchy apple." Gleaming rows of glass jars lined the kitchen table, waiting to go into the pot of hot water to be sterilized. The metal lids and rims shone in the soft afternoon light, as her mom used the tongs to pull out a hot jar. "We should plant a few more trees. Any extra that we don't eat or can, we could donate to the food pantry in town." "That's a great idea." Allie finished putting the jars in the canner to sterilize them. "I heard from Julie, outside of town. She said I can come by and dig up as many cattails as I want for the drainage ditch out front. She wanted to add as many plants as possible around the property, and the fact that they were so useful was a bonus. They could be eaten, parts of them used as an antiseptic, and they could be used to make clothing, among other things. Not that she had any plans for them at this point, other than liking how they looked. "Here, taste this." Her mom took a spoonful of the apple butter from the pot and blew on it gently before holding it out to Allie. Leaning in, Allie took a small taste from the spoon. Warm and velvety on her tongue, the apple butter was rich with cinnamon, nutmeg, and a hint of cloves. It embodied the essence of fall, a perfect blend of sweet and spiced, allowing the apple's natural flavor to shine through. "It's perfect," she said, smiling. "Evan will want some. We should make more next year." As Allie peeled the apples for the applesauce and apple pie filling, her mom ladled the apple butter into the hot jars. Once they were in the canner, her mom helped her finish up the apples. The scent of cinnamon sticks and cloves soon joined the air, mingling with the apples and creating a heady mixture that made her mouth water. "Smells like Thanksgiving," Allie murmured, her voice soft as she got lost in the comfort of the moment. They worked in comfortable silence, occasionally pausing to chat about small things like the weather, the upcoming holidays, and the plans for Allie's tiny house. She showed her mom the idea board she'd created, and her mom made several good decisions, like having a pocket door for the pantry to give her more room, a pull-out trash can in the kitchen, and using drawers in place of some of the bottom cabinets. The applesauce bubbled away, the smell wafting through the house and permeating their clothes. Tara grabbed one of the ball jars and carefully ladled applesauce into it, the mixture slipping into the glass with a satisfying plop. She wiped the rim of the jar clean with a bit of vinegar and placed a sterilized lid on top, securing it with the metal ring. The sound of a jar of apple butter sealing made a soft click on the counter as they placed jars of applesauce into the canner. Once the applesauce was done, they made the apple pie filling and canned it as well. It would taste divine over the winter. When all the jars were filled and sealed, Tara loaded the last batch into the canner. The sound of the boiling water filled the kitchen as Allie wiped her brow. "That's the last of them," Tara said, wiping her hands on a towel before resting her hands on the kitchen counter as they looked at the rows of jars on the counter. The kitchen was quiet now, save for the occasional pop of sealing jars and soft music playing through the speakers. As they enjoyed a glass of sweet tea, a knock on the door echoed through the house, cutting through the quiet. Tara rose to answer it, and moments later, Will entered the kitchen, a bluish pumpkin in his arms. "Thought you might need some more pumpkins for the porch," he said with a grin, setting the pumpkin down on the counter. "I left the rest on the front porch." Her mom rose to give him a kiss on the cheek. "I love all the heirloom pumpkins, so many different shapes, colors, and sizes." It was nice to see her mom happy, to see what a healthy relationship looked like. Will was a good guy, and he was handy, which Allie was coming to appreciate. "I've got something else to show you too." He led the way outside, where his truck sat parked in the driveway. In the back, a beautifully crafted wooden potting bench stood, its wood smooth and polished, along with a drying rack for squashes and herbs. "I figured this might come in handy for your business," Will said, patting the bench with a proud smile. "It's beautiful." Allie's breath caught in her throat as she ran her hands over the smooth wood, feeling the love and care that had gone into creating it. "You made this?" "Yep," Will said, a hint of pride in his voice. "Your mom said she wanted to make pumpkin butter, so I figured the drying rack would come in handy." Tara stepped forward, her eyes twinkling as she inspected the craftsmanship. "It's perfect. Absolutely perfect." Eyes warm, Will smiled. "Glad you both like them. Let's get the pumpkins set up on the porch before the sun goes down." The three of them worked together, arranging the pumpkins along the steps, hanging swags of dried leaves and pine cones on the porch, and turning on the fairy lights. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and lavender, they stood back to admire their work. A sense of warmth filled the air, mingling with the crisp autumn breeze, and as laughter echoed around them, Allie decided her life was perfect just the way it was. She was going to swear off men for a while, focus on herself, and figure out what she wanted out of life. Chapter 4. Colton Matthews peered around a display of chips, tugging the brim of his baseball cap lower as if it could somehow make him invisible. Spilled Milk was a small grocery store with a small old-fashioned lunch counter in the back. From his hiding place, he could see several mismatched chairs and a hodgepodge of wooden tables. The floors creaked underfoot, and the air was warm, thick with the scent of brewing coffee and something sweet, likely the freshly baked muffins in the display case by the counter. Despite the charm of the store, it was way too small for his liking. Why hadn't he picked a city? Before he settled at the table in the far back corner, he shifted uncomfortably, eyes flicking to the door for a moment. No eye contact, he said to himself as he took slow, measured breaths. He hadn't had the energy to venture farther out of town to grab coffee, and here, in the town store, anonymity felt like a fleeting thing. Already, he'd caught a few glances thrown his way. People whispering, their curiosity palpable. He ordered a black coffee and a blueberry muffin. The same thing he'd been ordering every day in the off-season for years, back when his life had been simpler. Before everything had gone sideways. Safe. Familiar. Even though nothing else in his life felt that way anymore. As he waited for his order, Colton absently traced the jagged scar that ran down his forearm through the sleeve of his shirt. A bitter reminder of the skiing accident that had ended his career. He'd never been much for skiing, had no business being on the slopes at all, really. But when you're a professional athlete, promotional events are part of the gig. Smile for the cameras, sign autographs, shake hands with corporate sponsors. It was all part of the game. Until it wasn't. Until one wrong move left his elbow shattered, his wrist twisted beyond repair. The golden arm reduced to a mess of pins and screws. "Order up," Mary's voice broke through his thoughts, pulling him back to the present. The owner of Spilled Milk was behind the counter, her bright red hair pulled back into a bun, a smile on her face that seemed permanently etched there. Colton eased out of the chair, his back protesting, and made his way over, careful to avoid making eye contact with the customers scattered about the shop. If she recognized him, she didn't show it, as she greeted him with the same friendly warmth she seemed to show every patron. "Coffee and a muffin," she said, handing him his order. "You here on vacation?" He forced a smile, grateful for her discretion. "Just moved here." "Welcome," she said, the cheerfulness in her voice genuine. "Blueberry Hill's a nice place. You picked a good time to come. The leaves are about to change, and the weather is perfect for hiking. Plenty of breathtaking views around." Colton nodded, taking his coffee with a quiet thanks before retreating back to his table. The last thing he needed was to get roped into a conversation. People in towns like these, they always wanted to know your story. And his story? Not up for discussion. He was done being the center of someone else's curiosity. He took a seat, the warmth of the coffee finally seeping into his hands, bringing some relief to the tension that had been building up in his chest. The muffin sat untouched on the table in front of him. He wasn't really hungry, but eating seemed like something a normal person would do. And normal was what he was trying to be, wasn't it? For a few minutes he let himself relax, watching the steady stream of people come and go, lost in their own lives, unaware of who he was. It was a nice change. But that peace was short-lived. The bell above the door jingled, followed by the sound of heels clicking against the wooden floor. Colton didn't have to look up to know who it was, as the scent of Tom Ford's black orchid perfume permeated the air. The same perfume his ex wore. Francesca Monroe, the owner of the local bookstore, had introduced herself the day he'd arrived, asking for directions when his phone died as he rolled into town. He didn't know where he'd tossed the charger in the big black Range Rover, and didn't feel like hunting for it. She was the kind of person who was larger than life, even in a town as small as this one. The kind with boundless energy and a constant smile, the kind who was everyone's friend whether they wanted to be or not. He shuddered, thinking of someone like that turning her attention on him. "Colton Matthews," she exclaimed, voice carrying through the small shop like a clap of thunder as several customers looked his way, hands already going for their phones. He flinched. So much for flying under the radar. "Hi, Francesca," he muttered as she slid into the chair across from him, her auburn hair catching the light as she grinned at him. "I knew it was you," she said triumphantly, as if this were some great victory. "I told Mary you looked familiar when you stopped in the bookstore asking for directions, but she didn't believe me. Told me I was imagining things." Colton forced a smile, trying to keep his irritation in check as he noticed a guy in the aisle, a bag of cookies in his basket, take a picture of him. Francesca leaned in closer, dropping her voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "Well, it's not every day a former Major League Baseball star moves to our little town, now is it?" She grinned like she had uncovered some great secret. "Everyone's been wondering what brought you here." Colton's pulse quickened, the old familiar anxiety creeping up his spine. This was exactly what he didn't want. "Fresh air," he lied, his voice smooth as he took another sip of coffee. "I like the mountains." Unaware of the edge in his tone, Francesca continued chattering away. "Well, you've certainly picked the right place. But I'll warn you. People here can be curious. Gotta give them something to talk about, or they'll make up their own stories." She laughed lightly. Colton clenched his jaw, forcing a tight smile. Inside, though, he was screaming. He didn't want to give anyone anything. Didn't want to explain how his career had ended in one freak accident, or how his fiancée had left him a month later, moving on to the next big thing. He just wanted to disappear. Before he could respond, the bell above the door jingled again, and a group of teenagers strolled in, filling the small space with their noisy chatter. Colton immediately tensed, his eyes narrowing as he caught sight of one of the boys wearing a Kansas Tornadoes cap. "Hey!" one of the kids shouted, his voice much too loud. "That's Colton Matthews, isn't it? The Golden Arm." Colton's stomach twisted into knots. That name felt like a slap, like a reminder of everything he'd lost. He forced himself to look at the boy, offering a tight-lipped smile. "Yeah, that's me." The kid's eyes widened in awe, his friends elbowing each other and whispering excitedly. "Man, you were amazing," he said. "I used to watch you pitch all the time." Colton's heart pounded, a familiar nausea rising in his gut. "Thanks," he said quietly, hoping they'd leave it at that. But of course they didn't. "Do you still pitch?" the boy asked, completely oblivious to the weight of his question. Colton's knuckles turned white as his grip tightened around his coffee cup. "No," he said flatly. "Not anymore." The boy's face fell, confusion clouding his eyes. "Oh, that sucks." "Yeah," Colton muttered, forcing a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "It does." There was an awkward pause before one of the boy's friends piped up. "You should coach. Our high school has a team, bet they could use someone like you." Colton's jaw clenched. Coaching. Everyone always brought that up, as if it were the natural next step. Like stepping onto a field again wouldn't tear him apart. "I'm not interested," he said, his voice sharper than he intended. The boys exchanged glances before muttering quiet goodbyes, retreating to a table near the front of the shop. Francesca cleared her throat, offering a sympathetic smile. "They mean well, you know. People here get excited about anything new." "Yeah," Colton muttered, draining the last of his coffee. "I should get going." Before he could escape, Francesca handed him a flyer. "We're having an author event at the Lonely Pen next week. You should come. It'll be fun. Low-key. No one asking about baseball." She winked. He shoved the flyer into his pocket without even looking at it. Maybe. Outside, the cool mountain air hit his face like a slap as he breathed in deeply, trying to calm the tightness in his chest. He started walking, not really caring where he was going, just needing to move. His hand went instinctively to his jacket pocket, fingers brushing against the flyer Francesca had given him. Maybe he should go. Maybe being a part of the community wouldn't be so bad. But then again, maybe this was all just a temporary pit stop on his way to nowhere. The mountains loomed in the distance, their autumn colors just beginning to show. Somewhere out there, life was moving on quietly without the weight of expectations. Colton envied that. The trees, the mountains, they didn't care who he used to be or what he'd lost. They didn't ask questions. They minded their own business. He kicked a small rock down the road, stuffing his hands deeper into his jacket pockets. Maybe this wasn't the place for him after all. He'd come here looking for peace and a place to hide, but what he found was something else entirely. Too many eyes. Too many questions. Still, a strange pull tugged at him. He glanced down at the flyer in his pocket, reading the words, "Local author reading, The Lonely Pen Bookstore 7 p.m. next Thursday." A part of him wanted to crumple it up and toss it into the nearest trash can. But something stopped him. Maybe it was the thought of people who didn't know him as Colton Matthews, the Golden Arm, but just as another face in the crowd. Or maybe it was simply that he didn't know what else to do. "One step at a time," he muttered to himself, tapping the flyer against his palm before stuffing it back into his jacket. One step at a time. With a deep breath, Colton climbed in the SUV and headed back to his rented house by the lake, the sun dipping lower behind the mountains, leaving him alone with nothing but the quiet and his own thoughts for company. Chapter 5. As Colton left Spilled Milk, trying to find his way back to his house without using the Maps app, he turned down the wrong road and there on the right, a weathered sign caught his eye. Blueberry Hill Animal Shelter. Dogs welcome, people tolerated. Before he could think it through, he turned into the gravel parking lot. Barking echoed from inside the low brick building and from the outdoor kennels, where 7 or 8 dogs ran back and forth barking. A bell jingled as he pushed open the door into the waiting room of the vet's office, wiping his palm on his jeans. A harried young woman juggled a phone and a stack of folders behind the counter. She held up one finger without looking at him, jotting notes while cradling the phone between her ear and shoulder. "Yes, Dr. Palmer can see your cat at 4. She dropped a folder, papers scattering across the floor. "Hold please." Colton knelt to help gather the papers. When he handed them back, she smiled distractedly. "Thanks. Sorry about that. What can I help you with?" For once, someone didn't recognize him. It was refreshing, he thought, as he tugged the sleeve of his shirt down. "I'd like to look at the dogs." "Through that door." She pointed, already reaching for the phone again. "Take your time." The kennels lined both walls of a long hallway. Some dogs rushed to the chain-link gates, tails wagging furiously. Others hung back, watching with wary eyes. A few ignored him completely, and one sat in the corner, staring at the wall. A woman in scrubs appeared, clipboard in hand. "Looking for anything specific?" "I?" Colton hesitated. He hadn't planned on a pet. Hadn't even known he wanted a dog, until this moment. Maybe an older dog? One that's been here a while. The words surprised him as much as they seemed to please her. "I know just the one." She led him to the last kennel. "This is Daisy. Her owner passed away last year. She's been adopted and returned 3 times. Too quiet, not playful enough, too old, sleeps too much." She shrugged. Some people treat animals like objects, returning them when they're too old, or don't meet their expectations. She's a good dog. Daisy just wants someone to love her. The medium-sized lab mix lay curled in the corner, a tiny bit of gray sprinkled across her muzzle. She faced the wall, not bothering to turn around when the kennel door creaked open. Colton crouched down, his knees popping. Hey, sweet girl. Daisy's ear twitched, but she remained still. She doesn't usually warm up to people right away, the woman said softly. That's okay. Colton settled cross-legged on the concrete floor. I've got time. The woman tucked her hair behind her ear. I'll leave you to it. If you want to look at another dog, I'll be down the hall. Minutes ticked by. He talked about nothing, his voice low. The weather, his new house, how quiet the mountains were compared to the city. How glad he was that the Range Rover he'd purchased came with four-wheel drive, and how he hoped there would be snow this winter. Then, when he was sure no one else was around, he told the dog how he worried that all he knew was baseball. What was he going to do with the rest of his life? His voice grew hoarse, but he kept talking. Finally, after what seemed like forever, Daisy's tail gave one small thump against the floor. There you are, he whispered. She turned her head slightly, revealing one warm brown eye. Her tail thumped again. Colton's throat closed up. How long had it been since anyone had looked at him without wanting something? An hour later, he pulled into PetSmart 2 towns over, Daisy sleeping on his backseat. He loaded the cart with everything he could think of: premium food, stainless steel bowls, rope toys, and the thickest orthopedic bed they had. When he returned to the car, Daisy was pressed against the door, trembling slightly. Her eyes darted between him and the store, as if afraid he was returning her. Hey, girl. He kept his voice soft, opening the back door slowly. You're safe now. We're going home. Her tail gave that same small thump, but this time she inched closer, pressing her head against his hand. Back at his house, Colton dumped the bags in the kitchen. The click of Daisy's nails on the hardwood made him smile. Want to check out the neighborhood? He grabbed the new leash, and her tail wagged a bit more than before. It was a start. Jogging had always been Allie's reset button, a way to find clarity when life felt overwhelming. And lately, overwhelming seemed to be her default setting. The steady rhythm of her feet hitting the path grounded her, as pine needles and decaying leaves perfumed each deep breath. Who would have ever thought that she'd be happy in such a small town? Sure, she missed the convenience, how close everything was, the plethora of grocery stores, but the rest? The traffic was the biggest thing she didn't miss. Although, with tourists flooding into town to enjoy crisp fall weekends camping, looking at the Milky Way from spots up on the parkway, and coming to gawk at the leaves, Allie decided she'd be happy once the tourists went home for the season. A hawk circled lazily on the currents overhead as she circled the lake for the second time. The debris from the fire next door had been cleared away, leaving a charred black spot on the earth. Brilliant reds and golds framed the tranquil water like nature's own stained glass. The sunlight filtered through the canopy of leaves as she picked up her pace, ready to go home and take a long, hot shower. Here in Blueberry Hill, time moved differently. The mountains embraced the town like protective arms, and everyone knew their neighbors, and were pleasant to the vacation homeowners and tourists, knowing they provided a much-needed source of income. It was the kind of place where starting over felt possible, where dreams of tiny houses and flower gardens didn't seem quite so far-fetched. Rounding a bend in the path, Allie slowed as she spotted a guy leaning against an old oak tree. Tall and broad-shouldered, he stood with his hands deep in his jacket pockets, gazing out over the lake. At his feet, a scruffy dog sat patiently, gray muzzle raised to watch a flock of geese glide across the water. The man's stillness, the way he seemed rooted to the spot like the ancient oak behind him, made her pause. Unlike the leaf-peeping tourists who flocked to Blueberry Hill each fall, searching for the perfect Instagram photo, there was something lost about him. Maybe recognized. As she bent over, hands on her knees, breathing heavily, he turned, the intensity of his blue gaze catching her off guard as she took a step back. Beneath the rugged exterior, the dark hair falling across his forehead, and the strong jaw dusted with stubble, there was an unexpected gentleness in the way he patted the old dog. "Beautiful morning," she said, pulling out her earbuds, taking in deep lungfuls of clean mountain air. The dog leaned against the man, making Allie take one more step back before she went down on one knee. "Well, hello," she said to the old dog. He blinked, as if just noticing his surroundings. Is it? His voice was deep, with a hint of wariness that matched his guarded stance. Taken aback, she turned her attention to the dog, who was regarding her with wise brown eyes. And who's this sweet girl? Daisy, he said after a moment, voice softening. Adopted her today. The lady working there said no one wanted an older dog. Their loss. Allie scratched behind Daisy's ears, smiling as the dog leaned into her touch with a contented sigh. The older ones have the sweetest souls. She straightened, wiping her palms on her running tights. I'm Allie. For a moment the guy hesitated, like he was weighing his options, before he said, Colton. She wiped an arm across her brow. You bought the glass house. I noticed the realtor's sign came down last week. His shoulders tensed, the navy t-shirt stretching across his chest. Yeah? My mom and I live in the cottage across the lake. She pointed. The one with the red roof. For some reason he looked familiar, but Allie wouldn't have forgotten meeting such a good-looking guy, even if he was the broody type. The one with the apple trees? That's us. She smiled, pleased he'd noticed the orchard. Welcome to the lake. There's only one other full-time homeowner. The rest are second homes or rentals, so it's pretty quiet around here. That's how I like it. His expression softened slightly. Appreciate the welcome. You're the first person to say that without asking for an autograph. He cringed, almost as if he hadn't meant to say it. Allie cocked her head. Sorry, should I know who you are? For the first time, a genuine smile crossed his face. No. And that's exactly how I'd like to keep it. The line at the post office moved at its usual glacial pace as Mr. Henderson debated the merits of various stamp designs with Martha behind the counter. Tara shifted from foot to foot, not really in a hurry but too restless to stand still. The warm sunlight streamed through the windows, catching dust motes in its golden beams. Behind her, Susan Miller's voice carried through the small space. The town realtor never met a piece of gossip she didn't like to share. You won't believe who bought the Palmer place on the lake. Do tell, urged Betty Wilson, who worked at the library. Their voices dropped to that particular pitch that small-town gossips used when sharing particularly juicy news. Remember that baseball player? The one who was so good, and then was injured in that horrible skiing accident? My Harold loves baseball. He was the one who told me he saw him driving through town. Susan's voice practically vibrated with excitement. Colton Matthews. Paid cash for the place. Betty gasped appropriately. I remember reading about that in People magazine. Such a shame. That fella was at the top of his game. That's the one. His model fiancée left him right after. Guess he's hiding out here until the dust settles. But why would he move here? Not like he knows anyone. Susan frowned, flicking a piece of non-existent lint off her cranberry sweater, then continued speculating about their newest resident. Tara kept her expression neutral as she collected her mail. A former Major League player in Blueberry Hill? That would certainly shake things up around town. She and Allie had wondered who bought the beautiful glass house across the lake. It was awfully big for one guy. He didn't know anyone here, Susan had said, so why would he move here? Blueberry Hill wasn't exactly easy to get to. Unless you were looking for it, you'd never know it sat tucked away in the Blue Ridge Mountains. By the time Tara arrived at the cottage, the aroma of Allie's fajitas cooking in the oven filled the air. Smells good in here. She left her keys on the table by the door. Her daughter sat at the kitchen table, laptop open and papers spread across the weathered wood surface. Allie looked up from her work, glasses perched on top of her head. How was the traffic? Busy. People coming in for the weekend. Tara set the mail on the counter and pulled out a chair. There's some interesting news about our new neighbor. Oh. Allie's fingers stilled on her keyboard. Apparently, the guy who bought the Palmer place is Colton Matthews. At her daughter's blank look, Tara smiled. Allie didn't care for camping or sports. He's a former Major League Baseball player. They called him the Golden Arm. Allie's eyebrows shot up. Really? I ran into him today while jogging. He seemed different than what I'd expect from a famous athlete. Different how? I don't know. Allie took a sip of her tea. Reserved. Definitely not what you'd picture when you think star athlete. She turned back to her laptop. When I met him, I thought he was nice, but forget it. Whatever his story is, it's none of my business. I've got enough on my plate with the house plans, no room for drama. Tara studied her daughter's face, noting the forced casualness in her voice. Speaking of which, how are those coming along? Good. Her face lit up as she turned the laptop around. I think I've finally got the layout right. See? The kitchen will have these built-in shelves, and I think we can fit in another window or two. As Allie walked her through the plans, Tara couldn't help but notice how her daughter's eyes kept drifting to the window that faced the lake, and the Palmer place beyond. Later that night, Allie sat cross-legged on her bed, staring at the screen of her table. The cursor blinked in the search bar, taunting her. She shouldn't look him up. It wasn't her business, and she'd sworn off complicated, dramatic men after Jason. The memory of her ex rose unbidden. The charming smile, the way he'd slowly eroded her confidence, how he'd made her doubt her own mind. No, she didn't want that kind of relationship again. But Colton's eyes haunted her, the sadness in them, the way he'd looked so lost standing by the lake. With a frustrated sigh, she typed his name into the search bar. Dozens of articles popped up immediately. Photos showed him in his Kansas Tornadoes uniform, arm cocked back mid-pitch, face intense with concentration. Other images captured him at various events. Charity galas, baseball functions, parties, and always with a stunning blonde on his arm. The headlines told the story. Golden Arm Matthews signs record 5-year deal. Matthews leads Tornadoes to playoff victory. Rising star's career cut short by tragic skiing accident. Model fiancé leaves Matthews after career-ending injury for basketball star. Allie clicked through the articles, her heart sinking as she read about the skiing accident that had shattered his elbow and wrist. The injury had required multiple surgeries, but his arm would never be the same. His fiancée, the pop star Savannah, she recognized from everywhere, had stuck around through the first surgery before moving on to date an NBA player. The most recent articles painted a picture of a man spiraling. There were angry outbursts at reporters, missed public appearances, rumors of drinking problems. The last photo showed him leaving a hospital after his final surgery, baseball cap pulled low over his face, trying to dodge the paparazzi. Allie closed the laptop. No wonder he'd looked so lost by the lake. Everything he'd built his life around had been stripped away in an instant. But she wouldn't let herself feel sorry for him. That was always how it started. Now she had her own life to rebuild, her own dreams to chase. The last thing she needed was to get caught up in someone else's redemption story. Chapter 6. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead as Christina stared at her computer screen, trying to focus on the social media campaign she needed to finish by 5. Phones rang throughout the office, keyboards clattered, and her coworkers' voices blended into a constant buzz of activity. She grabbed her 6th Diet Coke of the day, the caffeine barely making a dent in her exhaustion anymore. Her phone buzzed, displaying an unfamiliar number. Her first instinct was to let it go to voicemail, but something made her answer. Miss Singleton? This is Nancy from South Bay Community College. There's been an incident with Ryan. The pen clattered to the desk as her stomach dropped. Is he okay? He tripped and fell down the concrete steps outside the science building. He's got a nasty cut on his chin that really needs stitches, but he's refusing medical attention. We can't force him, but I'll be right there. Christina grabbed her purse, her honey blonde hair swishing as she jumped up from her desk. Her blue eyes darted to the computer screen as she fired off a quick text to her boss, her fingers flying across the keyboard. The white t-shirt and pink floral shorts she'd put on today suddenly seemed inappropriate for whatever emergency awaited. Family emergency. We'll have campaign to you tonight. Promise. The drive to the college took forever, every red light an eternity. She found Ryan sitting outside the nurse's office, holding a towel to his chin. His blue t-shirt was stained crimson. The sight made her queasy. "It's not that bad," he muttered, avoiding her eyes. "Just a scratch." "Let me see." She gently pulled his hand away, sucking in a breath at the deep gash. "You need stitches." She peered at him again. "I think you lost a tooth." At that he smiled, then winced. "Right here." He put a hand in his pocket, coming up with the tooth. "But I don't have the money." "Stop." She held out her hand even as her stomach flipped over. "Give it to me." He blinked, then handed her the tooth. "You should have told the nurse," she scolded as she went to the sink and gently rinsed the tooth off. "I dated a golf pro for a while, and he said if you put the tooth back right away, sometimes it can be saved." "There." She spotted a packet of tea on the counter. "Put the tooth back, then carefully bite down on this to keep the tooth in place." She ripped open the packet, wet the tea bag and gave it to him. With a frown, she took another look at his chin. "How long since the tooth came out?" He shrugged. "Maybe half an hour." "Let's go." "We only have an hour." "So tooth first, then the hospital." "We can't afford." "I don't care about the money." Her voice came out sharper than intended, and she softened it. "We'll figure it out." He stared at the floor, his shoulders tight with tension. Finally, he gave a small nod. Christina helped him up, noticing how he leaned on her slightly. Angus would be beside himself by the time they got home. Thankfully, Ryan went home at lunch every day when he was in school to let the dog out, so he'd be fine until they got home. "The dentist isn't far," she said, leading him to her car. She'd figure out the bills later. The car hummed as Christina navigated through Miami traffic, talking to the dentist. Thank goodness she used to pet sit for him when he and his partner went out of town, so he agreed to see Ryan immediately and told her they'd work something out for the bill, since she didn't have insurance for Ryan. "All set," she said as she ended the call, glancing over at Ryan in the passenger seat, his head resting against the window. He was still bleeding but not as bad as before. "How's school going?" "Actually?" He straightened, something like excitement flickering in his eyes. "I've got this project due next week for my outdoor rec class. We have to document local wildlife and create a presentation about conservation efforts." Christina smiled at his animation. This was the most he'd said in days. "That sounds perfect for you. Where are you thinking of going?" "Maybe the state park." "I thought about the Everglades, but..." He trailed off, his expression clouding over again. As they pulled into the dentist's parking lot, her phone rang. Christina checked the caller ID. "It's Evan. I'll take it while they're fixing your tooth." After she texted her brother to tell him that she'd call him in 5 minutes, she took Ryan in, got him checked in, and heaved a sigh of relief when the receptionist said they'd get him an ice pack for his chin. Instead of staying in the quiet waiting room, she went outside, sitting on a bench in the shade. The phone rang once, then her big brother picked up. "Had a few minutes in between meetings. How are things?" Evan's voice was distant, professional. "Things are." Christina hesitated, watching a palm frond sway in the breeze. "Ryan had an accident at school today. Lost a tooth, cut his chin open, needs stitches." It was best to keep things short and sweet when it came to her brother, who had absolutely no patience at all. "And you're paying for this?" Evan's voice sharpened. "You can barely support yourself. Now you're taking on medical bills for Dad's." He stopped abruptly. "His what, Evan?" "His bastard." The word tasted bitter. "He's 15, all alone in the world. He is our brother. Half-brother from one of Dad's many affairs." Papers shuffled in the background. Look, I won't help you pay for this. You need to learn responsibility. I never asked you for money. Her fingers tightened around the phone. I'll figure it out. You're always doing this. Jumping into situations without thinking them through. A kid isn't like one of your rescue dogs. You can't just stop. She stood, pacing the sidewalk. Ryan is family. He lost his mom in that shooting. Dad abandoned him. What was I supposed to do? Let social services handle it. No way. Ryan had told her about the places. She'd never let him go back. Christina closed her eyes, counted to 3. I have to go. They're probably almost done putting his tooth back in. Christina? She ended the call, sliding the phone into her pocket with trembling hands as she squared her shoulders and went back inside. She might not have everything figured out, but she could do this. The next day, after making sure Ryan was okay, she left for work. She'd stayed up until 3 this morning to finish the campaign, knowing it was late, but hoping it would be so good that her boss wouldn't mind. Much to her annoyance, Ryan said he was going to his afternoon classes today. He wasn't missing them since they'd paid for them. Soon she'd have to make some hard choices. Maybe it was time to sell the car and start taking the bus. Have a seat, Valerie gestured to the chair across from her sleek desk. Everything about her boss was polished, from her perfectly styled auburn hair to her designer shoes. The kind of woman that intimidated Christina. All she'd ever wanted was to get married and have a bunch of kids, but it looked like that dream was on hold for the foreseeable future. How are things going? Valerie's eyes were kind, but assessing. Christina straightened in the chair. Some days she really missed her old life. Walking dogs, taking gigs, partying all night, and dating lots of hot guys. Good. The engagement rates are up 15% since last month. The campaign you submitted this morning was brilliant. Creative, fresh, exactly what we need. Valerie paused. Unfortunately, we can't use it. The deadline was 5 yesterday afternoon. Christina's stomach dropped, but before she could apologize yet again, her boss continued. That's not why I called you in here, though. Valerie leaned forward. You've been here early every day, staying late. The work is excellent, but I can see you're stretched thin. How's your brother settling in? Christina's throat tightened. She used to hate when people showed concern, it felt like pity. Now she had to blink back tears at the simple kindness in Valerie's voice. We're adjusting, she managed. Ryan's? He's doing better. Taking classes at the community college, walking dogs for extra money. That's a lot of responsibility for both of you. Valerie's expression softened. If you need flexibility with your schedule, just let me know. We can work something out. Thank you. Christina stood quickly, needing to escape before she completely lost her composure. I really appreciate that. Her boss's kind words about her work ethic echoed in her mind during the drive to the big box store on the other side of town. She'd been terrified to ask for more flexible hours, but with Ryan's college classes and dog walking schedule, she needed the wiggle room. Maybe things were finally looking up. The fluorescent lights of the store made her head pound. Christina pushed her cart down the aisle, mentally adding up each item. Bread, $3.99. Store brand peanut butter, $2.49. The fancy cereal she liked, $4.99. Ryan's favorite chips, $3.99. Her hand hovered between them before grabbing her cereal and leaving the chips. The total at checkout still made her wince. Sorry. I'm a bit short. She removed the bananas and hamburger, ignoring the sympathetic look from the cashier. A year ago, she would have died of embarrassment. Now she just felt numb. When she parked in the shade for a few minutes, Christina just sat there, needing a moment. An alligator lumbered from the pond across the street from the complex into some bushes, tail finally disappearing as she watched. Must be nice to just eat, sleep, and repeat. Jealous of an alligator. With that thought, she got out of the stifling car with a sigh, gathered up the grocery bags and trudged up the 3 flights of stairs to their apartment, arms aching. The elevator had been out of order for weeks, and the super showed no signs of fixing it anytime soon. At least the exercise helped her sleep at night. Total chaos greeted her as Christina walked into the blessedly cool apartment. Angus barked excitedly, his tail wagging as he bounded over to greet her. "Hey big guy," she bent down to pet the dog. When she stood, Christina had to bite back the gasp. Ryan's face looked terrible, the stitches dark against his skin, but he seemed to be doing well. Thank goodness the tooth had taken. He had a wire splint around it that would stay in place for a week, but at least he wouldn't have to get a false tooth. What's all this? It looked like the pet food store had exploded in the kitchen. That rich guy who lives in that oceanfront condo with the poodles? Ryan opened his arms gleefully, gesturing at the mountain of dog food bags surrounding him. His dogs are super picky and won't eat this, so he said I could have it all. Angus loves it. He ought to. It's really expensive. Christina sagged against the counter in relief. One less expense to worry about. That's fantastic news. They settled into their evening routine as Ryan studied and she answered work emails, while Angus took turns sitting next to each of them, as the TV murmured in the background, neither of them really watching it. "Hey Chrissy?" Ryan's voice was quiet. She looked up, startled by the nickname. He'd never called her that before. Come to think of it, she didn't think she'd ever had a nickname before. Well, other than when Enrique called her his curvy Barbie, but that didn't count. "Thanks. You know, for everything." He didn't meet her eyes, but his words hung in the air between them, heavy with meaning. She swallowed hard. "That's what family does. I'll always be there for you." Later, lying in bed, she heard the soft murmur of Ryan's voice through the thin walls as he talked to Angus in the dark. Her heart ached, thinking of their father who wouldn't acknowledge this wonderful hurting boy. Harry's loss, she decided fiercely. As she drifted off, Christina realized something that would have shocked her former self. For the first time in her life, she wasn't thinking about what she wanted, although she had prioritized her cereal over Ryan's chips, she thought with a smile. Change took time. Chapter 7. Evan pulled into the dark driveway, the engine of the Mercedes humming softly before he turned it off, the classic vinyl station abruptly cutting off. The neighborhood was quiet. The sun had dipped below the Seattle skyline hours ago. The moon cast long shadows across the meticulously landscaped lawns. As he sat enveloped in the comfort of the car, hands resting on the steering wheel, he thought about work, about how unhappy Emily was, and how much he needed this promotion. Once he achieved the next level, everything would be better, of that he was certain. With a sigh, he pulled the phone from his jacket pocket. His thumb hovered over his contacts for a moment before he found his mom's name. Tara. Emily teased him that the entry said Tara and not Mom, but he wasn't a kid. Why would he put Mom? He hadn't called his mother in a while, and the weight of that realization added to the knot in his chest as he clicked on the number, listening to the ringing, wondering if this conversation would ease his mind or make things even worse than they had been between them. "Evan? How nice to hear from you." Her voice was warm but surprised, like she hadn't expected to hear from him. "Hey Mom," he said, trying to keep his tone casual, but it came out more strained than he'd intended. "Got a minute?" "Of course, honey. What's going on?" In the background, he could hear her moving around the kitchen, putting away the dishes from the dishwasher, ABBA playing softly through the speakers she'd had installed. Still in the car, he glanced out the window, watching as a neighbor walked their new dog down the street. "I know it's a ways away, but I was just thinking about Thanksgiving, and the kid." "You mean Ryan?" There was a pause on the other end, but not a long one. "What about him?" Evan leaned his head against the leather headrest. "Is he really coming with Christina?" "We're planning on both of them coming," Tara replied, her voice careful. Taking a deep breath, he ran a hand through his hair. Why are you doing this? I mean, you don't owe him anything. He's not family. The sound of silverware clattered, making him wince. He's your brother. Half-brother, Evan corrected, not harshly but with a certain finality. Tara's voice softened. That doesn't matter. He's family and he's hurting. He recently lost his mother, and your father won't take any responsibility for him. He's just a boy and he's all alone. The least I can do is invite him for a holiday meal, so why wouldn't I? Evan closed his eyes. Because he's a reminder. A reminder of one of Dad's many affairs. I know, she said quietly, and for a moment there was a shared silence, heavy with the past they both carried. But Ryan didn't ask for any of this. He's not responsible for what your father did. The weight of his mom's words settled over him. He hadn't thought about it that way before, not really. The idea of Ryan being around, of seeing the living proof of his father's infidelity, had always gnawed at him. But Emily's words from the other day echoed faintly in his mind. Something about forgiveness, about letting go. Won't you think about the betrayal every time you see him? About Dad? Evan asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Tara sighed gently. I will. But I can't punish Ryan for what Harry did. It's not his fault. And besides, it's only for the holiday. I can handle that. But he heard her voice waver, knew if this was hard for him, it had to be incredibly difficult for his mom. So why do it? Evan shifted in the seat, fingers tapping absently on the steering wheel. He's a stranger. I don't know what to say to him. He's not a stranger to your sister, she replied, a touch of firmness in her tone. She's been looking after him, and he's doing his best. You might find you have more in common than you think. Evan swallowed hard, the lump in his throat making it difficult to speak. It's hard to wrap my head around it. Dad had a kid with someone else, and now he's coming for the holidays. I know it's hard, she said gently. But you should know something. Ryan's mother was a checkout clerk. She died in that supermarket shooting in Seattle. Evan's heart stuttered in his chest. The one where Emily shops. Yes. There was a long pause as the weight of that revelation sank in. Yes, Tara repeated softly. It's tragic. And maybe it's a sign. A sign that we need to find a way to care for him, to show him that he's part of this family, whether Harry acknowledges him or not. A sign. He didn't know if he believed in signs, but the coincidence was too striking to ignore. I don't know, Mom. It's just a lot. I understand that, Tara said, her voice filled with the patience only a mother could have. But sometimes we have to forgive, even when it's hard. Not for the person who hurt us, but for ourselves. I can't carry the weight of your father's mistakes forever, and neither can you. Evan was silent for a moment, staring blankly at the dashboard. Forgive. It wasn't something he'd thought much about, but maybe that was part of the problem. Maybe the anger he felt every time he thought about his father, and about what he did to their family, was holding him back, keeping him stuck in the past. I don't know if I can forgive him, he finally admitted, his voice raw. Tara's voice was soft but steady. Forgiving doesn't mean forgetting. It doesn't mean excusing what he did. Maybe you can find one thing to forgive. Start there. But holding on to the anger, it only hurts you in the end. The sound of a cabinet closing sounded through the phone, as she sighed. I'll tell you something, while I've forgiven the betrayals, not for him, but for my own peace of mind, I cannot forgive your father for not taking responsibility for the child he fathered. Maybe someday, but not now. Evan nodded, though she couldn't see him. He knew deep down that she was right. But the hurt lingered, a constant presence that he couldn't seem to shake. Just take it one step at a time, she said, her voice filled with the kind of calm reassurance he'd always counted on from her. You don't have to have all the answers right now. But when Thanksgiving comes, I'd like you to try to keep an open mind. Ryan's a good kid. He's been through a lot, and he could really use all of us right now. Okay, Evan said softly. I'll try. Good, Tara replied, the warmth returning to her voice. That's all I ask? They sat in silence for a moment, the connection between them strong even through the phone. Finally, he cleared his throat. Thanks, Mom, he said, and as he hung up the phone he felt a sliver of something, whether it was hope or maybe relief he couldn't say, creep into the space where the anger had been. Overhead, a V formation of geese called to each other, their distant honking mixing with children's laughter and the rustle of dried cornstalks swaying in the breeze as Allie and her mom walked down the gravel path toward the pumpkin patch. The rolling hills of Blueberry Hill stretched before them, the trees ablaze in shades of amber and crimson, as if nature had dipped her paintbrush in fire. Allie inhaled deeply, savoring the rich earthiness of the pumpkins mixed with wood smoke from a nearby fire pit where the farm was roasting chestnuts, and several kids were roasting marshmallows for s'mores. Fall is so beautiful up here. It's like we're in a holiday movie. Her mom laughed, pulling her cardigan closer as a gust of wind sent leaves skittering across their path. I told Will the same thing yesterday, seeing the mums and the planters outside the shops in town. Picture perfect. Hands on her hips, she surveyed the sea of orange before them, hazel eyes sparkling with mischief. So what's the plan? Are we going for cute decorative pumpkins, or are we going for ridiculous cooking pumpkins? Oh, we need both. Tara's boots crunched through the fallen leaves. But the sugar pumpkins are best for pumpkin butter. We better get another cart. Allie rubbed her hands together. I bet I can find the biggest one in the patch to put on the front porch. Just remember you have to carry whatever you pick up the stairs of the porch when we get home, her mom warned, though her eyes crinkled with amusement. I'm not lugging a 100-pound pumpkin to the car because you got ambitious. They wandered deeper into the patch, where rows of pumpkins sprawled in every direction. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the field, and the air turned crisp as evening approached. Around them, families picked their way through the patch while children darted between the towering stalks of the adjacent corn maze. While she had planted a few heirloom pumpkins to see how they'd do, Allie decided to plant a large patch next year, especially when she saw people would buy the stems. Stems they trashed when they were cutting up pumpkins for baking. The stems were used in crafting projects, like making pretty velvet pumpkins, or crocheting or knitting pumpkins and then gluing the stems on top. The ones she'd seen online were beautiful. Acorns were another thing people were making with velvet, and Allie made a mental note to check the far end of the property, where someone had planted oak trees years ago, to gather up some of the acorn tops and try her hand at making some of the velvet acorns. They'd look pretty in a wood bowl on the table. Note to self: learn to knit. She knelt beside a particularly large pumpkin, running her hands over its smooth surface. This one's perfect for carving. No soft spots, good color. Allie? Tara? They looked up to see Francesca approaching, her auburn hair loose around her shoulders. She carried 2 small sugar pumpkins, but Allie noticed she winced slightly as she shifted them in her arms. Francesca. Tara called warmly. What brings you out today? Picking up a few decorations for the bookstore. Francesca set the pumpkins down, unconsciously rubbing her forearm where her sleeve had ridden up, revealing the edge of a dark bruise. I'm hosting a community event next weekend, at the Lonely Pen. I saw online where someone had painted book covers on pumpkins. Thought doing something like that might add a nice touch. I've got several more in a box up front so kids coming into the shop can paint their favorite book cover, scene, or character on their own pumpkin. They can either take them home or I'll display them in the window. What a wonderful idea, and fun too, her mom said, though Allie noticed her mother's eyes lingering on Francesca's arm. Everything okay? That looks like quite a bruise. Oh, this? Francesca tugged her sleeve down quickly. Clumsy me. I ran into a bookshelf while restocking the mystery section. You know how it is? Her laugh sounded forced. Anyway, you both should come to the event. We're having a little pumpkin carving contest, some readings, maybe even some mulled cider as well. Count me in, Allie said, studying her friend's face. Something was off about Francesca's usually bright demeanor, not to mention she was one of the most graceful people Allie knew. Need any help setting up? That would be amazing, actually. Relief flickered across Francesca's features. Things have been a bit hectic lately. Before she could probe further, movement at the edge of the patch caught her eye. Colton Matthews stood examining a row of pumpkins, his tall frame unmistakable even at a distance. Unlike their last encounter, he seemed more relaxed, almost peaceful, as he methodically checked each pumpkin as if he needed the perfect one for his perfect house. Then he straightened, sensing her gaze. Their eyes met across the patch, and for a moment something flickered in his expression. Recognition, maybe even a hint of warmth. But then his jaw tightened, and after a brief hesitation that made Allie's heart skip, he turned and walked quickly toward the parking lot. Well, that was, she trailed off, surprised by how much his retreat stung. Interesting, Francesca finished, following her gaze. He came into the bookstore this morning right when we opened, like he didn't want to run into anyone. Bought a thriller and Game of Thrones. Guess he has plenty of time on his hands. Really? Allie tried to keep her voice casual. I wouldn't have pegged him for a reader. There's probably a lot we don't know about him, her mom said gently. People are usually more complex than they appear. Speaking of appearances, Francesca lowered her voice, I heard his ex-fiancée, Sophie, was spotted in Asheville last week. Apparently, she's been trying to get back in touch. The model who dumped him after his injury? Allie asked, then immediately wished she hadn't revealed she knew that much about him. That's the one. Francesca nodded. Mary says she's got family there, but... She shrugged, leaving the implication hanging. Well, whatever his story is, I've got enough on my plate, Allie said firmly, though she couldn't help glancing toward where he'd disappeared. The framing starts next week on my place if the weather holds, and I'm thinking about getting some goats once it's done. Maybe some chickens and ducks too. Goats? Francesca's eyes lit up genuinely for the first time that afternoon. I love goats. My grandparents had them on their farm. She grinned. You have to get runner ducks. They are so cute. They spent the next hour selecting pumpkins and sharing stories, but Allie's thoughts kept drifting back to Colton's hasty departure and Francesca's carefully hidden bruise. By the time they loaded their haul into the car, the sun was setting, painting the sky in brilliant oranges and pinks that matched the pumpkins in their trunk as the kids ran around screaming, excited for hay rides and the corn maze. On the drive home, she watched the scenery blur past the window, mentally adding a shed, coops and fencing to her growing list of projects. The foundation for her house was finished, so the framing was next. Soon she'd have her own space, her own little piece of this mountain paradise, thanks to her mom giving her part of the land. Mom, she asked suddenly, do you ever miss Miami? Tara was quiet for a moment, considering. I miss certain things. The ocean, how we had every grocery store imaginable within 10 minutes, some of our old friends. But this? She gestured to the golden leaf trees arching over the road. This feels more like home than Miami ever did. Allie nodded, understanding completely. Despite Colton's mysterious behavior and Francesca's troubles, despite all the uncertainty ahead, she felt the same way. Blueberry Hill, with its changing seasons and small-town charm, had wrapped itself around her heart when she wasn't looking. As they pulled into the driveway, the cottage windows glowing warmly in the dusk, Allie caught sight of Will's truck parked near the construction site. He was talking with Todd as they examined the foundation of her future house, probably waiting for her mom to get home, and if she were a betting woman, Allie would bet that Will had a bouquet of flowers on the front seat of his truck for her mom. Home, she whispered to herself and smiled. Chapter 8. Evan sat at his desk, fingers drumming an anxious rhythm against the polished mahogany. The sharp, bitter scent of his third cup of coffee mingled with the sterile air of the office as he scrolled through his emails. Each message felt like another weight pressing down on his shoulders. Outside his window, rain pelted against the glass, matching his dark mood. He smoothed his silk tie, the one Emily had given him last Christmas, saying the deep blue brought out his eyes, and adjusted his crisp pale blue dress shirt. The Italian leather loafers he'd treated himself to after landing the director position were like wearing slippers, a constant reminder of the image he needed to maintain. His stomach growled, reminding him he'd skipped breakfast. With a sigh, he decided to forego going out in the rain and instead headed to the cafeteria, grabbing a sandwich and chips before making his way back to his office. The wool of his tailored charcoal slacks whispered with each step. Walking down the long hallway, past the framed photos chronicling various achievements at the company, he passed the executive dining room where the door stood ajar. Stan's voice drifted out, accompanied by the clink of silverware against china. "Can you believe Mitch quit?" Stan's words dripped with disdain. "My assistant picks now of all times to leave for some startup in Austin." "The audacity," one of the senior executives replied between bites. "These millennials have no loyalty anymore. In my day, we paid our dues." "Exactly. Now I have to waste time finding and training someone new right in the middle of everything." The conversation between Stan and the other executive faded as Evan hurried past, but the damage was done. His stomach twisted into knots. The promotion to vice president he'd sacrificed countless evenings for, not to mention all the missed dinners, canceled plans, and now recently, sleeping in the guest room to avoid disturbing Emily, all suddenly felt like smoke slipping through his fingers as he softly closed his office door behind him. Everything he'd worked for, the corner office, the respect of his peers, the lifestyle he provided for Emily, all balanced on the edge of a knife. Mitch had been his eyes and ears, subtly keeping him informed of decisions made behind closed doors. Without his ally, Evan thought through every meeting he hadn't been invited to, every email chain where his name was conspicuously absent. The screen before him blurred as anxiety crept in, wrapping around his chest like a vice. His hands shook as he reached for his coffee cup, sending tiny ripples across the dark surface. There was a knock, and then Mitch appeared in his doorway, startling him. "Hey, wanted to say goodbye before I head out?" Evan forced a smile. "Good luck with the new job. Thanks for everything." "Thanks?" Mitch hesitated. "Listen, I know you want that VP spot. Just watch your back with Stan, okay?" Before Evan could respond, Mitch was gone, leaving behind only the echo of his warning and the faint scent of his cologne. The nod in Evan traced a finger over the silver frame holding the photo of him, Emily, and their families at their wedding. His suit had been custom-made, the watch on his wrist a gift to himself for making director before 30. Even then, he'd been checking emails during the reception, ducking out to take calls between dances. The promotion to vice president dangled just out of reach now. His chance to prove he was nothing like his father, that he could give Emily and their baby the life they deserved. The house felt different when he finally made it home that evening. The entryway light cast a warm glow over boxes scattered across the hardwood floors. Remnants of Emily's latest burst of energy. The air hummed with an electric tension that made the hair on his arms stand up. From somewhere upstairs came the muffled sound of Emily's favorite playlist, the one she'd been listening to more frequently lately, full of songs about change and new beginnings. "Evan?" Emily's voice carried from the living room, bright but brittle. "Can you help me with this?" He barely glanced up from his laptop as he settled at the kitchen counter, the granite cold beneath his forearms. "In a minute. I have to finish this report." Emily appeared in the doorway, one hand resting protectively over her growing belly, the other clutching a photo album. The afternoon light caught the gold in her brunette hair, reminding him of their early dating days when he couldn't take his eyes off her. Now he could barely meet her gaze. "I found our wedding album while I was cleaning." Her voice wavered slightly. "Remember how we talked about raising our kids in a small town? Having Sunday dinners with family? She let out a soft laugh that sounded more like a sob. What happened to those dreams? He stared at his screen, fingers hovering over the keyboard. We grew up, Em. Dreams change? No. The album hit the counter with a thud that made him jump. You've changed? The Evan I married wouldn't have missed every single doctor's appointment. He wouldn't have slept in the guest room for the past few weeks because he might get calls from overseas. I'm trying to provide for our family. His voice rose, frustration bleeding through. This promotion could set us up for life. What life? Emily's eyes glistened with tears. The one where our child never sees their father? Where I eat dinner alone every night? Where we live in this beautiful house that feels more like a museum than a home? The silence that followed was suffocating. Outside, a car alarm wailed in the distance, its piercing cry matching the tension in the room. I can't do this right now, he muttered, gathering his laptop. I have a deadline. You always have a deadline. Her voice was barely a whisper. Sometimes I wonder if you even want this baby. The words hit him like a physical blow, but he couldn't find the right response. Instead, he retreated to the guest room, the sound of Emily's quiet sobs following him up the stairs. Later that night, he lay in the guest bed, staring at the ceiling as moonlight painted shadows across the walls. The weight bench in the corner stood as a silent witness to his late-night workouts, his attempts to exhaust himself into dreamless sleep. Tonight, even that escape felt hollow. From downstairs came the soft sounds of Emily on the phone, her voice carrying through the heating vent. Mom, I don't know what to do anymore. A pause. No, he doesn't even notice I've been paring everything down. I could probably move out entirely, and he wouldn't realize until he ran out of clean shirts. For a few minutes, she was quiet as he strained to listen. Her voice came again, and Evan was ashamed to say he was now crouched on the floor, leaning against the wall by the vent to listen. Have fun. I'm glad you're traveling. Will you be in town in February when the baby comes? Another pause. I understand. Love you, Mom? The truth of her words stung. When had he become this person? When had the pursuit of success begun to overshadow everything else? He thought of his own father, always chasing the next big deal, the next promotion, until one day he looked up and realized his children were grown and gone. His phone buzzed with another email from Stan, the blue light harsh in the darkness. For the first time in years, Evan didn't reach for it. Instead, he listened to the quiet sounds of Emily moving through their home, downstairs tidying up before coming upstairs and going to bed alone. Again. The question wasn't whether he needed to change anymore. The question was whether he would find the courage to do so before it was too late. But as he drifted off to sleep, his mind already wandering to tomorrow's meetings, the unfinished report, the promotion slipping through his fingers. And somewhere in the back of his mind, a small voice whispered that once he'd secured the promotion, everything would be fine. Chapter 9. Goodness, it's cold tonight. The wind whipped through the gold and crimson leaves, sending them skittering across the sidewalk as Allie paused outside the lonely pen. The crisp air nipped at her cheeks and fingertips as she pulled her jacket tighter, wishing she'd grabbed the fleece jacket instead of the pretty embroidered denim one. Through the storefront windows, warm light spilled onto the sidewalk, illuminating displays of colorful books and autumn-themed decorations, the murmur of conversation and soft classical music drifting through the open door. It was getting dark earlier and earlier, and in another week or so it would be time to turn the clocks back, gaining an hour. Fall back was so much better than spring ahead. It always took Allie a good week or so to adjust to losing an hour in the spring. She smoothed her hands over her favorite burgundy sweater and stepped inside. The warmth enveloped her immediately, along with the buzz of conversation, as locals and tourists mingled among the oak shelves, wineglasses in hand. Francesca had transformed the space, stringing twinkling lights across the exposed beams and turning on floor lamps in the cozy reading nooks tucked into various corners. The scent of coffee grew stronger, mixing with freshly baked cookies arranged on a vintage silver tray near the antique register. "Allie, over here." Francesca waved from behind a display of books by local authors, her auburn hair catching the light. Despite her bright smile, there was a tightness around her eyes that made Allie's stomach clench with recognition. She'd worn that same look too many times herself. The genuine welcome in Francesca's voice helped ease Allie's social anxiety as she weaved through clusters of people, accepting a glass of wine from a server. The selection featured local varieties from the Yadkin Valley and the wineries surrounding Blueberry Hill. Tour buses often brought weekend visitors to explore the wineries as they enjoyed tastings, live music, and local food. "The store looks magical." Allie gestured at the transformed space, noticing how Francesca's gaze kept darting to the back of the store. "It's like stepping into another world entirely." "That's exactly what I was going for." Francesca's green eyes brightened as she straightened a stack of books with beautiful sprayed and stenciled edges, which were all the latest rage among romantasy readers. Books were my escape growing up. I wanted to create that same feeling, a place where people could forget their troubles, even if just for a little while. A shadow crossed her face as she glanced again toward the back of the store. A man stood half-hidden behind a bookshelf, his jaw clenched as he watched them. His presence seemed to dim the warm atmosphere, making Allie's palms dampen as old memories stirred. "That's Trevor," Francesca whispered, her shoulders hunching slightly. "My boyfriend." The way her voice dropped, how she seemed to fold in on herself, Allie recognized the signs all too well, remembering how she used to monitor Jason's moods, always trying to stay one step ahead of his next outburst. If it isn't the flower girl herself. Dane, the owner of Copper Creek Distillery, approached with his characteristic easy smile, breaking the tension. His friend Rich followed, looking like he'd wandered off a California beach despite the mountain chill, his long blonde hair pulled back in a messy bun, a dreamy look on his tanned face. Allie smiled as she pictured Rich picking the clothes up off the floor, sniffing them, then shrugging and putting them on. Not that he smelled or anything, he just looked like he was always thinking of his next surfing trip down at the coast. "How's the greenhouse?" Dane asked, his eyes drifting to Francesca more often than necessary. Trevor's scowl deepened. "Any more epic battles with the kudzu?" Allie laughed, grateful for the lightened mood and the guy's presence. "The goats took care of that problem. Though I'm thinking about getting a couple of my own, along with some chickens and runner ducks." "That's how it starts," Dane warned, chuckling. "First it's 3 chickens. Next thing you know, you've got a hobby farm." He dressed in faded jeans and an ivory sweater that highlighted his good looks, though Allie noticed his attention remained fixed on Francesca. "Speaking of animals," Rich drawled, leaning against a bookshelf. "Remember that bear that broke into the distillery over the summer?" Dane's eyes lit up. "Man, what a mess. Found the place ransacked, and half the cinnamon honey whiskey was gone." "Nah." Rich shook his head, the hole in the elbow of his brown striped sweater matching the one in his jeans. "I still think it was kids trying to make it look like a bear. We didn't see any tracks, and the door was unlocked." "There were definitely tracks," Dane insisted, pulling out his phone. "Look, I took pictures." Rich peered at the phone, then grinned. "If it really was a bear, there would have been a bear party." He nodded sagely. "They'd all be passed out on the floor wearing party hats." The laughter died as Trevor pushed off from the wall and stormed out, letting the door slam behind him. The bell jangled harshly, and several people jumped. Francesca's shoulders sagged with relief. "Want to help me grab more snacks from the back?" she asked Allie, her voice trembling slightly. In the small storage room, surrounded by boxes of books and the musty sweet scent of old paper, Francesca leaned against a shelf. Allie's heart ached, old feelings resurfacing. "I understand completely. My last relationship started that way too. First it was little things like criticizing my clothes, my friends, my hair. Then it escalated. I kept thinking if I could just be perfect enough, do everything right." "How did you find the strength to leave?" Francesca's voice cracked. "I realized I deserved better. Allie squeezed her friend's arm gently. We all do. And you have people here who care about you, people who would help if you let them. Someone called out for more wine, breaking the moment. They loaded up trays with fresh snacks and returned to the party. Behind the counter, Dane had begun pouring samples of his latest whiskey creation. Matthews came by the distillery last week, he mentioned casually as Allie approached. Seemed like a decent guy, not what I expected from all the tabloid stories. The baseball player. Allie kept her voice neutral, though her pulse quickened at the mention of Colton. Yeah? He sampled the whiskeys, asked about the distilling process. Didn't act like some hotshot celebrity. Dane swirled the amber liquid in his glass. Even laughed about the drunk bear story. Rich launched into another surfing tale, but Allie's thoughts drifted to her encounter with Colton by the lake, the way his guard had dropped for just a moment when she hadn't recognized him. Later that night, Allie stood with her mom at the construction site of her tiny house. The framing was up, creating the skeleton of what would soon be her home. Their breath fogged in the cold air as Tara held up a flashlight, illuminating the progress. The well and septic should be installed next week if the weather holds, Allie said, her boots crunching on frost-covered grass. Then they'll start on the roof and flooring. Todd says thanks to the mild weather we've had, everything is right on schedule. Allie ran her hand along one of the newly erected walls, rough wood under her fingertips. It's really happening. You've come so far. Tara wrapped an arm around her shoulders, and Allie leaned into her mom's warmth, remembering nights when she'd thought she'd never find the courage to start over. I'm proud of you, sweetheart. As they walked back to the cottage, Allie's thoughts returned to Colton. Despite the warnings and rumors, she couldn't quite dismiss the glimpses she'd caught of someone different from the tabloid version. Someone who might understand what it meant to rebuild a life from scratch. Allie glanced back at her tiny house in progress, its frame a dark silhouette against the star-studded sky. She was building her own fresh start here in Blueberry Hill, learning to trust her instincts again. Maybe Colton deserved the same chance, to be known for who he was now, not who he'd been before. Maybe that was why she felt drawn to start over here. The mountains held memories of simpler times, when trust came easily and the future seemed full of possibility. The wind picked up, carrying an owl's cry across the lake. Tomorrow would bring more progress on the house, more chances to build the life she wanted. For now, though, Allie was content to let the mystery of Colton Matthews rest, like the autumn leaves gathering at her feet, waiting for the right moment to reveal their true colors. Chapter 10. Blueberry Hill was the kind of place where the biggest traffic jam involved a wandering goat, and Mark Anderson was more than ready to trade in the gridlock of Richmond for the small-town charm. As they wound their way up the mountain road, the crisp air streamed in through the cracked windows, as Jenna smiled and leaned against the window, taking in the landscape as it unfolded in a tapestry of reds, oranges, and golds. Look at those colors, she murmured, her breath fogging the glass as she leaned closer. It's like the whole mountain is glowing. Mark smirked. Maybe they're making their own moonshine. I've heard folks still do that. He adjusted his sunglasses in the mirror, glad he'd decided to bring a coat with him. Jenna gave him a playful swat on the arm. You're impossible. But seriously, every time we turn off the highway, I feel like my blood pressure drops 10 points. No more traffic, no more crowds, just peace and quiet. She sighed, her voice soft with contentment as Blueberry Hill welcomed them once again. Remember when we first drove through here? You grabbed my arm and said, "This is it. This is where we're going to retire." Best decision we ever made, buying this place. Jenna smiled as Mark pulled into their driveway, tires crunching over fallen leaves. Even if that bathroom renovation nearly drove us crazy this summer. She touched up her lipstick in the mirror and stepped out, glad she'd worn boots and jeans as it was going to be cold this weekend. 6 more years, then we can leave the rat race behind for good. Mark squeezed her hand, thinking about Jenna's upcoming 50th birthday. They'd both worked for the same company since graduating college, and would be eligible to retire. They planned to find something part-time, preferably online, to bring a bit of money in until they were ready to fully retire. Next year will come up earlier in the season though, catch the whole show from start to finish. The moment they opened their front door, they knew something was wrong. A blast of cold air hit them. Someone had left the mudroom door wide open. In the kitchen, the refrigerator door hung open, its contents in disarray. Their brand new jar of local honey lay shattered on the floor, a small sticky golden puddle on the tile. Boxes and cans littered the floor around the pantry, and mud had been tracked across the floor as well. Oh my God! Jenna grabbed Mark's arm. Someone broke in. But why take food and leave the electronics? Mark gestured to the huge flat-screen TV they'd bought 2 weekends ago. The crime rate is so low around here. Maybe it was someone passing through? We had just stocked the pantry, fridge and freezer. Jenna wanted to cry as she surveyed the destruction, especially knowing how full the deep freeze was of meat and vegetables. And now it was all gone. Even the lima beans. Call the sheriff while I see what else they destroyed. Sheriff Cooper arrived quickly, notebook in hand. He walked through the house, studying the scene with narrowed eyes. Interesting pattern here. He crouched to examine the sticky honey patch. These marks don't look like typical footprints. What do you mean? Jenna asked. Well, the sheriff scratched his chin. Could be teenagers throwing a party that got out of control. Though most of the damage is concentrated around food storage areas. He paused at the mudroom door. This splintering here, that wasn't. He trailed off, shaking his head. Wasn't what? Mark pressed. We've had similar break-ins lately. Food gone, mess everywhere, but nothing valuable taken. Might be kids. If they left the doors open, they'd be inviting the local wildlife to come on in. Bears are out fattening up for winter. Open door, this would be easy pickings. He closed his notebook with a snap. Do you folks have cameras? No, Mark shook his head. I was planning to install them when we come for Thanksgiving. He scrubbed a hand over his face. Guess I better do it sooner rather than later. As the sheriff headed for the door, he turned back. Oh, and one more thing. You might want to make sure you're locking all your doors and windows. Can't be too careful, even up here. Wouldn't want a bear following after any party crashers, making an even bigger mess. He winked and left them to their cleaning. Later, as Mark and Jenna restored order to their kitchen and mudroom, they discovered a few more puzzling details. Tiny handprints on the windowsill, far too small for a teenager, and what looked suspiciously like claw marks on the doorframe. A bear and a possum, maybe? Mark said, sweeping up a few bits of scattered cereal. At least we'll have a story to tell your sister. Jenna chuckled, but her eyes sparkled with mischief. I think you're more worried about your sister crashing Thanksgiving again. He grinned, shaking his head. I wouldn't put it past her. She does love the mountains. But no, I'm thinking of her grandkids running around like wild turkeys, knocking over everything in sight. Jenna leaned closer, her voice dropping to a playful whisper. You might regret saying that when we're the ones with grandkids one day. Casey said they're trying to get pregnant. He raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise crossing his features before he softened. It would be nice to have a baby in the house. Jenna laughed again, the sound light and carefree. You say that now. Wait until the little angel wakes you up at 3 a.m, crying. Fair enough, he said, standing and stretching. How about we grab a few cold ones from the cooler and sit out on the porch for a while? I'll get the cameras ordered and install them next weekend. As they stepped outside onto the porch, the crisp mountain air wrapped around them, the last hints of daylight painting the sky in soft shades of pink and orange. Jenna took a deep breath, letting the peacefulness of the evening settle over her. She was about to ask him if they should have an alarm installed as well, when a rustling sound came from the edge of the porch. They both froze, eyes darting toward the noise. In the dimming light, the unmistakable silhouette of a raccoon emerged from the bushes, boldly strutting up the steps as if it owned the place. Jenna groaned, shaking her head. "You've got to be kidding me." He burst out laughing, reaching for his phone. "Looks like we know who the tiny handprints belong to." As the raccoon sniffed at the edge of the porch, Jenna couldn't help but laugh, startling the animal, who scampered off into the darkening woods. The porch light flickered on above them, casting a warm glow over the scene as they clinked their bottles together, enjoying the quiet. And in the shadows of the trees the raccoon watched, waiting for its next move. Chapter 11. The bell above the iron spade tinkled softly as Colton stepped inside, the musty scent of old wood and leather mixing with the sharper metallic bite of fishing hooks and tackle lining the walls. The store had an undeniable charm, a relic of a bygone era, with its worn wooden counters and shelves stacked with goods that ranged from local honey to handmade lures. A cooler near the register hummed with the low buzz of old-fashioned glass soda bottles chilling in ice, their bright labels a splash of color against the store's rustic interior. Next to it, another cooler offered an assortment of live bait. He shook his head. Only in a small town. Colton had been in Blueberry Hill long enough now to know the drill. Keep to himself, nod politely to the regulars, and get in and out without lingering. But today, for reasons he couldn't quite explain, he found himself wandering the narrow aisles, eyes drifting over the eclectic mix of items for sale. Fishing gear, jars of preserves, bait, tackle, and even an odd assortment of hand-carved walking sticks. The kind of things he would have passed by without a second thought back in his old life. His old life. He smirked, thinking about how he used to send assistants to do the shopping, how stores like this wouldn't have even registered on his radar. Now, here he was, staring at a wall of fishing rods, wondering if he even remembered how to cast a line. The irony wasn't lost on him. From behind the counter, Milt, the store's owner, gave a friendly grunt of acknowledgement. Milt was in his 60s, with a wiry frame and the kind of perpetual squint that suggested he'd spent most of his life outdoors. His white beard twitched as he chewed the end of a toothpick, eyeing Colton with the casual curiosity he reserved for newcomers who hadn't yet earned their place in town. "Afternoon," the man greeted, tipping his worn-out ball cap. "Needin' anything special today, or are ya just lookin'?" Colton offered a small smile, his hands tucked into the pockets of his jacket. "Just looking, I guess." Milt nodded knowingly, as if Colton's response confirmed something he already suspected. He leaned against the counter, his toothpick shifting from one side of his mouth to the other. "Reckon you're the fella who bought the lake house." Colton's shoulders tensed slightly, but he nodded. "Yeah, that's me." "Figured as much. Ain't too many new folks around here, and that house has been sittin' empty for a spell." Milt's sharp eyes flicked to the row of fishing rods hanging on the wall. "You fish?" Colton shrugged. "Used to. Haven't in a while." Milt's mouth quirked into a grin. "Well, you're in the right place to pick it back up. Good fishin' down by the lake this time of year. Speckled trout for sure." Colton gave a noncommittal nod, moving down the aisle as the man's gaze followed him. He picked up a pack of fishing hooks, turning them over in his hands. The hooks felt foreign but familiar at the same time. He remembered weekends on his dad's boat, back when baseball was just something he played for fun, before it became everything. A flash of memory hit him. Standing in a sleek, air-conditioned sporting goods store, picking out gear for an off-season trip to Cabo, his assistant trailing behind with a clipboard. Back then, he didn't worry about things like grocery shopping or even paying for anything himself. Someone else always handled the details. Now here he was. Alone? In a bait and tackle shop in a town where he was no longer a star. Important. And maybe that was for the best. The door jingled again, and Colton glanced up, half expecting to see another local he didn't recognize. Instead it was Allie, her dark brown hair tied back in a loose ponytail, cheeks flushed pink. She wore a thick gray sweater and jeans, her boots leaving faint traces of dirt on the worn floorboards as she headed straight for the counter. She had that easy, natural confidence that made her fit in anywhere, especially here. "Hey Milt," she greeted the owner with a warm smile. "You still have that raspberry jam Mrs. Collier made?" Milt grunted in confirmation, ducking behind the counter to retrieve the jar. "Best batch she's made in years if you ask me. Swears it's the new fertilizer she's been using." Allie laughed, the sound light and unpretentious, like a breeze carrying through an open window. "Whatever it is, I'll take two." Colton lingered by the fishing gear, pretending to examine a row of lures, but his attention was on Allie. She moved through the store like she was born to be here, like the whole town was a comfortable sweater she could slip into without a second thought. It was a stark contrast to how he felt. Like an outsider, still trying to figure out where he fit in. Allie glanced up then, catching sight of him standing there, awkwardly holding the pack of hooks. Her hazel eyes widened slightly in recognition, and for a moment he braced himself for another cold brush-off like the last time they'd talked. But instead she smiled. A small, tentative smile that softened the air between them. "Hey," she said, her voice friendly but cautious. "Didn't expect to see you here." Colton shifted on his feet, managing a sheepish grin. "Yeah, well, I needed some fishing hooks. Figured I might try my hand at fishing again." Allie raised an eyebrow, clearly amused. "Fishing, huh? Didn't peg you as the type." He shrugged, trying to play it cool. "Used to be. Thought I'd give it another shot. Seems like the thing to do around here." She nodded, her smile widening just enough to make him feel like he wasn't completely screwing this up. "It is? The lake's beautiful this time of year, especially with the leaves changing." Colton chuckled softly, glancing out the window where golden and crimson leaves swirled in the brisk wind. "Yeah, it's something." There was a beat of silence, but it wasn't uncomfortable. For the first time in a long time, he didn't feel the need to fill the space with words. Allie seemed content to just stand there, paying for her jars of jam, the soft chime of the old cash register filling the quiet. "You should go out sometime," Allie said suddenly, her voice light but sincere. "The fishing, I mean. It's peaceful. Good way to clear your head." Colton blinked, taken aback by the invitation. He wasn't used to people offering him anything without an ulterior motive. But Allie's eyes were clear, without any trace of the suspicion or judgment he'd come to expect. "I'd like that," he said quietly, before he could overthink it. Allie finished paying for her things, gathering the jars and burlap sacks into her arms. She hesitated for a moment, glancing at him with a hint of something. Curiosity, maybe? "How's Daisy doing?" she asked. "I haven't seen you out walking her lately." Colton's lips twitched into a genuine smile. "She's good. Still getting used to the place, I think. I've been taking her on the trails early in the morning, when it's quiet. People still make her nervous." Allie smirked, eyes twinkling. "So, you and Daisy. A match made in heaven, huh?" He chuckled, shaking his head. "More like a couple of misfits trying to figure things out." "Well, she seems to have it together," Allie teased. "At least one of you knows how to relax." He grinned for real this time, the tension in his chest easing. "Hey, I'm working on it. She's the one setting the bar too high." Allie's laugh rang out again, and something warm settled in his gut. She paid, thanked Milt, and without another word, turned to leave, the small bell above the door chiming softly as she walked out into the crisp autumn air. Colton watched her disappear, the pack of fishing hooks still clutched in his hand. Something stirred in him. Hope, maybe, or the faintest flicker of belonging. For the first time since arriving in Blueberry Hill, he didn't feel like an imposter. He approached the counter, handing over the hooks. Milt eyed him with that same knowing look, his toothpick shifting as he rang up the sale. "Make sure you don't go fishing for something you can't reel in," the man muttered, sliding Colton's change across the counter. Colton didn't respond, but the words lingered as he stepped out into the cold. The wind picked up, swirling leaves in golden and red hues across the sidewalk, but the chill didn't bother him much today. "Come on, girl," he murmured to Daisy, who had been waiting patiently by the door. She trotted alongside him, her leash loose in his hand as they made their way back to the Range Rover. As he drove home, he couldn't stop thinking about Allie. The way she'd smiled, the way she hadn't looked at him like he was some washed-up celebrity. She hadn't asked about his past, hadn't brought up the things she could have easily found with a quick Google search. He liked that. He liked her. Chapter 12. Would she ever get used to the beauty of dawn painting the mountains in watercolor hues, streaking the sky with ribbons of pink and gold? Frost glittered on the grass like scattered diamonds, and mist rose from the waterfall at the far end of the lake, turning everything into something straight out of a fairy tale. Inside, the scent of chai tea filled the air as Tara pulled on a pair of fuzzy socks and her favorite cardigan, a soft burgundy that matched the trees dotting the hillside. The crunch of tires on gravel announced Will's arrival. Through the kitchen window, Tara watched him emerge from the old truck, thermos in one hand, a paper bag that probably contained his signature cinnamon rolls in the other. The sight of him, tall and steady, a smile on his face, sent a familiar warmth through her chest. Sugar Creek Lane was a long winding road through the woods, off of the main road that led to her house, so there wasn't any noise back this far other than the sound of the gravel as vehicles approached. "You're early," she called from the doorway, wrapping her cardigan tighter against the chilly morning. "Thought we might want to beat the leaf peepers." Will climbed the porch steps, pausing to kiss her. The scent of wood shavings and coffee clung to his flannel shirt and jeans. "It smells good in here." Allie found a recipe for a chai spice blend, so she used a bit of the local honey and made chai tea. "I added extra honey to yours." She handed him a mug as he spread out a trail map on the kitchen table. "Right here." He traced a winding line just off the Blue Ridge Parkway. "There's this waterfall I found a while back. The tourists usually miss it." "How strenuous are we talking?" Tara pursed her lips, thinking about the last easy hike they went on. "Remember, I'm a Florida girl. We're used to flat land." She took a sip of the tea, making a mental note to tell her daughter how good the spice blend was. Maybe she could package it and sell it at Spilled Milk. Allie had been up late agonizing over adorable hinge heads for the doors. Some had bunnies, foxes, and other animals. It was such a small detail, something she probably wouldn't have noticed, but her daughter wanted every inch of her new place to reflect her own tastes, which was something Tara totally understood. "You've been here 6 months. Will's eyes crinkled at the corners. "Pretty sure your Florida card's been revoked." "Tell that to my cold toes." She laughed, tucking her hair behind her ear. Since it was cold, she'd decided to leave it down while they hiked. Will's laugh echoed through the cottage as Tara heard the sound of the shower, telling her Allie was up and about. "Good thing I brought these then." He pulled a pair of thick hiking socks from the bag he'd brought in with him. "Well, they'll keep you warmer than those cute fuzzy ones you're wearing." "You just happen to carry extra socks around?" She took their mugs to the sink and rinsed them out. Allie had run the dishwasher late last night, and not wanting to wake her, Tara had opened it, but hadn't put the dishes away. "I might have planned ahead." He shrugged, looking pleased with himself. "Can't have my favorite hiking partner getting cold feet. Literally or figuratively." The drive along the parkway was slow as the tourists meandered along, soaking up the breathtaking views of nature's finest show. Sugar maples blazed crimson against the morning sky, while hickories scattered golden coins with every breeze. There were a variety of trees, including American beech, yellow birch, maple, dogwood, sourwood, black gum, tulip tree, and sassafras, all putting on a show as the leaves were at their peak. Every overlook bustled with tourists wielding cameras and phones, desperate to capture the ephemeral beauty. "Lord have mercy," Tara muttered as they crept behind yet another rental car. "Do they have to stop at every single vista?" Will downshifted around a hairpin turn, his hand steady on the gear shift. "Now you sound like a local. Next thing you know, you'll be complaining about people from Florida." "I'm from Florida." "Exactly my point." He winked, and something fluttered in her chest that had nothing to do with the altitude. The trailhead parking lot was mercifully empty when they arrived. Fallen leaves carpeted the ground in a patchwork quilt of amber and russet, releasing their sweet, earthy perfume with each step. The trail wound upward through the forest, where towering trees filtered the morning light into dappled patterns across the ground. "See that tree with the silvery bark?" He placed a hand on the small of her back as they navigated a particularly steep section. "Yellow birch. The Native Americans used to make tea from the bark. It's supposed to be good for digestion." "How do you know all this?" As she scraped the leg of her jeans against a rock, Tara was glad she'd decided to wear her old battered pair instead of the new ones with the pretty embroidered leaves. "Emma's dad was a forest ranger." Will looked over at her. His wife, Emma, had died almost 8 years ago from leukemia. "Do you still keep in touch with her parents?" "Not really. A call here and there. They send a card at Christmas." Will held back a branch for her. "It's hard for them. Seeing me reminds them of her, and they still aren't ready to move forward. Our old bedroom hasn't changed since high school." As they hiked, they talked a bit about their pasts, each filling in details. People changed, and Tara knew she'd changed a lot in the time since high school. If she and Will had stayed together back then, Tara didn't think they would have worked out. She'd had too much to figure out about herself. But now she thought she was getting closer to finding herself again, and so far she liked Tara 2.0. They paused to catch their breath on a flat outcropping. Below them, the valley stretched like a painter's canvas, splashed with every warm color imaginable. A red-tailed hawk circled lazily overhead, its cry echoing off the mountainsides. "It's different up here," Tara said softly. "Everything feels clearer somehow." Will's hand found hers, rough calluses against smooth skin. "That's the mountains for you. They have a way of putting things in perspective." They heard the waterfall before they saw it. When they rounded the bend, it appeared suddenly, a 60-foot cascade of white water tumbling over ancient granite. Rainbow-tinged mist drifted up from the base, and the roar filled their ears as they picked their way over the rocks, Will leading her to a flat rock overlooking the falls, pulling a thermos from his backpack. "Coffee?" He poured the steaming liquid into 2 metal cups. "Might help warm you up." "My hero." Tara wrapped her hands around the cup, breathing in the rich aroma. "Though I can think of better ways to stay warm," she teased. "Now you're talking." Will's eyebrows shot up and a slow smile spread across his face. Setting his coffee aside, he pulled her close, wrapping his arms around her as she leaned back against him, the steady beat of his heart anchoring her. Together, they watched the water cascade over the rocks, surrounded by the woods. The moment felt suspended in time, like a leaf caught in a gentle eddy. "I never thought I'd be here," Tara admitted, her voice barely audible above the falls. "A year ago, my whole life was falling apart. And now?" Will's arms tightened slightly. "And now? Now I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be." Back at the cottage, Allie and Mrs. Collier set up their easels by the lake. The water mirrored the vibrant foliage like stained glass, disturbed only by the occasional fish jumping or leaf falling to its surface. A breeze carried the crisp scent of autumn leaves mingled with Mrs. Collier's signature gardenia perfume. Her silver hair gleamed in the afternoon sun as she worked with quick, confident strokes, while Allie, in her oversized paint-splattered shirt, frowned at her canvas, her brush hovering uncertainly. "You're thinking too much again," Mrs. Collier said without looking up. "Art isn't about perfection. It's about truth. What do you see when you look at the lake?" Allie sighed, wiping a smudge of burnt sienna from her cheek. "I see change. The way the colors reflect in the water, how everything's transforming. But when I try to capture that deep red, it comes out looking like a bad Christmas sweater." "Patience." Mrs. Collier mixed colors on her palette with practiced strokes. "Art is like life. You can't force it. You have to let it happen naturally." Speaking of life happening naturally, Allie cast a glance towards the older woman, who had become a close friend. "Sometimes I wonder if I'm doing it all wrong." Everyone else seems to have it figured out. Careers, marriages, babies. And here I am, living with my mom again, talking to plants and making mediocre art. She dabbed at her canvas. And now there's this guy across the lake who makes my stomach flip every time I see him, which is ridiculous because my track record with men is absolutely terrible. Mrs. Collier chuckled, her green eyes sparkling with mischief. And you think the rest of us had perfect relationships? Please. I scared off 3 husbands before I found one worth keeping. Maybe I should skip the whole relationship thing. I'll become the crazy mountain lady with my goats and chickens. Build my little house, paint terrible landscapes, and name all my animals after romance novel characters. Mrs. Collier burst out laughing. Oh honey, being old is the best part of life. No one expects anything from you anymore. You can wear purple from head to toe, say whatever pops into your mind, and everyone chalks it up to wisdom. She adjusted her purple floral apron and winked. Though I wouldn't write off that smoking hot neighbor of yours yet. Sometimes the right person comes along when you stop looking. Allie sat on the dock, leaning back in the Adirondack chair, a glass of apple cider by her feet. She'd put away her easel after Mrs. Collier left for her women's club meeting, but her friend's words still echoed in her mind. Sometimes the best view isn't what's in front of you, but what's waiting around the corner. The crunch of tires on gravel broke through her musings. She'd been so lost in thought, she hadn't heard Will's truck rumbling down the lane as he pulled into the driveway. We're back. Her mom's voice rang out across the yard, followed by Will's deeper tone. We brought something for you. A spot of gold dotted the back of her hand as Allie stood to meet them halfway. What is it? The tarp fell away to reveal a beautifully crafted potting bench as her mom grinned. The wood gleamed with a warm honey finish, and every detail spoke of careful craftsmanship. From the perfectly fitted joints to the handy tool rack along the back. A lower shelf provided ample space for pots, while a clever slatted rack seemed designed for drying herbs or vegetables. You shouldn't have. Allie ran her hand over the smooth wood, feeling the care worked into every inch. This is. I don't know what to say. Her mom opened a drawer. It really is beautiful. Thought you could use it for your flower business. He shrugged, though pleasure shone in his eyes. And that rack there's for all those squash you've been growing. Proper ventilation's important for storage. Impulsively, Allie hugged him, catching both Will and herself by surprise. Thank you. It's perfect. Well, he cleared his throat, clearly touched by her reaction. Just don't let those plants of yours get too spoiled. They'll be expecting fancy furniture next. With a laugh, he and her mom carried the potting bench into the greenhouse, placing it against the far wall. Todd was going to hook up several solar panels for her, so she could try her hand at growing oranges and grapefruit in the greenhouse. As the day mellowed into evening, Allie carried the finished painting into the cottage. Golden hour light streamed through the windows, catching the vibrant colors on the canvas. She held it out to her mother uncertainly. I thought maybe, for the hallway. You'd been saying you wanted something to put above the entry table, where we drop our keys and stuff. Allie watched her mom study the painting, noting how she lingered over the autumn colors and the way the lake stretched across the canvas. She'd worked hard to capture both stillness and movement. The reflection of trees, rippling across the water's surface until the waterfall consumed it all, creating an impressionistic mirror of the world above. It's perfect. Her mom carried it over to the wall, holding it up. What do you think? It's the perfect place. It does look good there. While the painting above the entryway table brought a spot of color to the area, Allie was still uncomfortable seeing her work hanging in the house. Did people who created ever think what they made was good enough? Mrs. Collier says I'm getting better at letting go, not trying to control every brushstroke. Allie traced the edge of the frame. Kind of like life, I guess. Smart woman. Her mom wrapped an arm around her shoulders. How about chili for dinner? Will's cooking. The warm, spicy aroma of chili filled the kitchen as Tara diced onions at the counter. Will stood beside her, browning ground beef in the Dutch oven. Steam rose from the pan, carrying the scent of garlic and cumin through the air. "Secret ingredient time," Will announced, reaching into the bag he'd carried inside and pulling out a small packet of spices. "Oh no, not the mystery blend." Tara bumped his hip with hers. "Last time you added your special mix, I couldn't taste anything else for 2 days. Trust me." His blue eyes crinkled at the corners. "This batch will be perfect. I picked up a jar of cowboy candy, so you and Allie can put as much or as little heat as you want in yours." Drawn by the cooking smells, Allie wandered into the kitchen. "Something smells amazing." She poured a glass of water and went to the cabinets. "Since you're cooking, I'll set the table and do the dishes." Will stirred the meat, adding his spices with a flourish. "A retired chef who used to hunt up around the top of Blueberry Hill gave me the recipe." He laughed. "The chili he made was so spicy, it about singed the hair right out of my nose. And here I thought it might have been a family recipe handed down in hushed tones," Tara said, sliding the chopped onions into the pot. "Mary mentioned the whole town pitches in for Halloween. Apparently, they closed down Main Street for something called Trunk or Treat?" "They do," Allie perked up. "Mrs. Collier mentioned it during our painting session. She said the stores decorate their windows, staying open late, and everyone decorates their cars and hands out candy. The kids go trunk to trunk and store to store instead of door to door." Will nodded, stirring the pot. "Last year, Dane turned his truck bed into a miniature haunted house. Had fog machines and everything. And the local electrician gave out light bulbs filled with candy." They settled around the kitchen table as darkness gathered outside the windows. The chili steamed in the bowls, filling the air with its rich aroma. Cornbread straight from the oven melted on their tongues. There was the jalapeno cowboy candy, sour cream and shredded cheese to put on top of the chili. "So," Allie asked between bites, "are we decorating the house for Halloween?" "Way out here, I don't think you'll get any trick-or-treaters," Will said, looking at Allie's mom. Tara shrugged. "That's okay. We'll enjoy the decorations, and we'll take the candy we were going to hand out and donate it to the town event." "Count me in," Will said. "There will be live music as well. I'll bring the chairs and blankets." Her first Halloween in Blueberry Hill. Allie took another bite of chili as she watched her mom interact with Will. How different she was with him than when she was with Allie's dad. He had pretty much cut off all contact with them, and last Allie had heard, he was dating a dental hygienist in her early 20s. Will was good for her mom, making Allie wonder if her mom might get married again. Chapter 13. "Do you think we've got enough pumpkins?" The deep orange gourds lined the steps, their rich hues a striking contrast against the white-painted wood of the cottage. Some of the pumpkins were carved, their jagged smiles and triangle eyes waiting for night to fall so candles could flicker inside. A few had been painted in black and white checkerboard with gold accents, intricate designs swirling around their curves, adding a creative touch to the display. A gust of wind sent crimson and gold leaves skittering across the front yard as Tara arranged another pumpkin on the steps. This one was one of the heirlooms, with pale blue-green skin and a smooth, almost waxy surface. Next to it, a squat warty gourd sat proudly, its bumpy skin giving it a quirky charm. The morning air was crisp, carrying the sharp scent of wood smoke from a neighbor's chimney. She stepped back, tilting her head as she studied the display. Frost still glittered on the grass in the shadowy places where sunlight hadn't yet reached. "Maybe a few more of the heirloom pumpkins," she mused, eyeing the gaps where the porch railing met the steps. There was always room for a little more fall magic. Perched on the porch railing in her oversized sweater and thick scarf, Allie pursed her lips. "You can never have too many pumpkins," she said as she untangled a faux spiderweb. "But I'm starting to think we're going overboard on the cobwebs." "Nonsense," Will called from the yard next to the long winding drive where he wrestled with the pieces of a giant light-up spider. His familiar flannel shirt stretched across his shoulders as he worked. Halloween without cobwebs is like Christmas without a tree. Tara laughed, the sound carrying across the quiet morning as she draped strands of twinkle lights over the porch railing. Well, if anyone's going to win the most festive yard award, it'll be us. Do they even have awards for that? Allie's hazel eyes sparkled with amusement as she hopped down from the railing, her boots crunching on the fallen leaves. Or are you just making up competitions now? Maybe I am. Tara stepped back to admire their handiwork, wrapping her cardigan tighter against the chill. But look at this place. How could we not win? Will paused in his spider assembly to watch Tara arrange the pumpkins, a soft smile playing at his lips. She caught him looking and raised an eyebrow. What? Nothing, he said, but his eyes were warm. Just thinking how right you look here. Like you've always belonged. The lake shimmered beyond the trees, its surface rippling with the morning breeze. The leaves had faded, falling to the ground and blowing across the lawn, leaving branches bare against the pale blue sky. The waterfall at the far end of the lake sent up a fine mist that made Tara shiver. Happy to be finished, she gathered up empty boxes and decorating supplies, tucking them under her arm to store them in the storage room until Halloween was over. Then they'd put away the overtly Halloween decorations and leave the pumpkins in gourds that they hadn't carved until Thanksgiving. Her daughter already told her not to throw any of the pumpkins away. She wanted to save the seeds for next year, and then she'd put out the pumpkin pieces in the wood for the animals to enjoy. Let me get those. Allie picked up the other 2 empty boxes and followed her mom toward the back of the house, where they'd store them in the newly organized storage room. You know, her daughter said, balancing the boxes on her hip as they walked, I thought I'd be in Milwaukee for years, maybe forever. I never imagined myself in a small mountain town, getting ready to decorate for Halloween. And yet, here we are. I know what you mean, Tara replied, setting the boxes down with a soft thud. She paused, glancing out the window. 6 months ago, I couldn't picture leaving Miami. Thought my life was good. Now, I can't imagine being anywhere else. Even with Dad dating that dental hygienist? Allie asked, and Tara heard the hurt in her tone. Her daughter had heard through Christina that their father was seeing someone younger than both his daughters. She snorted, surprising them both. Honey, your father can date whoever he wants. I'm just grateful I got out when I did. She paused, studying her daughter's face. Are you okay with everything? Honestly. Allie wrapped her arms around herself, more for comfort than warmth. I don't really care anymore. After everything that happened with Jason, I realized some people they never change. Dad included. They exchanged a quick smile before heading to the kitchen. Tara grabbed a pitcher of cider from the fridge, its sides beaded with condensation. How about we take this outside and take a break? Will's probably wondering what we're bringing out for him to put together next. Good idea. I'll grab the glasses. Allie reached up to the cabinet, pulling out 3 mismatched mugs. One from Aunt Frida's collection that had a faded floral pattern, and the others from a local pottery shop. She set them on the counter as her mom poured the cider, the rich scent of apples filling the room. I love cider in the fall, Allie said, taking a sip from her mug and closing her eyes for a moment, savoring the taste. Mugs in hand, they made their way out onto the back patio. Will had already wrapped orange and purple lights around several of the trees and draped them over the bushes. Looks like you're way ahead of us, Tara said, amused as she handed him a glass. He brushed a kiss across her cheek, the stubble rough against her skin. You had the hard part, arranging all those gourds so they don't crush an unsuspecting delivery guy, Will quipped with a grin, raising his cider in a mock toast. I think it's coming together nicely. While Allie and Will chatted about where to hang the ghosts in the trees, Tara watched them. At first, she wasn't sure she wanted another relationship, but she'd grown used to his presence in her life, the way he fit so naturally into her routine. It was nothing like the awkward tension that had surrounded her marriage. Some of the women at the club, she wouldn't call them friends since they'd dumped her as soon as they heard about the divorce, they talked about how hard marriage was, but the thing was, with the right person it wasn't. Sure, she and Will disagreed over things, but they respected each other and talked through anything that came up. "Have you heard from Christina?" Will asked, leaning against the railing beside her, making her blink. "How's she doing with having Ryan living with her?" "She called yesterday," Tara said, her expression softening at the mention of her youngest daughter and the stepson she hadn't yet met. "They're settling in. Ryan's doing well in his college classes, and Christina, she sounds different. More grounded." Allie snorted. "I'd say. Did you know she doesn't even go out clubbing anymore? Says she's too tired." Her daughter shook her head. "Talk about changes." Before Tara could agree, the sound of barking came from the lake. They turned to see Colton rounding the bend in the path, his dog, Daisy, trotting beside him. The former baseball star was dressed casually in jeans and a navy sweater, his dark hair slightly disheveled from the wind. He called out, lifting a hand in greeting as Daisy bounded ahead, tail wagging as she ran up the lawn to greet them. "Hey Daisy," Allie said, bending down to scratch behind the dog's ears. She glanced up at Colton, trying to ignore the way her pulse quickened, and the smile on her mom's face. "You're out and about today." Daisy's internal clock said it was time for a walk, he replied with a smile. He took in the Halloween decorations with obvious amusement. "You guys don't do anything halfway, do you?" "Small towns, big holidays," Tara said with a laugh. "Care to help? We could use another set of hands to put up the dock lights." "Sure, why not?" Colton pushed his sleeves up, the scar still red though it had faded at one end a bit. "Though I should warn you, my decorating skills are pretty much limited to telling someone where to hang my jersey on a wall." "Nothing to it," Will said, gathering up strings of lights. "We just wrap them around the railings." He handed Colton several strands of white lights. No wrong way to do it. As the men headed down to the dock, Daisy settled herself on the patio, under the table, oblivious to the skeletons having a tea party, content to watch the activity. Allie and her mom worked on arranging a collection of glass pumpkins and battery-operated candles on the patio table, mixing them among the old silver plate tea set she'd found at the thrift shop for $5. "So," her mom said quietly, positioning a sparkly orange pumpkin. "He seems nice." She shot her mother a look. "Mom?" "What?" "I'm just saying." Her mom's eyes twinkled. "He's certainly different from what I expected, given all those tabloid stories." "I wouldn't know," Allie lied, thinking about the hours she'd spent Googling him after he'd moved in. "I don't follow baseball." With a snort, her mom leaned down to pet the dog, eyes twinkling. "Right? So that's why his cologne ad in Vogue was in the browser history." Ignoring her mom, Allie folded up a blanket and put it in the chest by the back door. They were perfect for wrapping up in and watching the sunset, or just sitting and looking at the lake. Down at the dock, Colton and Will worked steadily, their conversation carrying across the still morning air. "It must be quite a change," Will said, feeding a string of lights through the railing. "Going from stadium lights to Halloween lights." Colton laughed, but there was an edge to it. "Yeah, well, sometimes a change is exactly what you need." He paused, watching a leaf spiral down to land on the water. "It's different here. Quieter. No cameras, no reporters camping outside your house, no social media experts telling you how to live your life." "Must have been exhausting," Will observed, his tone neutral as Allie sat quietly listening. "You have no idea." Colton wrapped lights around a post, his movements careful despite his large hands. "Everyone wants a piece of you, you know? And after a while, you start to forget which pieces are really yours." The honesty in his voice made her chest tight. She busied herself with arranging fake cobwebs, pretending she wasn't hanging on every word. "Sounds lonely," Will said simply with a glance at her mom. They made a great couple. That was another reason she wanted her own place, so she could give her mom and Will back their space and privacy. Colton nodded, then gestured at the lake. Out here, though? Nobody cares if I pitched a great game in the World Series. The fish don't read tabloids, and the mountains don't care about my batting average or my mishaps. The mountains have a way of putting things in perspective, Will agreed, connecting another string of lights. His phone rang, and while he talked, Allie watched Colton finish the lights before making his way back up to the patio. He stopped beside Allie, close enough that she could smell a subtle hint of the cologne he was wearing. Hey, he said softly. I hope we didn't get off on the wrong foot. Would you maybe want to grab dinner tonight? There's this Mexican place in town I've been wanting to try. Allie's heart did a little flip. She thought about Jason, about all the reasons she should say no, about how she wasn't ready for complications. But when she looked up at him, what she saw in his eyes wasn't the cocky baseball star from the magazines. It was just a man asking her to dinner. Sure, she said, surprising herself. I'd like that. The smile that spread across his face made her stomach flutter. Great. 7 o'clock? 7 works. She turned back to the decorations, hoping her cheeks weren't as pink as they felt. Chapter 14. The Mexican restaurant buzzed with energy and conversation as he held the door for her. Colorful papel picado banners fluttered from the ceiling, and the warm aroma of sizzling fajitas and fresh tortillas filled the air. Their server led them to a booth where Allie sat across from Colton, glad the waitress had put them in a cozy booth near the back. She quickly returned with salsa and chips, took their drink orders, and went to wait on another table. So, he said, reaching for the salsa, what made you choose Blueberry Hill? I mean, after living in Milwaukee. Allie swirled her straw in her water, watching the ice cubes. Would you believe me if I said it wasn't really a choice? More like an escape hatch. His broad shoulders filled out a fitted dark gray Henley that highlighted the strength of his arms. The shirt clung to him in all the right places, and Allie couldn't help but notice how the deep blue of his eyes stood out even more under the dim lighting. He looked casual, but effortlessly put together, the rugged charm of someone who didn't have to try too hard. His dark hair was slightly tousled, as if he'd run his hand through it on the way over. She swallowed, forcing herself to focus on the conversation. Those I understand. He settled back against the worn leather of the booth. In the soft lighting he looked younger, more relaxed than she'd seen him before. My ex, she began, then paused as their server dropped off 2 bottles of beer. He was controlling. The kind who makes you think you're crazy for wanting your own life, your own dreams. She took a sip, relishing the taste. Beer was the perfect accompaniment to Mexican and pizza. It's so cliché. He used to borrow my guy because he'd loaned his to his soon-to-be ex-wife, and he was always late, which made me late to work. I got fired. And to top it all off, I saw him with his ex, and trust me, they were so not over. My mom offered me a place to stay, and here I am. Colton nodded, his expression understanding. Sometimes running away is actually running towards something better. What about you? She asked, adjusting the soft wool scarf around her neck, the one she'd carefully chosen to match her sweater. She'd taken time with her makeup, something she hadn't done since moving to Blueberry Hill. For the first time in what felt like forever, she wanted to look nice for someone. Of all the places you could have gone after, everything. She hesitated, catching herself before saying more about his injury. After my very public crash and burn? And my accident? His smile was self-deprecating. I looked at a map, found the smallest town I could that had good fishing and wasn't right off a big highway, so it was harder to get to, and here I am. He leaned forward, lowering his voice. Want to know a secret? Allie mirrored his position, drawn in by the conspiratorial tone. Always. I didn't even like baseball that much. At her surprised look, he continued, Don't get me wrong, I loved playing. I was really good at it. But the whole lifestyle. The endless parties, the fake relationships set up by publicists, the constant pressure to be on all the time. He shook his head. I reveled in it for a while, let fame go to my head. But in reality, that was never me. Their server, Emma, stopped by with their food. You two coming to trunk or treat? My mom's making her famous caramel apples. Wouldn't miss it, Allie said, eager to see Main Street closed off and decorated, and all the kids running around in their costumes. Great. Oh, and Colton. Emma grinned. Milt asked me to tell you he's got those special lures for you. Says they're guaranteed to catch the big one that got away last week. He groaned good-naturedly. He's never going to let me live that down, is he? After she left, Allie raised an eyebrow. The one that got away? Don't ask, he said, but he was smiling. Let's just say Milt has a way of making sure everyone knows when you mess up on his lake. His lake? According to him, he's been fishing these waters longer than most of us have been alive, so yeah, his lake. Colton's eyes crinkled at the corners. It's kind of nice, actually. Being teased about missing a fish instead of that incident in the World Series. Incident. She finished off the beer and waited. You know I don't follow sports. With a grimace, he leaned back slightly as he continued. There was this guy on the opposing team. We were rivals, pretty intense. He had this way of crowding the plate, practically daring me to hit him. I tried pitching inside a few times, but he wouldn't budge. So that night, I decided enough was enough. I threw one right at him, hit him square in the side. Colton gave a small chuckle, shaking his head. He glared at me like I'd just stolen his lunch. The whole stadium erupted. Benches cleared, everyone was ready to throw down. But that's how it was between us. It wasn't just about the game, it was personal. He paused, glancing at a family who had entered the restaurant, their two boys glued to their electronic devices. Funny, though. After the game, I ran into him at a bar. We both acted like nothing had happened. Guess it was easier to keep the rivalry on the field. Excuse me, a voice interrupted. They looked up to find a man hovering at their table, phone in hand, practically vibrating with excitement. I'm so sorry to interrupt, but aren't you Colton Matthews? The Colton Matthews? Allie watched as Colton's easy expression shifted, a practiced smile sliding into place. That's me. Man, I was at that World Series game. You know, the one where? The fan's enthusiasm faltered as he registered Colton's tightening jaw. Could I maybe get a quick picture? Sure, Colton agreed, his voice polite but strained. He stood for the photo, and Allie noticed how his shoulders tensed, how his smile didn't quite reach his eyes. After the fan left, Colton slumped back in his seat. Sorry about that. Don't be, she said softly. Must be hard, having your past follow you everywhere. Yeah? He pushed a bit of food around on his plate. The thing is, most people think they know me because they read about me online or saw me play. But that person? That wasn't really me. It was this character I was supposed to be. The bad boy of baseball, Allie said, remembering the headline she'd read. Right? He laughed without humor. The funny thing is, half those stories weren't even true. That thing with the pop star? Complete publicity stunt. At least, it started that way. But it became real? Allie asked, noting the flash of pain in his eyes. I thought it did. Turns out, when everyone around you is playing a role, it's hard to tell what's real and what's just another performance. He met her eyes. That's what I like about this place. About you. It's real. Later, as they sat in his Range Rover outside her mom's cottage, the quiet hum of the engine barely audible, Allie looked up at the moon, glad he had heated seats. Through the windshield, the soft glow of the porch light flickered, casting long shadows across the driveway. She could smell the faint scent of pine and Colton's cologne as they talked. Colton shifted, his broad shoulders brushing against the edge of the leather seat. He turned, blue eyes catching the dim light, and for a moment everything else seemed to fall away. The world outside was distant, as if it was just the two of them in this small, intimate bubble. "I had a really good time tonight," he said, his voice low and unhurried, as if he was savoring the words. The thudding in her chest made Allie take a breath. "Me too," she said, voice barely above a whisper. The space between them felt smaller than it had a moment ago, the air thick with anticipation. He leaned across slowly, giving her time to pull away if she wanted to. Her breath hitched, and for a brief second her mind raced, tangled in thoughts of what this moment could mean. Could she let herself fall for him? Could she open that part of herself again? But before his lips could find hers, she gently placed a hand on his chest, feeling the steady beat of his heart beneath her fingertips. "Colton." The word was soft but firm, a tether pulling them back from the edge. He stopped instantly, his brow furrowing as concern clouded his features. "Sorry," he said, pulling back, his voice tight. "I shouldn't have." "It's not that," she interrupted, shaking her head slightly, trying to find the right words. "I like you. I do. But I need to take things slow. Really slow." She looked down at her hand, still resting against his chest, before pulling it away, her fingers tingling from the warmth of his skin. For a moment he was silent, and in that space her mind filled with doubt. Had she ruined it? Was he going to pull away now, too? The last thing she wanted was to push him away, but she also couldn't dive into something without knowing if she was ready. If she was picking yet another guy who would be bad for her, after all, her track record with men spoke for itself. But his expression softened, and a slow, genuine smile spread across his face, one that reached his eyes and crinkled the corners. "Slow," he repeated, as if testing the word on his tongue. "I can do slow." His voice was steady, reassuring. Relief washed over her. "Good. I'd like that," she said softly, meeting his gaze again. He reached over, his hand brushing hers, and for a moment neither of them spoke. The silence between them wasn't heavy or awkward, it was comfortable, peaceful. Outside, a gust of wind rustled the leaves, sending a soft flurry of them across the lawn, but inside the car everything was still. "Allie," he said quietly, his voice dipping into that low, familiar tone that always seemed to calm her nerves. "I'm not in a rush. I've got time. We've got time." She smiled, a small, grateful smile, feeling the weight of her past start to lift just a little. For the first time in a long time, she believed it. Relief flooded through her. She gathered her purse and opened the door, the cool night air rushing in. "Good night, Colton." As she walked to her door, her phone buzzed in her pocket. Pulling it out, she saw a text from him. "Thanks for being honest. And for giving me a chance to be real. Want to go to the trunk or treat event with me on Halloween?" Allie smiled, typing her reply. "Only if you promise to help me hand out candy. No autographs allowed." The reply came right away. "Deal." Inside, she leaned against the door, her heart light. Through the window, she could see the Halloween lights twinkling in the yard, reflecting off the lake like earthbound stars. The giant spider cast dancing shadows on the lawn, and a cool breeze stirred the cobwebs on the porch. Somewhere in the distance came the lonely call of an owl. She thought about her tiny house plans, about the garden she'd planned in spring, about all the possibilities that stretched out before her like the star-filled sky. Sometimes, she realized, the best things in life come when you're not looking for them. And sometimes, running away from something leads you exactly where you're supposed to be. Upstairs, she could hear her mom moving around, probably getting ready for bed. The cottage creaked and settled around her, familiar now in a way she never expected it to be. Her phone buzzed one more time. Sweet dreams, flower girl. Chapter 15. Sheriff Bo Cooper rubbed his temples as he took yet another call about a food theft. This time, Mrs. Henderson was practically shouting into the phone about how a raccoon had darted between her legs as she and her daughter carried in the groceries, making off with an entire family-size bag of chips right from the back seat of their Suburban. "And I swear, Sheriff, that there was another one watching from behind the Andersons' rhododendrons." He promised to look into it, though Bo knew the culprits would be long gone. These break-ins had become the talk of Blueberry Hill, with each new incident adding to the local legend. The phone had barely settled in its cradle when Deputy Mills stuck her head through his office door, eyes dancing with barely contained laughter. "Sheriff, you're gonna want to see this." The security footage from Elijah's campground down by the river just came in. Bo followed her to the computer, where grainy black and white footage showed a raccoon jimmying open the back door of a shed that wasn't closed properly. But what made his jaw drop was the sight of a small black bear ambling up behind it, as casual as you please, like they were partners in crime. "Well, I'll be damned," he muttered, watching as the unlikely duo made their way into the shed, feasting on fish hung up to smoke. "Looks like our little bandit's got himself a bigger accomplice." "Should we put out an APB?" Deputy Mills quipped. "Be on the lookout for one masked suspect, approximately 18 inches tall, last seen in the company of a 200-pound associate?" Bo couldn't help but chuckle. "At this rate, we might need to set up a neighborhood watch. Though I'm not sure who'd volunteer to confront that particular crime syndicate." The footage continued playing, showing the raccoon expertly opening a chest freezer while the bear helped itself to the contents. It would have been impressive if it wasn't so concerning. "You know," he sighed, "I never thought I'd say this, but I almost miss dealing with regular thieves and illegal moonshiners. At least they don't have fur and claws." Colton flexed his arm, wincing as pain shot through his elbow, a stark reminder of his failed attempt at chopping wood earlier. Back in his baseball days, he'd had people to handle mundane tasks. Personal assistants, groundskeepers, maintenance staff. An entire army of unseen helpers that had insulated him from regular life. Of course they weren't chopping wood, but they did everything else for him. Now here he was, leaning against his Range Rover on a dead-end street, where the soft glow of porch lights cast long shadows across the one-street neighborhood. Fingers drumming against the cold metal of the door, he frowned at the nervous tell, forcing himself to clench his fist. Looked like he'd either have to swallow his pride and have wood delivered for the big fireplace in the great room, or ask Will for help. Will didn't seem like the judgmental type. He probably wouldn't go around town telling everyone that big shot Colton Matthews couldn't even chop his own wood. Daisy, his lab mix, sat calmly beside him, her ears twitching as she watched the table where Todd and Mary were already setting up an enticing array of food for the night's stakeout. The shelter dog he'd adopted had been his only real company lately. But at least she was loyal, quiet, and not one to judge. He gave her a quick scratch behind the ears, earning him a soft wag of her tail. When he'd posted a picture to social media of Daisy rolling around in the grass at the edge of the lake, Savannah, his ex, had liked the photo, making him wonder what she was up to. The tour was over, so she was probably relaxing on a beach somewhere warm. That woman didn't do anything without some kind of hidden agenda. "You ready for this, girl?" he murmured more to himself than Daisy. He wasn't sure if either of them were. The crunch of tires on asphalt made his heart skip, and he straightened, trying not to look as nervous as he felt. Allie's car pulled up beside him, the headlights cutting through the evening mist before going dark. A gust of wind tugged at the strands of her dark hair that had escaped beneath her knitted hat as she stepped out, her cheeks flushed. Her athletic frame was wrapped in a thick wool coat, and her hazel eyes caught the light from the lantern on the table as she approached. This wasn't like preparing for a big game, or facing down reporters. This was scarier somehow. More real. For a moment, Colton was struck by how much she seemed to belong here. More than he ever would. She moved with an easy confidence, like someone who knew exactly who she was and where she was going. It made his stomach do a strange flip. She treated him like just another guy. It was refreshing and terrifying all at once. "Is this your idea of a date?" Allie crouched down to give Daisy a quick pat. "Raccoon stakeouts?" Colton shrugged, his mouth quirking into a half smile. "What can I say? I know how to show a girl a good time." Allie stood up, holding out a bag with a grin. "Well, I brought snacks." But if the bear shows up, you better hope you're faster than me. He chuckled, the tension in his shoulders easing a little. Sheriff Cooper said they have a real taste for the finer junk food. He smirked at her. I know I'm faster than you. In fact, tomorrow we'll race around the lake. Winner picks the next date. Allie laughed, the sound light and genuine. Deal. Talk about refreshing. She was so beautiful, and didn't even know it. The laugh came from deep within her, a laugh he hadn't heard from her in those first few awkward conversations. Back then she'd kept her distance, like she didn't quite trust him. Probably because she'd Googled him, and read all about the mess he'd made of his life. Yet here she was. All right, she said, glancing toward the group gathered around the heavily laden table. Lead on, Mr. Stakeout. Colton nodded, and led her over to where Mary was setting up the cocoa station for all of them. The group had already settled in. Todd was still fussing with a chair, while Sally arranged cookies on a paper plate. The scene was so far removed from the high-end events and exclusive gatherings he used to attend, but somehow, he was having more fun than he'd had in a long time. A couple of people watched him, but for the most part, the town had decided to accept him and didn't pry, well, not too much. Once everyone had a cup of cocoa and a snack, they all went to their vehicles, where they were supposed to keep an eye out for the raccoon and bear. If they saw either one, they were to call the sheriff on the walkie-talkie he'd given everyone, but not to get out of their vehicles under any circumstances. Then the wildlife officer would dart them and relocate them away from town. He paused, nerves jangling. Want to join me? He gestured to his vehicle. I'll turn on the heated seats for you. With a grin, she followed him to the Range Rover. So, this is what you do for fun now? Allie asked, her tone teasing as she peered out the windshield. Stakeouts and raccoons. Colton shrugged, glancing at her sideways. It's a little different from how I used to spend my nights. Yeah, I read about that. Her words were casual, but they landed like stones in his stomach. She knew about the tabloid stories, the high-profile relationships, the public breakdown after his injury. The old Colton, who lived for the headlines and the attention. He kept his eyes on the dark silhouette of the trees, as if the shadows might somehow absorb the weight of his words. None of that really matters anymore, he said, the admission tasting bitter on his tongue. I'm trying to leave it behind. Allie didn't respond right away. When she finally spoke, her voice was soft. Me too, she said, her words barely above a whisper. I'm starting over too. A few minutes later, Todd's voice came over the walkie-talkie. Hold up, he said. I think I see something. They were all sitting in their vehicles for safety. Colton leaned forward, not sure if his heart was racing at the prospect of seeing a wild bear up close and personal, or if it was being here with Allie. Look to the right of the table, Sally said, her voice barely above a whisper, trying to stifle her amusement. Before anyone could even breathe a sigh of relief at spotting the raccoon, a massive dark shape lumbered into view. A black bear, its eyes gleaming as it ambled toward the table. The raccoon didn't hesitate, not even a glance toward the bear, as it continued its raid on the snacks. They're a team, Todd muttered. Allie snickered, her breath fogging up the side window. A bear and a raccoon? That's next-level teamwork. Before the wildlife office could take a shot with the tranquilizer gun, the raccoon went up on its hind legs, sniffing the air. Then it turned to the bear, chittering, and the two grabbed food and scattered into the woods. As the laughter died down, Allie turned to Colton, her expression thoughtful. You know, you're not what I expected. He shifted in his seat. What did you expect? He asked, genuinely curious. She hesitated, her eyes searching his face. Honestly, I guess I thought you'd be more full of yourself. You know, with the whole bad boy athlete thing. Yeah, I earned that reputation. But it's not who I want to be anymore. He pulled the baseball cap down lower, not sure he wanted to see what she was thinking. Allie studied him for a moment, her gaze softening. I get that. People always think they know who you are based on the past. But you can change if you want to. They sat in silence for a moment, the night pressing in around them. Daisy let out a soft snore from the back seat, her head resting on the pillow he'd put in the back for her. It was a simple moment, but it felt significant, like Allie was starting to see him for who he was now, not just the guy from the covers of magazines. Then she burst out laughing, startling Daisy, who let out a soft woof. I think it was your cologne that scared them off. Maybe they recognized you from those sultry ads in Vogue. Colton smirked, his bad boy persona slipping out for a moment. Yeah? Did you cut those pages out and hang them on your wall? Please. I was more into the free perfume samples. She shifted in her seat. You know, I wasn't sure if you'd say yes to this tonight, he admitted, his voice quieter. Allie shrugged, a teasing glint in her eyes. I wasn't sure either. But I'm glad I did. They lingered for a moment longer, the tension between them shifting, becoming something warmer. As the others began to drive off, Colton hesitated. He didn't want the night to end. His fingers drummed against the steering wheel as he watched her reach for her door handle. The words tumbled out before he could stop them. Maybe we could, his phone buzzed, interrupting the moment. The coach's name flashed across the screen and his stomach dropped. Chapter 16. Orange and purple lights twinkled along Main Street, casting a magical glow over Blueberry Hill's annual trunk or treat celebration. Purple, green, white, and orange pole mount decorations, featuring illuminated witches, cauldrons, ghosts, and pumpkins had been attached to the lampposts. Carved pumpkins lined the sidewalks, the flickering faces creating eerie shadows on the brick storefronts. The crisp October air carried the scents of sugar, caramel apples, and hot cocoa. Allie stood near Mary's elaborately decorated van, arranging king-sized candy bars in a massive spider-shaped basket. Dried corn stalks rustled in the evening breeze, and paper ghosts bobbed from the nearby trees. A group of children darted past, superhero capes fluttering, their excited squeals echoing off the historic buildings. Sugar rush incoming, Mary said, adjusting her pointed witch's hat. She'd gone all out this year, with a flowing black dress covered in silver stars and a cauldron bubbling with dry ice. Though I noticed you keep checking the street instead of watching the candy bowl. Just making sure everything's running smoothly, Allie replied, tugging her knitted hat lower against the autumn chill. But she continued to scan the growing crowd, searching for a familiar face. Her breath caught when she spotted him. Colton walked toward them, his tall frame easy to pick out among the costumed families. Daisy trotted beside him, tail wagging beneath her pumpkin costume. The sight of the dignified lab mix, dressed as a giant orange gourd, made Allie smile, despite her lingering uncertainty about their unfinished conversation from the night before. He'd called her this morning to ask if they could meet at the event instead of driving together, as he had a couple of calls scheduled. Someone's not happy with her costume choice, Colton said as they approached, nodding toward Daisy's slightly sulky expression. But she looks adorable, Allie countered, crouching to scratch behind Daisy's ears. The dog's tail picked up speed, thumping against Colton's leg. Mary busied herself with her cauldron, but Allie caught the knowing look she shot between them before drifting away to greet more trick-or-treaters. The awkward silence that followed felt heavy with words unsaid. Around them, the celebration continued as children compared candy hauls, parents snapped photos, and the distant strains of Monster Mash floated from the band set up on the stage at the end of the street. About last night, Colton started, his voice low enough that only Allie could hear. The phone call. You don't have to explain, she interrupted quickly, heart racing. She wasn't sure she wanted to hear what he had to say, wasn't ready to face the possibility that he might leave just when she was starting to let her guard down. I want to, Colton insisted, guiding them away from Mary's van. They fell into step together, walking past creatively decorated car trunks. One was transformed into a pirate ship, complete with a fog machine, creating an eerie mist. The local EMS had set up a miniature graveyard, with tombstones bearing silly puns. It was my old coach, he continued, hands stuffed in his jacket pockets. There's a minor league team in Montana. They're looking for an assistant coach, and he recommended me for the position. Allie's stomach clenched. She focused on a nearby group of kids trading candy, trying to keep her expression neutral. That sounds like a great opportunity. Maybe. Colton ran a hand through his hair, a gesture she'd come to recognize as a sign of internal struggle. But I came here to figure things out, to start over. Going back to baseball, even as a coach. He trailed off, watching as Daisy accepted gentle pets from a tiny fairy princess. But it's what you know, Allie finished for him, understanding flooding through her. It's familiar territory. A cool breeze rustled the autumn leaves overhead, sending a few spiraling down around them. They passed Francesca's trunk, decorated to look like a magical library, complete with floating books and twinkling lights. She waved enthusiastically, her witch's hat askew. "Hey Colton." Todd called out from his lumberjack-themed station. "Save me some of that apple cider for the bonfire later." "Will do," Colton replied, a genuine smile spreading across his face. Allie watched the exchange, fighting the warmth that spread through her chest at his easy interaction with the townspeople. She'd seen firsthand how he'd changed since arriving in Blueberry Hill, but experience had taught her that change wasn't always permanent. "They've really taken to you here," she said carefully. "It's different," he admitted. "In my old life, everyone wanted something from me. Here," he gestured to the scene around them. "Here I'm just me." The sincerity in his voice made her heart flutter, but she tamped down the feeling. She'd been down this road before, believing in someone who seemed changed, only to watch them revert to old patterns. Before she could respond, Colton's phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen and his jaw tightened visibly. Allie caught a glimpse of the name. Savannah. "Everything okay?" Allie asked, though the knot in her stomach told her it wasn't. She'd read about Savannah in the articles about Colton's past. The pop star ex-girlfriend, the tabloid drama, the very public breakup. "Yeah," he said too quickly, shoving the phone back in his pocket. "Nothing important." They reached the town square where a bonfire crackled, sending sparks dancing into the darkening sky. Families gathered around it, roasting marshmallows and sharing ghost stories. The flames cast a warm glow over faces both familiar and new, as Mary stirred her cauldron of candy. Todd passed out hot apple cider, while children compared their hauls while parents chatted nearby. Daisy's pumpkin costume had slipped sideways, but she seemed content now, watching the fire with peaceful eyes. A light breeze carried the scent of burning wood and sweet treats, mixing with the earthier smells of autumn. "I like who I am here," Colton said suddenly, his voice barely audible above the crackling flames. "Without the pressure, without the spotlight. Just me." Allie studied his profile in the firelight, noting the tension in his jaw, the way his fingers fidgeted with the phone in his pocket. "Even without baseball?" "I don't know," he admitted. "It's been such a big part of my life for so long. I'm trying to figure things out." The fire popped loudly, sending a shower of sparks spiraling upward. A chorus of oohs rose from the children watching nearby. In that moment, Allie saw clearly how far they had both come. Her from a relationship that had left her doubting herself, him from a life that had nearly consumed him. "I'm not sure whether or not I'll take the coaching job," Colton continued, voice steady despite the vulnerability in his eyes. "But I can promise this isn't about escaping anymore. Whatever I decide, it won't be about running away." Allie nodded slowly, letting his words sink in. Around them, the Halloween festivities continued with children laughing, candy being shared, stories being told. The simple magic of small-town life that had drawn them both here, offering a chance to start over. "One day at a time," she suggested softly. "One day at a time," he agreed, reaching for her hand. Their fingers intertwined as they watched the fire, its warmth matching the growing hope in Allie's chest. Daisy settled at their feet, her pumpkin costume now completely askew, but her presence a steady comfort. Above them, stars began to appear in the clear autumn sky, and somewhere in the distance, a child's delighted squeal pierced the night. They stood there together, surrounded by the warmth of community and the promise of something new, both choosing to stay despite the uncertainties ahead. In that moment, among the Halloween magic of Blueberry Hill, it felt like enough. Chapter 17. Emily sat cross-legged on the plush carpet of the nursery, surrounded by tiny clothes in soft pinks and purples. The room should have been perfect with its custom wallpaper featuring delicate woodland creatures, a hand-carved rocking chair, and a crystal chandelier that cast rainbow prisms across the walls. But like everything else in their showcase of a house, it felt more like a magazine spread than a home. It had been another restless night. She rubbed at a spot on her lower back. The baby had been active, doing what felt like gymnastics whenever she tried to sleep. Now, at almost 26 weeks, their daughter made her presence known constantly. Emily touched her growing belly, smiling as she felt another flutter of movement. The loose board in the hallway creaked, footsteps growing closer. Evan appeared in the doorway, his expensive shirt wrinkled from falling asleep in his office chair again. Dark circles shadowed his eyes, and his 5 o'clock shadow had grown past sophisticated and into unkempt. The sight of him, disheveled and distant, made her throat tight with unshed tears. "You're up early." He hesitated at the threshold, as though invisible barriers kept him from entering. "Couldn't sleep." She folded a tiny white sweater with a rosebud at the collar, adding it to the neat pile beside her. The wool was butter-soft, a gift from her mother-in-law. "You should have woken me. I would have made you a cup of tea or something." The words hung hollow between them. How could she wake him when he'd taken to sleeping in the guest room? He claimed it was to avoid disturbing her when he worked late, but they both knew it was more than that. "How was work?" she asked instead, smoothing invisible wrinkles from a onesie patterned with blue and green stars. "Fine." He rolled down the sleeves of his dress shirt. "Big meeting today? I should get ready." Emily watched him retreat, remembering when they used to share everything. Now their conversations felt like scripts, each playing assigned roles in a production neither of them had signed up for. In the kitchen, rain streamed down the floor-to-ceiling windows as she pushed the organic eggs around her plate, while Evan scrolled through emails on his phone, the blue light reflecting off his glasses. Lately she'd been craving hot sauce on everything, much to her husband's disgust. "I've been thinking about Blueberry Hill again." The words came out softer than she'd intended, nearly lost beneath the hum of the Viking refrigerator and the endless rain. His fingers stilled on the screen. "We've talked about this." "No, you dismissed it." "There's a difference." She set her fork down, the sterling silver clinking against bone china. "The shooting at the grocery store was 3 blocks from here. 3 blocks from where our daughter will grow up. That could happen anywhere. But it doesn't. Not in Blueberry Hill. Not where your mom lives." She pressed her palms against the cool marble countertop. "When was the last time you heard about a mass shooting in a small mountain town?" Evan's phone buzzed, the screen lighting up with Stan's name. He glanced at it, then back at her, guilt and ambition warring in his expression. "Once I get the VP position, we can buy a vacation house there. Visit whenever you want. The bonus alone would—" "That's not—" Emily stopped as he answered the phone, walking away mid-conversation. His voice faded down the hallway, leaving her alone with cooling eggs and the endless Seattle rain. The coffee shop windows steamed against the autumn chill, the scent of espresso and pastries a stark contrast to the sterile perfection of Emily's kitchen. She sat across from Beth in their usual corner, cradling a cup of caffeine-free chai between her hands. Outside, umbrellas bobbed past like dark mushrooms, their owners hurrying between the steel and glass towers that defined downtown Seattle. "He doesn't get it." Emily blinked back tears, grateful for the relative privacy their corner table provided. "All he sees are dollar signs and career advancement. It's like he's turning into his father, Harry." Her hand drifted protectively to her belly. I can't stop thinking about what happened last time. The doctor says everything's perfect with this pregnancy, but after losing the first baby. She took a shaky breath. What if something happens again? I need him here with me, not working 60-hour weeks chasing some promotion. The baby is fine. It's the stress. Beth reached across the worn wooden table, squeezing her hand. Unlike Emily's other friends who drifted away after marriage, Beth had stuck around through everything. What do you want? I want my baby to grow up somewhere safe. Somewhere with community, where people know each other's names. Emily rubbed her belly, feeling the now familiar flutter of movement. I want morning walks and farmers markets, not security systems and metal detectors at preschool. A barista called out drink orders over the whir of machines while she gathered her thoughts. When we visited my mother-in-law this summer, I saw kids riding their bikes to school. Actually riding their bikes, Beth. No security guards, no metal detectors, just kids being kids. Then maybe it's time to choose that, Beth said gently, her voice carrying years of friendship and understanding. With or without Evan. The words hung between them, as Emily stirred her cooling tea. I don't want to end up like Tara, starting over in my 50s because I ignored the warning signs. Across town, Evan stared through the office window at Mitch's empty desk, now cleared of family photos and the silly stress ball collection that used to make everyone laugh. The rain painted rivulets down the glass, distorting the Seattle skyline into a gray blur. Another round of layoffs loomed, whispered about in break rooms and behind closed doors. Stan had been distant lately, canceling their weekly meetings with vague excuses about scheduling conflicts. The same Stan who used to invite Evan to impromptu strategy sessions over coffee now barely made eye contact in the hallways. Did you see the numbers from last quarter? Evan turned to find Rich from accounting hovering in his doorway, a stack of papers clutched to his chest. Rich, who'd started as an intern the same year as Evan, looked uncomfortable, shifting his weight from foot to foot. Not yet. Stan hasn't sent them. Rich's expression shifted, pity replacing discomfort. He sent them this morning. To everyone. Evan's stomach dropped as he quickly checked his email. Nothing. He'd been left out of the email chain. Again. Just like the budget meeting last week, and the client presentation before that. Thanks. Evan forced a smile he didn't feel. Must have gotten lost in the shuffle. Rich lingered for a moment, as if wanting to say more, then nodded and disappeared down the hallway. Through the glass walls of his office, Evan watched the other employees huddled in small groups, their voices too low to hear, but their concerned glances saying everything. He pulled up the company directory, scrolling through recent changes. 3 more names had disappeared since yesterday. The same pattern that had started 2 months ago. People vanishing from the directory with no announcement, no goodbye party, just empty desks and quiet whispers. His phone buzzed with a text from his wife. The ultrasound photo showed a tiny hand, delicate fingers already formed. Their daughter. He'd missed another appointment. That evening, the house echoed with the kind of silence that comes from 2 people carefully avoiding each other. Emily moved through the kitchen, the smell of oregano and tomatoes filling the space as she stirred the pasta sauce her mother-in-law had taught her to make. She'd hoped the familiar recipe might coax her husband from his office, but the door remained closed, his voice a low murmur as he continued working. Lightning flashed outside, followed by a rumble of thunder that made the windows rattle. The storm matched her mood, dark and turbulent. She turned off the burner, covered the untouched sauce, and walked down the hallway to his office. The door was ajar, spilling yellow light across the Brazilian cherry hardwood floors. Evan had fallen asleep at his desk, laptop still glowing with unfinished reports. Papers were scattered across the surface, some bearing coffee rings, others crumpled at the edges. The doctor's appointment reminder she'd left on his calendar remained unread, the tab still open on his second monitor. Their daughter's heartbeat had been strong, the doctor said. Not that he had been there to hear it. A post-it note caught her eye, Stan's name and number scrawled in Evan's usually neat handwriting, now rushed and desperate. Beside it lay a printout of job listings. All high-level positions at other companies. The sight made her chest tight. He hadn't even mentioned looking for other jobs. Evan? She touched his shoulder gently, feeling the tension in his muscles even in sleep. He startled awake, papers sticking to his cheek where he'd been drooling slightly. For a moment he looked young and vulnerable, reminding her of the man she'd fallen in love with. Then awareness returned to his eyes, along with the haunted look he'd worn for months. What time is it? Late. She stepped back, arms crossed protectively over her belly. You missed the appointment. What appointment? Thunder crashed outside, punctuating the silence that followed. The ultrasound. Her voice came out steadier than she felt. I sent you a picture. His face fell, the weight of missed moments finally registering. I'm so sorry. I got caught up in work. You got caught up in work. She turned away, unable to look at him. That's all you ever get caught up in anymore. Rain lashed against the windows as he stood, chair rolling back against the wall. This promotion could set us up for life. Give our daughter everything she could ever want. Except a father who's present. Emily paused in the doorway, one hand resting on her stomach where their daughter kicked steadily, as if sensing the tension. That isn't the life I want, and I thought after the way your father was, that you didn't either. It's different, he protested, but his voice lacked conviction. Is it? She gestured to the job listings on his desk. You're not even telling me about looking for other jobs. We used to share everything. I'm trying to protect you. No. She shook her head, tears finally spilling over. You're trying to protect yourself. Your image. Your career. She took a deep breath, steadying herself. But I won't let our daughter grow up thinking this is normal. Thinking it's okay to be second place to spreadsheets and meetings. Emily. I'm going to bed. She cut him off, exhaustion seeping into her bones. There's sauce on the stove if you're hungry. Though it's probably cold by now, like everything else. Chapter 18. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead as Allie pushed her cart through the big box store outside of town. After Will regaled them with horror stories of the road down the mountain closing in the winter due to snow and ice, she'd made the drive to stock up on supplies. After the pandemic, she was paranoid about running out of hand soap and toilet paper. These stores were always busy, people coming and going, carts piled high. She was halfway through her list when a sharp argument cut through the ambient noise, followed by a yelp. Allie rounded the corner and froze. Francesca stood near a display of men's jackets, her boyfriend looming over her. His fingers wrapped around her wrist, leaving angry red marks on her pale skin. Francesca? Allie's voice came out stronger than she expected. The couple jerked apart. Francesca's eyes darted between Allie and her boyfriend, her face flushed with embarrassment. We were just discussing the menu for Thanksgiving, Trevor cut in smoothly, his smile never reaching his eyes. By hurting her? Allie moved closer, positioning herself between them. Mind your business, he snapped, taking a step forward. Francesca is my friend. That makes it my business. She stood her ground, though her heart raced. Are you okay? Francesca rubbed her wrist, tears welling in her eyes. I'm fine, she whispered, but her voice trembled. You don't look fine. Allie pulled out her phone. Should I call someone? Trevor backed away, hands raised. This is ridiculous. I'll be in the car. He stormed off, leaving a wake of tension behind him. Once he disappeared, Francesca's composure crumbled. I'm so embarrassed, she whispered, wrapping her arms around herself. Don't be, she said gently. But please let me drive you home. In the safety of Allie's car, 80s rock playing on the radio, Francesca finally spoke. I keep thinking I can fix things, make them better somehow. I thought that too once, Allie said quietly. But some things aren't ours to fix. Francesca stared out the window at the passing trees, their branches bare, the sky gray and gloomy. I don't know who I am anymore. You're still you, Allie assured her. You're still the woman who created a sanctuary out of a bookstore, who brings people together, who makes everyone feel welcome. He doesn't get to take that away from you. But Allie knew you couldn't force someone to do something, and sometimes in a toxic relationship, you'd been in it for so long that it seemed normal. All she could do was make sure Francesca knew she had a safe place with Allie, friends that would help her. The rest was up to her friend. Miles away in Miami, Christina stood at the door to Patty's home, her heart heavy. The familiar scent of chocolate chip cookies wafted through the air, a bittersweet reminder of countless afternoons spent here during her childhood. Christina, sweetheart. Her mom's closest friend stood there as her face lit up with recognition. Come in, come in. I've just been telling your mother about our plans for the weekend. Her breath caught. Mom's not here. She's in North Carolina now, remember? Confusion clouded Patty's eyes. North Carolina? No, that can't be right. Tara and I were just discussing our trip to the Keys yesterday. Such a lovely day we had. The words trailed off as Patty's gaze grew distant, lost in memories from decades past. Christina's heart ached as she watched her mother's dearest friend slip away into the fog of her mind. But then she shook her head, and the fog lifted. Come on, let's have one of your mom's famous sunshine drinks. The drink, which was half lemonade and half iced tea, was otherwise known as an Arnold Palmer, but since her mom added mint and honey in the drink, she'd named it Sunshine, and the name had stuck. I'd love one. They sat together in Patty's sunlit kitchen, sharing cookies that were slightly overdone but still warm. Christina listened as Patty wove between past and present, her stories jumping decades in a single breath. It was like watching someone try to catch water, the beautiful moments slipping through their fingers. You know, she said suddenly, her clarity returning for a moment, you look just like your mother did at your age. Same spirit in your eyes. Christina squeezed Patty's hand, cherishing this moment of connection. You think so? Oh yes. And I'm so glad you finally saw your father for who he really is. Patty's eyes sharpened with conviction. Never liked that man. Your mother deserved better. Did she ever tell you about Will Dixon back in high school? Now there was a boy who worshipped the ground she walked on. Used to leave flowers in her locker every Friday. Christina smiled, leaning forward. Mom never mentioned that. What else do you remember? Will would write these sweet little notes. Your mother kept them all in a shoebox under her bed. She'd read them over and over, pretending she didn't care, but I knew better. Patty chuckled, lost in the memory. She was always too stubborn for her own good. As she prepared to leave, Christina nearly collided with Ben, Patty's son, who steadied her with gentle hands. Well, careful there, he smiled, his brown eyes warm with recognition. Christina, right? It's been ages. Ben, she returned his smile, memories of childhood summers flooding back. I didn't know you were home from school. Just checking in on Mom this weekend, he explained, running a hand through his dark hair. How's everything? Their conversation flowed easily, catching up. When they exchanged numbers, it felt natural, like picking up a book on the exact page where you'd left off. Later that night, Christina sat on her apartment balcony, Miami's lights twinkling below. The weight of Patty's condition pressed heavily on her heart. Her phone buzzed with a text from Ben. Great seeing you today. Coffee sometime. A small smile tugged at her lips, but it faded as she thought about tomorrow's task. Calling her mom and updating her on Patty. The two of them talked, but not as often, as Patty's husband didn't want her making calls to old numbers. Inside, she heard Ryan moving around the kitchen, Angus's nails clicking against the floor as he followed. They'd created their own little family here, unexpected but real. Another text appeared, this one from her mom. Call me when you can. Want to talk about Thanksgiving plans. Christina took a deep breath of the sultry night air. Tomorrow she would make the call. Tomorrow she would find the words to tell her mom about Patty. But tonight, she would sit with the quiet, letting the gentle breeze carry away some of the day's heaviness. Chapter 19. Colton stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, watching the first snowflakes of the season fall. They twisted and danced in the wind before settling onto the ground, a light dusting that made the world outside seem quieter, softer. But inside, Colton couldn't find that same peace. His breath fogged the glass as he leaned closer, eyes following the swirling patterns of snowflakes, each one unique, each one drifting without control. He pressed his palm against the cold glass, feeling the chill seep through, a frigid tingle that crawled up his arm. His elbow twinged in response, a dull ache that flared up whenever the weather turned. The wrist wasn't much better. Stiff, unforgiving, a painful reminder of the damage done. He flexed his fingers, the scar tissue pulling tight beneath his skin. It wasn't just the snow that made him restless. It was the way his body never let him forget. Behind him, the fire crackled in the large stone fireplace, casting a warm, flickering glow across the room. Daisy lay curled up in front of the fireplace, her legs twitching as she dreamt, a soft yip escaping now and then. He sighed, running a hand through his hair and paced across the room, the heated floor warm beneath his bare feet. The contrast between the warmth underfoot and the cold pressing through the windows unsettled him further. The house was too quiet, too still. He'd thought he wanted that when he'd picked the tiny town, moved to Blueberry Hill. The peace, the solitude. But sometimes the silence pressed down on him, making him feel like he was trapped in a snow globe, watching the world move around him while he stayed frozen in place. The wind howled outside, rattling the windows slightly, and he found himself drawn back to the glass. He leaned his forehead against it this time, the cold biting into his skin, and closed his eyes. He could almost hear the crunch of snow under skis, feel the rush of wind at his back before the world tilted and shattered. He glanced at the sleek French oven in the corner of the kitchen. It stood there pristine and unused, mocking him with its complexity. He still hadn't figured out how to use the damn thing. The manual was somewhere, buried in a drawer, but he hadn't bothered to look at it. Cold pizza or frozen meals and beer had become his go-to meals these days. Simple, no thought required. He needed something to do with his hands, something to keep the memories at bay. But the snow kept falling. The cold stung his hand where he pressed it against the glass, and with it came the memory. Sharp, unrelenting, like a blade slicing through the fog of his thoughts. Colton closed his eyes, letting the past pull him under. That day. It had been bright, unnaturally so. The sky a brilliant blue, the snow glistening under the midday sun. A perfect day for skiing, they had said. A perfect day for a promotional event, to slap his face on a bunch of ads, and call it good PR. Of course the money was phenomenal, so he'd said yes. He wasn't a skier. Never had been. Growing up in Mississippi, the closest he'd come to snow was watching it fall on TV during the Winter Olympics. But when you're a professional athlete, you do what's asked of you. Smile for the cameras, shake hands with sponsors, sign autographs for kids in oversized jerseys. It was all part of the gig. He remembered standing at the top of the slope, skis strapped to his feet, arms crossed over his chest as he stared down at the winding trail that was no joke. The wind had whipped at his face, and despite the layers of expensive gear they'd thrown him into, the chill had seeped into his bones. He'd felt out of place and worse, out of control. "I'll take it easy," he'd promised the reporter who was filming, laughing like it was something he did all the time. But the truth? He had no business being on that mountain. Sure, he'd learned to ski, but this was Colorado and the trail was expert rated, while he was a few steps above the bunny slopes. The first few seconds weren't bad. He'd gotten the hang of it, or at least pretended he had. The camera crew had cheered, his teammates had hollered from the lift above, and for a brief shining moment it had almost been fun. The adrenaline, the speed. He could see why people loved it. Then it happened. One split second of distraction. His ski caught an edge, a patch of ice, just a tiny thing, but it was enough to send him spiraling. He'd lost control, his body twisting awkwardly as he tumbled down the slope. The world had flipped, snow and sky blurring together as he crashed into a broken tree sticking out of the snow at an impossible angle. The impact had been immediate and brutal. His right arm, the golden arm, had taken the brunt of it. He still remembered the sound, the sickening crack of bone as his elbow shattered, the wrist twisting in ways it wasn't meant to. The pain had been blinding, white-hot, cutting through him like shards of glass. He'd tried to scream, but all that had come out was a strangled gasp, his breath stolen by the agony. He'd lain there in the snow, gasping, the cold seeping into his skin as the medics rushed over. Everything after that had been a blur. Voices, flashing lights, the rough hands of the EMTs stabilizing his arm before carting him off the mountain. But the memory that lingered the longest wasn't the pain. It was the moment he realized, as he lay there in the freezing snow, that it was over. His career, his life as he knew it. Gone. All from one wrong move. Colton blinked, shaking off the remnants of the flashback like snow from his shoulders. He moved away from the window, the ache in his elbow and wrist still there, a dull throb that felt like it had settled in for good. The fire crackled louder as Daisy stirred, letting out another soft yip, still lost in whatever dream she was chasing. He needed something to drink. Crossing the open living space, he made his way to the sleek kitchen. The granite countertops gleamed under the dim lighting, everything in its place. Immaculate, spotless. He'd never been much of a cook. Had always eaten out or ordered in. He pulled open the enormous stainless steel fridge, grabbed a bottle of beer and twisted off the cap. The hiss of carbonation filled the silence as he leaned back against the counter, taking a long swig. The cold, bitter taste hit his throat, but it wasn't enough to push down the restlessness still gnawing at him. Then his phone buzzed. Colton glanced at the granite island, where it vibrated against the stone surface. He took another sip of beer before reaching for it. The screen flashed with a name he'd been avoiding. Frank. His agent. He exhaled through his nose, debating whether to let it go to voicemail. But he knew the man wouldn't stop. Reluctantly, he tapped the screen and raised the phone to his ear. "You've been avoiding me," Frank's voice came through, no pleasantries, just straight to business. Colton rubbed his forehead, already feeling the tension building. Been busy. It was a lie, and they both knew it. Busy doing what, exactly? Staring at the trees? "Look, man, we need to talk. Coach Hampton's been asking about you." His jaw clenched. He pushed away from the counter and started pacing again. "I no longer play for the Kansas Tornadoes." "Yeah, I know that, but this isn't about playing. It's about coaching. You know, the thing you've been avoiding." "I'm not interested," Colton said, though even as the words left his mouth, doubt crept in. He loved baseball. He just wasn't sure he loved it enough to step back into that world, especially not as an assistant coach for a minor league team in some small Wyoming town. Frank's voice softened. "A rare thing. Look, I get it. I do. But you've got to face reality. You're not going back to the majors. That arm, it's done. But you've still got the knowledge, the experience. You could be a great coach. Hell, you could work your way up, maybe even come back to the big leagues in a new role." Colton swallowed the bitterness rising in his throat. Coaching wasn't the same as playing. It wasn't the adrenaline of stepping onto the mound, the roar of the crowd, the thrill of striking out a batter with a 103 miles per hour fastball. But it was still baseball. And it was still a step up from where he was now. Lost, directionless, pacing around a house that didn't feel like home. "I need more time," Colton said, his voice quieter now. "You've had time," his agent replied, his tone firm but not unkind. "But all right, I'll give you 2 weeks. After that, the offer's gone. And trust me, this is a good deal. You don't want to pass it up." Colton stared at the fire flickering in the fireplace, the shadows dancing on the floor. 2 weeks. 2 weeks, Frank echoed, then added, "And Colton? Don't wait too long to make the right move. You don't want to regret it. The line went dead, and he lowered the phone, placing it back on the counter with a hollow thud. He stood there for a moment, staring into the darkened screen, his fingers drumming against the granite. 2 weeks. That's all he had to decide. Go to Wyoming to coach some minor league team, or stay here in Blueberry Hill, where he was still trying to figure out what the hell he was doing with his life. He took another sip of beer, the cold liquid doing little to ease the tension in his chest. Colton was halfway through his second beer when the phone buzzed again, vibrating against the wood table. He glanced at the screen, expecting it to be Frank, pestering him about the Wyoming offer. But it wasn't. The name that flashed on the screen was one he hadn't seen in months, Bobby. Bobby Jackson had been his teammate for years, back when Colton was still on top, still living the dream as the ace pitcher for the Kansas Tornadoes. They'd ridden the highs and lows of the league together, shared hotel rooms on road trips, celebrated wins with women, beers and late-night dinners, and sat in silence after crushing losses. Bobby had been one of the few who stuck around after the accident, for a while at least. Colton debated letting it go to voicemail, but something, maybe the beer, maybe the loneliness, made him swipe to answer. "Bobby," he said, leaning back against the fridge. He tried to keep his voice casual, but there was a tightness in his chest that hadn't been there a minute ago. "Hey man?" Bobby's voice was warm, familiar, like slipping into an old worn glove. "Been a minute." "Yeah? It has." There was a pause, the kind that came when two people who used to know each other inside out suddenly realized they didn't anymore. But Bobby pushed through it. "I heard about the coaching offer," Bobby said, his tone light but probing. "Frank mentioned it to me." Colton snorted. Of course he did. Frank always had his hands in everyone's business. "Yeah, he's been on me about it." And I don't know, Bobby. Feels like a step down." "Man, you're not thinking about it the right way," Bobby said, his voice picking up with the enthusiasm that had always made him a fan favorite. "It's not a step down. It's a way back in. You know how much you love the game. Don't tell me you don't miss it." Colton was silent for a beat too long. Did he miss it? Sure. He missed the feel of the ball in his hand, the sound of the crowd, the rush of adrenaline that came with striking out a batter in a clutch moment. But at the same time, something about that world felt distant now. Like it belonged to a different version of him. One that had shattered on that snowy slope. "I don't know if I miss it the way I should," he said finally, rubbing the back of his neck. "I've been out for a while now, and I don't know if I'll ever fit back in. Coaching in Wyoming? Feels like I'd be chasing something that's already gone." Bobby let out a low chuckle. "You're not chasing anything, man. You're building something new. Look, I get it. The accident. It screws with your head. Hell, it'd mess with anybody. But this is your chance to stay in it. Maybe even make a bigger impact than you did as a player." Colton swallowed, the words settling heavy in his chest. Make a bigger impact? He wasn't sure if that was even possible. "I don't know, Bobby. Blueberry Hill, it's quiet but I like it here. It's simple." "Simple, huh?" Bobby's tone was teasing, but there was an edge of curiosity in it. "What's so great about Blueberry Hill?" Colton hesitated. What was so great about it? The town was small, quiet. Not much going on. But there was something about the place that felt grounding. And then, of course, she was here. Before he could stop himself, the image of Allie's face floated into his mind. The way she smiled when she was working in her greenhouse, the way her eyes lit up when she talked about her plans for the farm. She was different from anyone he'd ever known. Real, grounded, a far cry from the superficial world he'd been part of for so long. "Just the peace," Colton said, carefully avoiding the truth. "It's a good place to think." Bobby laughed, a knowing sound. "Yeah, sure. The peace. Definitely not a woman involved, right?" Colton's grip on the beer bottle tightened, but he forced a chuckle. It's not like that. Aha. Sure, man. I know you. You don't walk away from something like the majors without a good reason. And if it's not the game, then it's someone else. But hey, I'm not judging. Just, don't let a good thing pass you by, alright? Whether it's coaching or something else. Colton stared out the window at the snowflakes swirling in the dark, a strange sense of longing pulling at him. He wasn't sure what he was longing for. His old life, or the new one he was trying to build. Thanks, Bobby, he said quietly. I'll think about it. You do that. And hey, maybe I'll see you on a coaching bench someday, huh? Maybe. They said their goodbyes, and Colton hung up, his mind buzzing with the conversation. Bobby had always been the optimist, always able to find the bright side of any situation. But Colton wasn't Bobby. He'd been through too much to believe that everything could just work out. He took another swig of beer, the cold liquid doing little to numb the ache in his chest. After the phone call with Bobby, Colton couldn't settle, not after the memories the snow had stirred up. He sat on the edge of the couch, staring blankly at the hockey game playing on the big screen in front of him. The players moved across the ice, fast and precise, but it didn't hold his attention. He was restless, his mind bouncing between the past, the present, and the unknown future. Daisy let out a soft whine from her spot by the fireplace, her head lifting from her paws as if sensing his discomfort. Her brown eyes blinked sleepily at him, but her tail thumped against the floor, ready for whatever he needed. All right, girl, Colton muttered, pushing himself up from the couch. Let's get out of here for a bit. Daisy's ears perked up as he grabbed her blue leash from the hook by the door. She trotted over, her tail wagging eagerly as he clipped the leash to her collar, excited to be outside. Colton shrugged into his jacket, pulling on a knit beanie and gloves before stepping outside. The cold hit him immediately, the crisp air biting at his face as he shut the door behind them. The snow flurries had thickened, swirling lazily in the moonlight, covering the ground in a fine layer of white. It wasn't much yet, but the way it was coming down, he thought they might get several inches. Daisy bounded ahead, her paws kicking up little puffs of snow as she explored the frosty ground. Colton followed at a slower pace, his breath visible in the cold air as he walked along the trail that circled the lake. It was quiet here, the kind of silence that felt heavy, like the world was holding its breath. The snow crunched underfoot, the only sound breaking the stillness. Colton shoved his hands deep into his pockets, his thoughts swirling as much as the snow around him. Bobby's words echoed in his mind. You're not chasing anything. You're building something new. But was he? Or was he just running away, trying to avoid the reality of his situation? He'd left everything behind when he came to Blueberry Hill. His career, his old life, the people who had once been part of it. He'd told himself he needed space, time to heal, time to figure things out. But now, nearly a year later, he still didn't have any more answers than he'd had when he first arrived. He stopped by the edge of the lake, the water still and dark, reflecting the faint light of the moon. Daisy sniffed around the shoreline, her tail wagging as she found something interesting in the snow. Colton watched her, a small smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. She was the one constant in his life, the one thing that made everything feel a little less lonely. But even Daisy couldn't fill the void that had been left behind. Colton sighed, the sound loud in the quiet night. The decision about Wyoming loomed over him, and he still didn't know what the right move was. Coaching was a way back into the game, a way to keep one foot in the world he'd once loved. But it wasn't the same. It wouldn't be the same. And part of him wondered if he was ready to go back at all. He kept walking as the trail curved around the lake, taking him closer to the other side. Closer to Allie's place. It wasn't intentional, or at least that's what he told himself. But as he rounded the bend, and the greenhouse came into view, he couldn't help the way his footsteps slowed, his eyes drawn to the warm glow of the lights inside. The greenhouse was like a beacon in the snowy night, the soft light spilling out through the frosted windows, casting long shadows on the snow-covered ground. Inside he could see her moving around, a vague silhouette as she worked. It looked like she'd gotten the citrus trees she was telling him about. He stood there for a moment, watching her from the shadows. There was something about Allie that made him feel calmer. She was steady, grounded in a way that he wasn't. And when he was around her, even for brief moments, it felt like maybe he could be grounded too. Like maybe he could find a place here, in this quiet town, with its snow-covered lake and its sleepy streets. But he didn't knock. He didn't call out to her. He wasn't ready for that, not yet. Instead, he tugged gently on Daisy's leash, turning away from the greenhouse and heading back toward his own house. The snow was falling heavier now, the flakes landing on his jacket and beanie, dusting him with white as he trudged through the growing layer of snow on the ground. By the time he reached his house, the restlessness had settled into a dull ache in his chest. He let Daisy off her leash, watching as she padded over to her spot by the fire, curling up with a contented sigh. Colton went to the kitchen, opening the fridge and staring at the contents without really seeing them. He wasn't hungry, not really. But food was something to do, something to occupy his hands, his mind. He pulled out the leftover pizza from the night before, grabbing another beer from the fridge. The sleek French oven sat across from him, untouched, its shiny surface mocking him. He'd moved into this house with plans, with the idea that he'd learn how to cook, that he'd make this place his home. But the oven was still as pristine as the day he'd moved in, a symbol of all the things he hadn't done, all the things he'd put off. With a sigh he took the box, deciding to eat the pizza cold, and went back to the leather sofa. Daisy padded over, eyeing the pizza for a moment, before settling back down with a huff. Colton took a bite of the cold pizza, barely tasting it as he stared at the hockey game still playing on the TV. The players moved across the ice with precision, their skates cutting through the frozen surface with ease. It was a different kind of game, a different kind of life, but watching them, Colton felt a familiar pang in his chest. He missed it. Not just baseball, but the feeling of being part of something bigger than himself. The camaraderie, the competition, the sense of purpose that came with every game, every season. He glanced down at the dog, her soft snores filling the otherwise silent room. Maybe that's what he needed, a purpose. Something to drive him forward, something to give his life direction again. But what that was he still didn't know. As the snow continued to fall outside, Colton leaned back against the couch, his mind drifting. He had 2 weeks to make a decision. 2 weeks to figure out if he was going to chase the life he'd left behind, or if he was going to stay here in Blueberry Hill and build something new. And maybe, just maybe, the decision wasn't about baseball at all. Colton leaned back on the couch, the half-eaten slice of pizza resting on the armrest beside him. Daisy, now full from her dinner, had curled up against him, her soft snores a comforting rhythm amidst the low hum of the hockey game playing on the TV. The firelight flickered across the room, casting shadows that danced lazily on the walls. Outside, the snow continued to fall, a thick, quiet blanket that muffled the world. It was peaceful, in a way. The kind of peace he'd thought he wanted, when he'd left behind the noise and chaos of his old life. But now, sitting in the stillness of his lake house, Colton wondered if peace was what he needed. Maybe it was a purpose. Maybe it was more than just going through the motions, more than just waiting for something to happen, for life to start again. He glanced down at Daisy, her body rising and falling in time with her gentle snores, and ran a hand over her head. She was loyal, constant, and in some ways she was the only thing that made this place feel like home. The problem with a quiet life, he mused, was that it gave you too much time to think. And Colton had been thinking a lot lately. About the past, about the future, about what he wanted his life to look like now that the dream he'd spent his whole existence chasing was gone. 2 weeks. That's all he had to make a decision. Frank had been clear. Wyoming was a good opportunity. It wasn't the majors, but it was still a way back into the game. A way to be part of baseball again. But was it enough? Coaching was different from playing. It was about guiding others, handing over the spotlight to someone else. And while Colton had always loved the game, he wasn't sure if he was ready to step into that role, to watch from the sidelines as someone else lived the dream he'd lost. He took another sip of beer, the cold liquid washing down the thoughts that crowded his mind. Coaching in Wyoming would mean leaving Blueberry Hill, leaving the quiet life he'd started to build here. But staying? Staying meant accepting that he might never be part of the game again. It meant finding something new, something different. And then there was Allie. He couldn't pretend she wasn't part of the equation, even if he didn't fully understand what that meant yet. She was different. She wasn't like the women he'd known before, the ones who had been drawn to him because of his fame, his success. Allie saw him for who he was now, not who he used to be. And that scared him more than he cared to admit. He stared at the TV, barely registering the figures skating across the ice. The players moved with grace and precision, but it was a different game, a different world. One that didn't carry the same weight, the same memories, as baseball did for him. Colton set the beer down on the coffee table, leaning forward with his elbows resting on his knees. He wasn't a man who liked uncertainty. He'd spent his entire life in control of his career, his body, his future. But now, everything felt up in the air, and he wasn't sure which way he was supposed to go. The fire crackled, the sound filling the silence as the wind howled softly outside. He could feel the pull of his old life, the familiar tug of baseball, the lure of stepping back into a world he knew so well. But there was another pull too, one that was quieter, more subtle. The pull of this place, of Blueberry Hill, of the life he was starting to build here. And maybe, just maybe, of Allie. He sighed, running a hand through his hair, his thoughts still tangled and messy. 2 weeks. That's all he had to figure it out. Wyoming or Blueberry Hill. Baseball or something else. A future that looked different from the one he'd imagined, but maybe, just maybe, one that could still be good. Colton glanced down at Daisy, who had shifted in her sleep, her head resting on his feet. He smiled briefly, the warmth of her presence soothing the edges of his restlessness. "Guess we'll figure it out together, huh, girl?" he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. Daisy didn't stir, but her tail gave a single, sleepy thump against the floor, as if in agreement. Colton leaned back against the couch, his gaze drifting back to the fire. The flickering flames reflected in his eyes, as the weight of the decision ahead settled over him like the snow outside. He wasn't sure what the future held, but for the first time in a long while, he felt like maybe he didn't have to have all the answers just yet. Maybe the future was something he could figure out as he went. And as the fire crackled and the snow fell, Colton allowed himself to just sit in the quiet for a little while longer. Chapter 20. "Morning, sleepyhead," Christina said, pouring herself a cup of coffee and sliding a glass of juice in front of Ryan, who'd shuffled in, still half asleep, his dark hair sticking up in every direction. He rubbed his eyes and dropped into the chair with a thud. In the kitchen, the smell of cheap coffee filled the air, doing what the alarm couldn't, pulling him halfway awake. The early morning light filtered through the thin curtains of their small, cluttered apartment, as she rubbed her eyes again. This morning the alarm had blared like a warning, yanking her from a restless sleep filled with dreams that slipped away the moment she reached for them. She'd groaned softly, swinging her legs over the side of the bed. The familiar ache in her muscles was a reminder of the endless hours she'd been pouring into 2 jobs. The grind was constant, but she had no choice. She had to make it work. Not just for herself, but for Ryan. Ryan grunted, barely lifting his head. "Did you really have to wake me up so early?" he muttered, stifling a yawn. "Weekends are supposed to be for sleeping in." "Not for us." She slid a package of cherry Pop-Tarts across the table. "Eat up. We've got plans at the beach today, remember?" "You mean I've got plans?" "You're just the chauffeur," he teased, already reaching for his juice. At first, she hadn't been sure about sharing her small space with someone else, but it was nice having him around. Christina couldn't help but smile as she watched him. She leaned against the counter, sipping her coffee. How's the new job going? She asked, genuinely curious. I know you're super smart and all, so just want to make sure it's not interfering with school. All A's so far, he said, mouthful of pastry as Angus ate the crumbs that fell on the floor. After breakfast, they packed a cooler with sandwiches, fruit, and more water than they could possibly drink. Christina grabbed Angus's leash and they headed out, the short drive to the ocean, the windows down, the scent of the salty air making her feel like herself again. The beach stretched out before them, golden sands shimmering under the bright sun, offering a brief but much-needed escape from the weight of her everyday worries. Not to mention, she really wanted to work on her tan. As soon as they found a spot, Ryan bolted toward the shoreline, his laughter mixing with the crash of the waves. Angus followed, his paws kicking up sand as he barked excitedly. Christina settled onto the beach blanket, watching them with a small smile tugging at the corners of her lips. For a moment the world felt lighter, like the burden of responsibility had lifted just enough for her to breathe deeply, to feel something close to peace. This was what she needed. A moment where everything wasn't about survival. Her thoughts drifted, carried away by the sound of the ocean, until a voice cut through her zen. Hey, a man's voice interrupted, casual but friendly. Christina blinked up at a guy standing next to her beach chair. He was undeniably model hot, with a warm, easy smile. Mind if I join you? Christina flashed him a playful grin, her old self making a sudden welcome appearance. Only if you're prepared for some seriously competitive sunbathing, she teased, gesturing to the empty chair beside her. It had been a while since she'd flirted like this, but it came back fast. As they flirted, Christina couldn't help but notice the shift in energy. Ryan, standing at the water's edge, was watching them. A frown on his face, he strode across the sand, his protective big brother look, even though he was her little brother, unmistakable. Who's this? Ryan asked, his tone calm but with an edge. Just a guy stopping by to help me put sunscreen on my back, she said breezily, her voice laced with humor, trying to keep things light. She could see Ryan's eyes narrowing slightly as he took stock of the situation. Posture guarded, Ryan extended his hand. Nice to meet you. I'm Ryan. Matt, the guy replied, shaking Ryan's hand. Nice to meet you too, little bro. After a few more polite words, Matt, realizing he wasn't going to get anywhere with her, excused himself to grab a drink from the nearby stand. As soon as he was out of earshot, Ryan turned to her, his gaze full of confusion and protectiveness. Why aren't you dating anyone? He asked bluntly, his voice low and serious. This guy seems like a player, so not him. But someone nice. She sighed, but there was a flicker of amusement in her eyes. Oh, trust me, I used to date plenty, she said, her tone carrying a hint of playful nostalgia. I remember when I was juggling like 3 guys at once. I had my whole plan: date, fall in love, get married, have a million babies. She laughed softly, leaning back in her chair, running her fingers through her long blonde hair. But now, she shrugged, smile fading slightly. Things are just different. I've got you to think about, and work's a nightmare right now. I don't have time for all of that anymore. You don't have to put your life on hold for me. You're still allowed to dream, to want things. You don't have to give up on that. His red swim trunks had stars on them, water dripping onto the sand as he sat, keeping an eye on Angus. She smiled, warmth spreading through her chest at his concern. I know. But right now, I have a lot going on. I have to be responsible. She paused, voice softening. Don't worry, I'll be back to my irresponsible self soon enough. She gave her brother a teasing nudge with her elbow. Ryan shrugged, though his eyes still held a flicker of doubt. Okay, but just, don't forget to have some fun too. You deserve it. Christina reached over and ruffled his hair, laughing when he ducked away from her hand. I'll keep that in mind. That afternoon, they packed up their things and made their way back to the car. Angus trotted alongside them, his energy finally spent. Ryan, who had been quiet for most of the walk across the sand to the car, suddenly spoke, his voice quiet. I saw Dad the other day. For a second she froze. The mention of their father sent a jolt of unease through her. What? When? With a shrug, Ryan kept his eyes down, fiddling with the strap of the cooler. A couple of days ago. He was with Mandy. They were arguing. Christina unlocked the car, hands moving on autopilot. Mandy had dumped her dad a while ago. She glanced at Ryan, whose face was a mixture of confusion and frustration. What were they arguing about? She asked, her voice softer than she intended. Ryan shrugged, climbing into the passenger seat as Christina fastened Angus into the back. I don't know. I didn't stick around long enough to hear. I didn't want him to see me. The seats were scorching when she slid into the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Part of her wanted to know, what were they fighting about? Was it about the baby? But another part of her was relieved Ryan hadn't stuck around. There was nothing good that could come from watching their father unravel. Do you think he'll ever change? Ryan's voice was so quiet, so full of hope, that it nearly broke her heart. The weight of the question settled over her, like a heavy blanket. No, she said, shaking her head gently. He's always going to blame everyone else for his problems. Until he takes responsibility for his own actions, nothing will ever change. Ryan nodded slowly, his young face reflecting a maturity he shouldn't have had to develop so soon. I wish things were different, he murmured, a distant sadness creeping into his voice. Me too. She turned out of the parking lot, thinking about how much her life had shifted. But we can't control him. We can only control ourselves. I don't want to end up like him. He turned partway in the seat to check on the dog. You won't, she said firmly, her voice laced with conviction. You're nothing like our father. You're taking responsibility for yourself, for your life. That's more than he's ever done. The drive home was quiet, the only sound the soft hum of the tires on the road, and the occasional bark from Angus in the backseat. As they neared the apartment, Ryan spoke again, his voice hesitant. Do you think we'll ever see him again? Like really see him? Focused on the road, she didn't look over at him. I don't know. Maybe. But even if we do, it won't change who he is. He's not the dad we wanted, and he's not the dad we deserve. Ryan didn't respond right away, his gaze fixed on the buildings outside the window. I guess I just wish things had turned out differently. Yeah, she agreed quietly. Me too. As they pulled into the parking spot, she glanced at her phone. A missed call from her mom. Her chest tightened slightly. It had been too long since they'd spoken, really spoken, not just the polite check-ins or updates on Patty. She knew her mom was worried about her, especially since she'd been working so much that she missed most of her mom's calls. I think I should call my mom, she said, more to herself than to Ryan, though he perked up at the mention. Good idea, he agreed, his tone shifting from playful to serious. You haven't talked much lately, have you? No, we haven't, she admitted, fingers hovering over the screen. A familiar knot of guilt formed in her stomach. How could she explain the long hours, the stress of supporting her brother, and the weight of it all without worrying her mom? Her dad had always been the one she was close to, not her mom, and she was finding it hard to open up, even though now she knew the truth about her parents. Change was so damn hard. After they carried everything in and hung their beach towels over the balcony railing to dry off, she poured herself an icy cold Diet Coke and with a deep breath, hit the call button, the ringing on the other end loud in her ear. After a few seconds, her mother's warm, familiar voice answered. I've been trying to reach you. How are you, honey? Christina forced a lightness into her voice, though the knot in her stomach tightened. I'm okay, busy with work. The concern that came through the phone made her want to cry. I worry about you. You're working so hard. You need to take care of yourself too, sweetheart. You can't keep burning the candle at both ends. I'm fine, Mom. Really, Christina insisted, though the words felt hollow. She wasn't fine. She was exhausted, overwhelmed. But how could she tell her mother that, without making her worry even more. "We went to the beach today. Had a really nice relaxing day." "The beach sounds wonderful." Her mom's voice brightened a bit, but there was still that layer of concern beneath it. "Listen, I've been thinking. I'd love to have you and Ryan come for Thanksgiving. We were all together for Labor Day, but it's time we all met Ryan." The thought of being back in Blueberry Hill, surrounded by family, made her heart flutter. But it was complicated, wasn't it? She wasn't sure how things would go. Could they really just pick up the pieces like nothing had happened? "I'll talk to Ryan about it," she said finally, glancing at him as he refilled the dog's water bowl. As Christina hung up, she sat there for a moment in the tiny kitchen, the weight of the conversation settling over her. She hadn't told her mom everything, hadn't confessed how hard things really were. But maybe Thanksgiving would be a chance to start over. To let her mom into her life. She slipped her phone back into her pocket and looked at her brother, who was watching her with a curious expression. "Everything okay?" "She invited us for Thanksgiving," Christina said, watching his face. "What do you think? Ready to meet the family?" Ryan's face lit up with excitement. "Are you kidding? Of course I am. You think she'll like me? Will they all like me?" "Of course they'll like you, your family." And yet, as she reassured him, a small part of her still felt anxious. Family was complicated. Feelings were complicated, especially since he was the result of the affair her dad had while still married to Christina's mom. But for Ryan, for both of them, this was a chance to rebuild something that had been broken. And she'd heard him late at night when he thought she was asleep, crying as he missed his mom. Later that evening, Christina and Ryan sat together at the small, worn kitchen table. The remnants of dinner were scattered around them, plates with half-eaten sandwiches, an empty bag of chips, and a couple of soda cans. Angus lay curled up by Ryan's feet, snoring softly, his belly full from his dog chow and the scraps her brother had given him. Christina leaned back in her chair, her gaze distant as she thought about the phone call with her mom. The idea of going to Blueberry Hill was both comforting and nerve-wracking. What if Allie and Evan were unkind to Ryan? He didn't have anyone else in the entire world. Sensing her quiet mood, he broke the silence. "So, what do you think? Are we really going to your mom's for Thanksgiving?" Pulled from her thoughts, she blinked and looked at him, the hope on his face. She could see how much he wanted to be part of something, to feel like he belonged. And wasn't that what all of us wanted? A place to belong. "I think we should," she said softly, her voice steady. Excitement palpable, he gathered up the trash and tossed it before putting the dishes in the dishwasher. "What's it like there?" "I mean Blueberry Hill. You've mentioned it, but I don't really know what to expect." Sometimes she forgot he was only 15. Christina paused, fingers tracing the lettering on the can. She'd only been to Blueberry Hill once, a couple of months ago, for Labor Day weekend, and even though she wasn't close to her mom, something about the place had stuck with her. "It's different," she said slowly, choosing her words carefully. "It's small, quiet. Slower. People actually talk to each other, you know? Not like here, where everyone's in a rush. And there's a lake in back of the cottage with a waterfall at one end, the trees, the air, it's nice. Though it will be cold by now." Ryan's eyes lit up, his excitement barely contained. "It sounds amazing. I can't wait to see it." A small smile tugged at her lips. She'd liked it more than she'd expected to. But going back, staying there, it wasn't just about the place. It was about family, and that was complicated. Her mom, Allie, Evan. They all saw her as the flighty, irresponsible one, the one who had never gotten her life together. And maybe they weren't entirely wrong. She'd been trying so hard to prove she could be an adult since she'd taken Ryan in, but it had been exhausting. Maybe a break was exactly what she needed. "It is," she said, her voice softening. "I think you'll really like it." After a brief pause, she added, "My mom is a really good cook." Ryan shifted, his earlier excitement dimming into something more hesitant. "Do you think she'll like me?" A pang hit her in the center of the chest. She'd spent so long feeling like she didn't quite fit in with her own family, and now Ryan was worried about the same thing. "Don't worry, she's going to love you. Your family. And in our family, well, things get messy sometimes, but it always works out. Since she's been gone. You're the only family I have. Dad doesn't want me, so he doesn't count. It's kind of scary, you know? Meeting them." Christina's throat tightened. She knew exactly how he felt. Being part of something, belonging, wasn't something that had come easily to her either. "Yeah, it is scary," she admitted, squeezing his hand gently. "But it's a good kind of scary. We'll figure it out together. You and me. And my mom, she won't make you feel uncomfortable." Ryan's smile returned, small but genuine. "Do you think we might be able to stay? Like, for good?" Staying would mean a lot of changes, not just for her, but for Ryan too. And what would Allie and Evan think? But the idea of leaving Miami behind, leaving the constant hustle and grind for something slower, something that felt more like home, where things might be a little easier if she had some help from her mom and sister. It was tempting. "I don't know yet," she said truthfully. "But we'll figure it out. One step at a time. I hope we can. It sounds like the kind of place we could belong." His voice trailed off. "I miss having a mom." Christina smiled, feeling a flicker of hope. "Yeah," she said quietly. "I know." Later, after the apartment had settled into the quiet hum of the city outside, Christina found herself sitting on the couch with Ryan stretched out on the floor with the dog. She absent-mindedly twisted her hair around her fingers, thinking about her mom. And Thanksgiving. What it might be like if they really did start over there. Chapter 21. Emily stared at her reflection in the bathroom mirror, her hands cradling the curve of her 6-month bump. The baby fluttered again, a soft, reassuring kick that made her throat tighten. Her eyes stung, but she blinked back the tears. Not now. Not in front of him. Another crash echoed from downstairs. The sound of Evan slamming something onto the counter, maybe his briefcase, as the noise rippled through the empty, cavernous halls of their house, bouncing off walls that felt cold despite their luxury. The house had always been too big for her, too big for the life they were supposed to share. "Emily?" Her husband's voice sliced through the stillness, sharp and impatient, carrying up the ornate staircase like a challenge. "Are you going to join this conversation, or are you planning to hide up there all night?" She closed her eyes, pressing a cool washcloth to her face. The lavender scent used to calm her, remind her of mornings when she'd felt safe, when they'd had something worth fighting for. When had they gotten so far off track? With a deep breath, she squared her shoulders and stepped out of the bathroom, fingers brushing the polished banister as she made her way down. Each step echoed in the silence, punctuating the distance between them. Her heart pounded harder than it should have, but it wasn't fear. Not anymore. It was something else. Resolve. He was pacing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, his back to her, the glow from his phone casting a pale light on his face. His pale lavender shirt was still immaculate, the fabric hugging his form as if he were heading to another meeting instead of facing the collapse of their marriage. Outside, the rain fell in rhythmic patterns against the glass. "I can't do this anymore." The words escaped before she could stop them, her voice stronger than she felt. They were words she'd rehearsed 100 times in her mind, but now, spoken aloud, they rang like a bell through her, a truth she could no longer contain. A flicker of irritation crossed his expression as his thumbs moved rapidly across his phone, not even bothering to look up at her, as if her words were an inconvenience, a distraction from something more important. "Do what?" he asked, tone-clipped. "Have a rational conversation about supporting me in my career?" He sneered at her. "Or is this yet another inane conversation about our future?" The word future stung like a slap. What future? She pressed her hand against her belly, heart racing as the baby shifted in response to her rising stress. What future? Her voice wavered, but the steel underneath held firm. You're never here. And when you are, you sleep in the guest room like I'm some kind of stranger in my own home. He finally spared her a glance, but his expression was unreadable, a mask of detached indifference. I've told you before, he said, his voice calm, almost too calm, as though he were explaining something simple to a child. I don't want to disturb your rest, especially now. You're 6 months pregnant. You need sleep. His fingers twitched at his side. As she stared at him, searching his face for something, anything, that would make this easier to understand, her heart pounded in her chest. What had she set the temperature to? It was hotter than hell in here. You mean when you come home after midnight smelling like whiskey and stress? Or when you leave at 4 a.m. like a ghost before I'm even awake? Her voice cracked, but she didn't care anymore. The words tumbled out, the pent-up resentment breaking free. She pressed her palm harder against the window, feeling the cold seep into her skin, grounding her. Outside, the rain blurred the world, turning everything hazy, much like her life had become. Her other hand clenched into a fist, trembling. His eyes narrowed, but he didn't move, his body rigid like the space between them had frozen over. What about you? You think I don't notice how you've shut me out? His voice dropped quieter now, though there was a tightness in his throat he couldn't hide. You're not the only one drowning here. His jaw tightened, and his eyes flicked away for a split second before meeting hers again. I've been trying to keep us afloat, but every time I reach for you, you're already gone. His arms hung uselessly at his sides, as if reaching for her now would be too much to bear. Evan let out a sharp breath, his fingers tugging through his perfectly styled hair. I'm trying to provide for us. What more do you want from me? Most women would be grateful to have a good man who provides for them. His voice was tight, defensive, as if he were the one wronged. She turned toward him, her vision going black for a moment. I want you to be here. I want you to give a damn that I'm falling apart. That your child, our child, is going to grow up in a house where we barely speak. She clenched her fist so hard, she felt a wetness in her palm. Grateful? I'd rather have you and live in a modest home than live here in this damned house with all the money in the world. The shaking in her legs made Emily grab for the counter. Once she was steady, she carefully lowered herself into a chair at the kitchen table. I don't feel safe here anymore, she whispered, blinking to clear the spots from her vision. His expression darkened, and he rolled his eyes, the dismissiveness cutting deeper than any of his words. Oh, come on. One incident at the grocery store, and now Seattle's suddenly a war zone. You're blowing things way out of proportion. It's ridiculous. You're not listening to me. Her voice rose, echoing off the high ceilings of their home. The baby kicked again, harder this time, as if responding to the tension in the room. Do you even hear yourself? You're not here. You don't care about what I need. What we need. This isn't about one stupid incident. It's about the fact that I'm scared all the time and you don't even notice. When his phone buzzed, and her husband, the man who she'd once been utterly besotted with, turned to the counter to pick up the phone and answer the email or text instead of talking to her, Emily knew. I'm leaving. The words hung in the air, heavy and irrevocable. Though her voice trembled, it carried a weight that expanded and filled the room. She hadn't planned to say it, not like this, but now that it was out, she couldn't take it back. And she didn't want to. Evan froze mid-step, his back to her. For a moment she thought, hoped he might turn around, that something in her voice would finally break through that wall he'd built between them. But when he turned, there was no concern, no fear, nothing but a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. He let out a short, humorless laugh. You're leaving? His tone was sharp, dripping with disbelief. Right? And where exactly do you think you're going to go? Blueberry Hill, she said, her voice strong now, steady. The memory of their Labor Day weekend up in the mountains gave her strength. I'm going to your mother's. Somewhere I don't feel like I'm suffocating. Somewhere I feel safe. You would have thought she'd suggested moving to Mars the way his brows rose. Blueberry Hill? He scoffed, shaking his head. Don't be ridiculous. What are you going to do there? Knit sweaters? Bake cookies? It's the pregnancy hormones making you emotional. You'll regret this. The condescension in his voice made her stomach turn. He was still dismissing her, still reducing her to a hormonal woman who couldn't possibly understand what she was feeling. But this time it didn't make her doubt herself. It made her realize just how far apart they drifted. She stood, taking a step closer, voice dropping to a deadly calm. This has nothing to do with hormones. I've been thinking about this for months. I'm leaving because I can't keep pretending we're a family when you're more in love with your fucking job than you are with me, or your own child. We'll talk about this when you're thinking clearly. His once warm voice was cold, dismissive, as if she'd just suggested something as trivial as changing the paint color in the living room. He turned away from her, grabbing his keys from the marble counter with a practiced ease, the sound of metal clinking against the countertop echoing in the now silent house. I'm going back to the office. There's a late meeting. A late meeting. The same excuse, the same lie. She could almost hear his assistant's voice telling him the time of his next meeting, probably some dinner with clients or drinks with colleagues, anything to keep him far from here. Far from her. Far from them. He didn't even look back as he strode toward the door. No hesitation. No second glance. Just the sharp click of his Italian loafers on the polished hardwood floor, and then the slam of the door as he disappeared into the rain-soaked night. And just like that, she was alone. Again. Emily stood there for a moment, frozen, her breath shallow. The house felt impossibly large, and the silence deafening. She could hear the rain tapping against the windows, the distant hum of traffic, but inside it was just her and the baby, who shifted restlessly in her belly as if sensing her turmoil. Her legs gave way and she sank to the floor, shaking. The heated floors didn't do anything to dispel the cold that spread through her body. She pulled her knees up, wrapping her arms around herself as if she could hold herself together. But the tears came anyway, silent at first, then harder, until her shoulders shook with the force of them. She reached for her phone, her fingers trembling as she scrolled through her contacts. For a moment she hovered over Evan's name, but her thumb slid past it. What's the point? He wouldn't answer, and even if he did, it would just be more excuses. More dismissals. Instead, she found herself dialing her mother's number, desperate for some kind of comfort, some kind of anchor. The line rang once, twice. Hi, sweetie. Her mother's voice was distant, cheerful, the connection crackling with static. We're in Prague. The architecture is incredible, you wouldn't believe the... Mom, Oh, hold on a second. Your stepdad wants to show me something. There was a muffled sound, then her mother's voice came back, even more rushed. I'll call you next week or maybe the week after, okay? Love you. The call ended abruptly, and she stared at the screen, breath catching in her throat. She wiped at her eyes, swiping away the tears with the back of her hand. Of course, her mother wasn't there. Ever since she'd remarried, it was like she was on an endless vacation. Her fingers shook as she dialed another number, one she hadn't expected to need so soon. How's my favorite daughter-in-law? Her mother-in-law's voice came through the line, an anchor. I'm your only daughter-in-law. She sniffed as the laughter came through the phone. True. But I think of you as my own. Are you still eating pickles and olives on everything? Can I? Her voice cracked, but she didn't care. Can I come stay with you for a while? There was a pause, and for a moment, Emily feared Tara might be too busy, another person who couldn't be there for her. But then her voice came through, warm and steady, like a lifeline. You're always welcome here, you know that. You come as soon as you want. The middle bedroom will be waiting for you. It gets the best sunlight in the mornings. She exhaled, her chest loosening for the first time in months. Thank you, she whispered, her voice thick with gratitude. Thank you. Early the next morning, she was wide awake and in the nursery. Evan hadn't come home yet, likely deciding to shower at the office. Her chest tightened as she opened the closet, pulling down the small boxes of baby clothes. Little onesies, soft blankets, and tiny socks. Each item carefully folded as she placed them in the pink rolling suitcase. The crib would need to come too, though it felt like a mountain of a task. Thankfully, Evan had been too busy to put it or the swing together yet. The room had been decorated by the top decorator in town, but to her it looked like a magazine ad, not something a real person would use. No, she'd leave all the furniture behind. The baby fluttered in her belly again, and she paused, pressing a hand to the spot. "We're going to be okay," she whispered, as much to herself as to the child inside her. "I promise." Over the next couple of hours, Emily gathered everything she thought she'd need in addition to the clothes. Diapers, wipes, bottles, a cooler filled with snacks and drinks she knew Tara would laugh about, and of course the 3 large jars of olives and pickles she couldn't seem to stop craving. With each item she packed, the weight of her decision grew heavier but also more certain. There was no turning back now. Outside, the gray sky matched her mood. Emily opened the back of the enormous white Suburban and began loading the bags, her shoulders aching from the effort. She was struggling to balance a box of toys when she heard a voice from across the street. "Emily? Do you need a hand?" She turned to see Edward standing on his porch, a package in his hands. He worked from home, some kind of IT consultant, quiet and unassuming. He was always polite, always waved when they passed each other, but they'd never really had a conversation beyond small talk. Yet here he was setting the package down and crossing the street, concern etched on his face. "Yeah, actually," she admitted, her voice small but grateful. "I do." Edward jogged over, gently taking the box from her arms. "This looks heavy. You shouldn't be carrying all this by yourself." She sniffed but managed a weak smile. "I'm used to doing things by myself." There was no pity in his eyes, only quiet understanding. He glanced at the pile of baby things already in the back of the SUV, and then at her, his brow furrowing slightly. "You going somewhere?" She nodded, swallowing the lump in her throat. "I'm leaving. I can't stay here anymore. We want different things." Edward didn't ask questions, didn't probe for details. Instead, he nodded, as if that was all the explanation he needed. He shifted the box into the back of the Suburban, then turned back to her, his voice low but steady. "If you need anything at all, you let me know, okay?" He paused, his expression serious. "I'll keep an eye on things here. On Evan. To make sure everything's okay." Her heart clenched at the offer. She hadn't realized how much she needed to hear that there was someone who would watch out for her husband, because as much as she couldn't stand him right now, couldn't see a way through, she still loved him. She sniffed again, wiping at her eyes quickly. "That means a lot." He helped her load the boxes containing the crib and the swing, along with the rest of the bags, her clothes, the cooler, even the ridiculous jars of pickles and olives. When everything was packed, she stood back, staring at the full vehicle, her hands resting on her hips as if bracing herself for the next step. Edward gave her a small, reassuring nod, before heading back to his house. She watched him go, feeling a pang of gratitude for the quiet kindness of a stranger who'd stepped in when she needed it most. Finally, she walked back inside. The house felt different now, emptier somehow, like it had already started letting go of her. She moved through the rooms one last time, her fingers trailing along the walls, the furniture, touching the things she'd once thought would make this place a home. In the mudroom, she grabbed her jacket and keys, her eyes catching on the row of shoes by the door. His shoes, perfectly lined up, untouched by the chaos of her departure. She kicked them, scattering the shoes, then slipped into her jacket, and with a final breath, stepped out the door and into the garage. Her hands trembling when she climbed into the driver's seat. Backing out of the garage felt like the last page of a chapter. The rumble of the engine, the slow roll of the tires over the driveway, the garage door closing behind her with a finality that echoed through her chest. It was like the quiet thud of a book snapping shut. Her marriage, her home, her old life, all behind her now. As she pulled onto the highway, the sun actually came out from behind the clouds, like some kind of sign. Emily let out a broken breath, tears finally spilling over as she adjusted her sunglasses, hiding red-rimmed eyes behind dark lenses. She turned on the satellite radio, turning the dial aimlessly, until a familiar voice filled the car. Stevie Nicks, her voice low and haunting, singing about heartache and freedom all at once. Chapter 22. The low hum of the gas station's fluorescent lights cast a harsh glow over the parking lot, as Allie pulled up to pump number 4. The evening air was crisp, carrying with it the faint scent of pine and snow. They'd had a dusting recently, but she wanted a big snow, the kind where she could nap, read, and drink hot chocolate all day without feeling guilty. She turned off the engine, grabbed her wallet, and stepped out of the car, shivering as the wind hit her face. As she fumbled with the gas nozzle, she noticed the car parked next to hers. An expensive Range Rover that looked out of place among the more modest four-wheel drive vehicles in Blueberry Hill. Allie recognized it immediately, and sure enough, there was Colton bent over the pump as he filled his tank. He'd pulled his baseball cap down low over his brow, the brim shadowing his face. He wore a plain gray hoodie and jeans, the kind of casual outfit that made him look more like a regular guy than a former Major League Baseball star. And what was that? There on the passenger seat of his car was a plastic grocery bag, shiny with condensation. Through the transparent plastic, she could see the unmistakable packaging of frozen dinners, a whole bag of them by the looks of it. Allie frowned slightly, feeling an odd mix of amusement and pity. A man like Colton, who probably had access to gourmet chefs at his beck and call, was living on frozen dinners? She couldn't help but shake her head. Without thinking, she called out, "Frozen dinners, huh? Didn't peg you for a TV dinner kind of guy." Colton looked around the pump at her, startled, then followed her gaze to the bag in his car. He let out a sheepish chuckle, rubbing the back of his neck as he stepped over the island to hug her, the scent of his cologne making her inhale deeply. "Yeah, well, I'm not exactly what you'd call a gourmet chef. These are easy." "Easy, sure," Allie replied, brushing his hair back. The guy needed a haircut, probably didn't know where to go. She'd ask Will who he went to. But also kind of sad. Very, very sad. Colton's laugh was a bit more relaxed this time. "You're not wrong." Allie hesitated for a moment, chewing on her lip before the words came spilling out. They'd been spending all of their time together since Halloween, but with the job offer on the table, she'd been hesitant to get any closer to him. She stepped back, a smile on her face. "You know, I could teach you to make something that's not frozen. I'm no Gordon Ramsay, but I can show you how to make spaghetti without setting off the smoke alarm." Colton blinked, clearly surprised by the offer, and then a slow grin spread across his face. "You'd really do that?" "Why not?" She shrugged, trying to play it cool, despite the fact that she'd just invited herself into spending more time with him without thinking. "It's a good skill to have. And I can't, in good conscience, let you live on frozen lasagna." Colton's grin softened into something more genuine, and for a second, Allie saw something vulnerable in his eyes. "Okay," he said, his voice dropping to a quieter tone. "Yeah, I'd like that." An hour later, Colton found himself standing in Tara's kitchen, staring at a pile of tomatoes as if they were alien invaders. The kitchen was cozy and warm, with the scent of onions sizzling in olive oil already filling the air. Allie, with her sleeves rolled up and a confident aura about her, was moving around the kitchen like she owned it, because, well, she kind of did. Colton, meanwhile, was holding a chef's knife like it was a foreign object he'd never seen before. His brow furrowed as he looked from the knife to the tomatoes, then back at the knife. "You know," Allie said with a teasing smile, "the tomatoes aren't going to chop themselves. You've got to actually, do something." Colton gave her a mock glare. I'm just assessing the situation. You can't rush these things. Oh, right. Silly me. Allie's voice dripped with sarcasm. You're a professional athlete. Of course, you need to strategize before you make your move. She leaned in with a smirk. But this isn't baseball. It's cooking. You can't just swing and hope for the best. I'll have you know, Colton replied, squaring his shoulders, I always had a strategy. Sure. But now it's time to execute, slugger. He narrowed his eyes playfully, but picked up the knife again. Okay. How hard can it be? Allie watched as Colton brought the knife down on the tomato, with all the finesse of a lumberjack chopping down a tree. The poor tomato exploded under the pressure, juice squirting out in all directions, including, unfortunately, onto Colton's hoodie. Whoa! Allie burst out laughing. Easy there, Paul Bunyan. We're making dinner, not redecorating the kitchen. Colton looked down at his tomato-splattered hoodie and let out a resigned sigh. This is why I have frozen dinners. Allie shook her head, still grinning. Okay, first lesson, tomatoes don't need to be slaughtered. They just need a gentle slice. Like this. She grabbed another tomato, showing him how to cut it into neat, even cubes. See? Easy. Colton mimicked her movements, this time with a little more finesse. The tomato still came out looking a bit uneven, but at least it wasn't a crime scene. Not bad, Allie said, nodding approvingly. We'll get you to average home cook level in no time. Average? Colton raised an eyebrow, feigning offense. I was hoping for at least slightly impressive. Oh, you're impressive, Allie teased, her eyes twinkling. Just not in the kitchen. Colton chuckled, shaking his head. I'll take what I can get. They moved on to the onions next, which Colton managed to chop without too much carnage, though there was a brief moment where Allie had to swoop in and prevent him from cutting the onion with the stem still attached. Why do I feel like I'm being graded? Colton asked, wiping his eyes from the onion tears. Because you are, Allie replied without missing a beat. And right now, you're at a solid C-. Ouch. Tough crowd. Hey, I'm just trying to push you to be your best self, she said, flashing him a grin. You think Gordon Ramsay got where he is by handing out A's for effort? Colton gave her a mock salute. Yes, chef? Allie laughed, brushing a strand of hair out of her face. All right, let's get the sauce going. You can't mess this up too badly. Just stir it now and then. Colton took the spoon and gave the bubbling pot a cautious stir. Stirring. I can handle stirring. Don't get too cocky now, Allie warned, but she was smiling. We've still got meatballs to make. As they moved on to forming the meatballs, Colton carefully rolled the mixture between his palms, trying his best to keep them from falling apart. Not bad, Allie said, eyeing his work. You're improving. I might even bump you up to a C+. Wow, Colton drawled. High praise. As they placed the meatballs into the sizzling pan, Colton glanced at the stove and casually asked, So, is this a regular stove or one of those fancy chef ones? Allie shrugged. Just your average stove. Nothing too special. Why? Colton hesitated, then rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. I kind of have one of those fancy French stoves at home, but I have no idea how to use it. Allie paused mid-stir, blinking at him. Wait. You have a fancy French stove? Like, one of those super expensive ones that come in pretty colors with gold knobs? Yeah, he muttered, clearly embarrassed. It's called a La Cornue. I think. I bought the house furnished, and it came with the kitchen of a celebrity chef, apparently. Allie's jaw dropped. You have a La Cornue, and you've been surviving on frozen dinners? Colton scratched his head, looking as though he wanted to disappear into the floor. I know. It's ridiculous. I'm pretty sure it's plotting against me at this point. Before Allie could respond, Tara walked into the kitchen, humming to herself. She stopped dead in her tracks when she caught the tail end of the conversation. Did someone say Le Cornu? Tara's eyes widened with excitement. You mean one of those beautiful French ranges? Oh, they're works of art. I've always wanted one of those. Colton looked even more sheepish now. Yeah. That's the one. Mine's white with the gold knobs. Tara's face lit up like a kid on Christmas morning. Do you know what you have? Those things are amazing. They're like the Rolls-Royce of stoves. You could cook a 7-course meal on that thing without breaking a sweat. Colton gave her a half smile. Yeah, well, I'm lucky if I can boil water without setting off the smoke alarm. Tara laughed, her eyes sparkling. Well, you should invite us over to your place sometime, and I'll show you how to really use it. That is, if Allie hasn't already turned you into a master chef by then. Allie grinned at Colton. Don't worry, I'll have him making soufflés in no time. Colton raised his hands in surrender. Okay. I'll make a note. Step 1, survive meatballs. Step 2, conquer French stove. Tara chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. You're in good hands. Allie's a great teacher. I'm just here for moral support, and to drool over your stove. Colton laughed, finally seeming to relax a little. I think I'll need all the help I can get. Allie shot him a playful look. Oh, you'll be fine. Just follow my lead and try not to burn the kitchen down. Things were going surprisingly well in the kitchen. Colton had managed not to set anything on fire. The meatballs were browning nicely, and Allie was focused on stirring the pot of sauce when she heard a loud thunk behind her. She whirled around just in time to see Colton staring down at the floor, where an entire bowl of chopped onions had flipped off the counter and scattered across the kitchen tiles. And of course, in the process, a good amount of onion juice had splattered all over the front of his hoodie. Oh no, Allie groaned, trying not to laugh. Not the onions. Colton looked down at himself, his hoodie now sporting a large wet stain that smelled distinctly of raw onion. Well, that's unfortunate, he said, his voice dry. I guess I'll be smelling like this for the rest of the week. Allie bit her lip, trying to suppress the giggle that was threatening to escape. You know, I think that hoodie's officially a goner. I'm starting to think you're right. Tara, who had been chopping vegetables on the other side of the kitchen, glanced up and smiled sympathetically. Why don't we get you something clean to wear? Evan left a couple of shirts behind the last time he visited. I'm sure one of those will fit. Allie snickered. Well, fit might be a strong word. Colton shot her a mock glare, but there was a twinkle of amusement in his eyes. You're really enjoying this, aren't you? No comment. Tara disappeared into another room and returned a moment later with a t-shirt. Here, this should do the trick. Colton took the shirt and held it up. It was a plain white tee, but as he stretched it out in front of him, Allie couldn't help but notice that it looked, well, small. Colton said, eyeing the shirt, is this supposed to fit? Tara tilted her head, frowning. Well, it's Evan's, and he's not exactly scrawny, but... Allie burst out laughing. Oh, this is going to be good. Colton sighed in defeat. All right, here goes nothing. He pulled off his onion-stained hoodie and tugged the t-shirt over his head. As expected, it was tight. The fabric stretched across his chest and arms, turning what should have been a simple wardrobe change into an impromptu fashion statement. Allie clapped her hands, barely able to contain her laughter. Oh my God, it's like a second skin. You look like you're about to Hulk out of that thing. Colton flexed his arms dramatically. I feel like I'm wearing shrink wrap. Tara chuckled from the corner. It does look a little snug. A little? Allie was practically in tears from laughing. Okay, hold still. I've got an idea. She grabbed a pair of kitchen scissors from the counter and moved toward him. I'm going to fix it. Colton looked at her warily. Fix it? Should I be worried? Trust me, she said, grinning mischievously. I'm an expert. With one swift motion, Allie snipped the sleeves off the shirt, leaving the edges frayed. She stepped back, admiring her work. There. Now you're ready for the runway. Colton glanced down at himself and shook his head, laughing. I look ridiculous. You look fabulous, Allie corrected, handing him the pink floral apron that had been hanging on a hook by the stove. But we're missing one final touch. He raised an eyebrow as she tied the apron around his waist, the soft pastel flowers standing out in stark contrast to his rugged frame. This is a choice, he said deadpan. Oh, it's a look, Allie replied, stepping back to admire her handiwork. You're really pulling it off. Just then, the front door creaked open, and Will's voice echoed from the hall. Hey, what's cooking in here? Smells? Will stopped mid-sentence as he stepped into the kitchen, his eyes widening as he took in the sight of Colton standing by the stove, wearing a too-tight sleeveless t-shirt and a frilly pink floral apron. For a moment, there was complete silence. Then Will let out a loud, booming laugh. Oh man, this is priceless. Colton Matthews, former baseball star, reduced to this. Colton threw his hands up in a mock display of surrender. I swear this wasn't my idea. Will grinned, clapping him on the shoulder. You know what? It suits you. Allie was still giggling as she handed Colton a spatula. All right, Mr. Fashion Plate, time to finish those fajitas. You've got mouths to feed. Colton sighed dramatically, but took the spatula with a flourish. Yes, ma'am. But if I burn anything, I'm blaming the apron. By the time the fajitas were ready, the kitchen was filled with the mouth-watering scent of sizzling peppers and onions, mixed with the smoky aroma of grilled chicken. Despite the earlier chaos, Colton had managed to follow Allie's instructions well enough, even while sporting his sleeveless shirt and floral apron. They gathered around the kitchen table, which Tara had set with mismatched, homey plates and colorful napkins. The atmosphere was warm and cozy, the kind of scene Allie had imagined when she first invited Colton over, though, admittedly, she hadn't anticipated the pink apron or the DIY sleeveless shirt. Will sat down, still grinning at Colton's new look. I have to say, he teased, you've really embraced the chef life. You might want to consider adding fashion icon to your resume. Colton rolled his eyes but couldn't hide his smile. Yeah, I think I'd get laughed off the runway. But hey, at least I didn't burn anything. Allie nudged him playfully as she passed the bowl of fajita toppings. You did good. I might even give you a B-. B-? Colton arched a brow. Come on, I deserve at least a solid B for this. Tara laughed as she spooned some guacamole onto her plate. I think he's right, Allie. He didn't burn the onions. That's worth a bump in the grade. Fine, Allie said, pretending to be stern. But no higher than a B. Colton gave her a mock salute. I'll take it. As they dug into the fajitas, the conversation flowed easily. Will and Colton exchanged stories about their days, and Tara chimed in with her usual warmth, asking Colton about his time in Blueberry Hill so far. Allie stayed mostly quiet, content to watch the scene unfold, noticing how well he fit in. For the first time, Colton seemed genuinely relaxed. The tension that usually hung around his shoulders had melted away, replaced by an easy smile. He even laughed, a deep, full-bodied sound that made Allie's heart do a little flip. So, Will said between bites of his fajita, what's next on the cooking agenda, Chef Matthews? Now that you've conquered fajitas, what's your next challenge? Colton chuckled. Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. I'm still trying to figure out how not to set off the smoke alarm. Allie smirked. Don't worry. We'll ease you into it. Maybe start with something simple like soup. Or scrambled eggs. Scrambled eggs? Colton gave her a playful look of mock indignation. I think I can handle more than scrambled eggs at this point. I've graduated to at least chili. Chili? Allie blinked at him. That's ambitious. You sure you're ready for that level of spice management? I think I can handle it, Colton said with a grin. Tara leaned forward, her eyes twinkling. You know, you should invite us all over to your place for your next cooking adventure. We can break in that Le Cornu properly. Colton hesitated for a moment, then smiled. Actually, that sounds like a good idea. But full disclosure, I'll probably need some backup. Allie grinned. Don't worry, I'll bring the fire extinguisher. Chapter 23. The big SUV was quiet, shutting out the road noise as Emily took the turn that would lead her to Blueberry Hill, her home for the foreseeable future. The drive up the mountain had been winding, like the thoughts that had twisted and turned in her mind all the way from Seattle. There were times she was so exhausted, her back aching from the strain of sitting for so many hours, that she'd stop for the day after only 4 hours of driving. She'd taken her time, pausing at various small towns that caught her eye, like the one boasting the world's largest ball of twine, or a roadside diner that claimed to serve the best pecan pie in the state. There had even been a moment where she'd gotten lost, and found herself at an odd little museum dedicated to the Wizard of Oz. Each stop had been a welcome distraction, a brief reprieve from the swirling storm of emotions that followed her across the country. But now, as she drove down Sugar Creek Lane, which ended at her mother-in-law's cottage, there was no more running. No more distractions. The weight of everything she had left behind settled heavily in her chest. She glanced in the rearview mirror at the boxes and bags piled behind her, a strange sense of finality washing over her. When they'd visited over Labor Day, Emily had tried to convince Ethan to slow down, to find a less stressful job, but he was caught up in the race up the corporate ladder. As she stared at the porch where Tara and Allie stood waiting and waving, she couldn't help but feel the hole that Evan had left behind. The Suburban came to a stop, and for a moment she simply sat there, gripping the steering wheel, as if letting go would mean admitting something she wasn't ready to face. She took a deep breath, glancing at the rearview mirror one last time before stepping out into the windy day. "Look at all this stuff," Allie called out with a grin, walking over to hug her. "You sure you didn't bring the entire baby registry?" The forced laugh sounded more like a soft exhale than actual mirth. "I probably packed too much," she admitted, her hand resting on her belly. "But I wasn't sure how long I'd be gone." Her mother-in-law approached next, her expression kind. The warmth of her hug was the first real comfort Emily had felt in days. "We're so glad you're here," Tara whispered, holding her a little longer than necessary as Emily's throat closed up. For a brief moment, Emily allowed herself to sink into the embrace, letting the tears that threatened to spill stay hidden behind tightly closed eyes. "We'll get you settled," Tara said, gently pulling back. "Come on." The three of them unloaded the car, though they wouldn't let her carry anything heavy, as they took the boxes and bags inside the cottage. Allie kept up a steady stream of chatter about the town's latest gossip, while Tara kept glancing at her as if she were worried Emily would break. As the warmth of the cottage wrapped itself around her, she slowed, breathing in the scent of a cinnamon candle and the fire from the fireplace. Tara led her to the middle bedroom she and Evan had stayed in when they'd visited. "I hope it's all right," she said softly, stepping aside so Emily could take it in. "We moved things around so there's room to set up the crib. And there's a lavender sachet in the closet if you have trouble sleeping." The room was small but welcoming, with a handmade quilt spread across the bed and soft golden light coming from a lamp on the nightstand. Emily's fingers brushed over the quilt, feeling the cool fabric beneath her fingertips, the kind of simple comfort that made her throat tighten with emotion, and for a moment she wanted to cry. But instead she smiled. "It's perfect," she said quietly. "Thank you for letting me stay." "Your family." Tara gave a small nod, understanding in her eyes. "Take your time unpacking, maybe a little nap. Dinner will be ready in a bit." The door clicked shut behind her as she stood in the center of the room, the quiet settling heavily around her. She sank onto the edge of the bed, her hand instinctively resting on her belly. The baby shifted, a gentle reminder of the life growing inside her, and she rubbed her stomach in slow circles, her mind drifting back to Seattle. To Evan. To the life they had built together, and how it had all crumbled. She had wanted so badly for him to understand why she wanted a different life. To see why she had to leave, to see the danger that loomed in the city, especially now with the baby on the way. But the distance between them had grown too vast. Every conversation had turned into a fight, his frustration bubbling over until she couldn't take it anymore. She had hoped, foolishly, that he would come with her. That they could start fresh, build a life somewhere safer. But he had refused, and now she was here and he wasn't. Could they ever find their way back to each other? She sighed, the sound heavy and tired, and instead of unpacking, she stretched out on the bed, only intending to close her eyes for a few minutes. By the time Emily woke, it was dark outside. She unpacked a few things, then made her way to the kitchen, the warm, comforting smells of dinner filling the air. The scent of chicken soup simmering on the stove mingled with the faint sweetness of freshly baked bread, and her stomach rumbled in response. She hadn't realized how hungry she was until that moment. "Did you sleep well?" her mother-in-law asked. "I only meant to close my eyes for a few minutes." Emily looked at her sister-in-law, who was at the counter slicing into a loaf of crusty sourdough bread, while Tara moved gracefully around the stove, stirring the pot of soup with practiced ease. The farmhouse kitchen was just as beautiful as she'd remembered, with chrome fixtures, quartz countertops, a large island with a second sink, and robin's egg blue appliances. The cabinets were white, and the floors were the original wide plank wood. It felt like something out of a memory. Homey, inviting, and full of warmth. "Can I set the table?" The first 4 months of her pregnancy she'd been cold all the time, but now? She was always toasty warm. "Not tonight," Allie grinned. "Tomorrow you can pitch in. When one of us cooks, someone else cleans up." She handed Emily a glass of water. "Sit and relax." Instead of going to the living room, Emily sat at the distressed white round table. There were 8 chairs. "I thought you had 6 chairs." Tara smiled. "We have 10 now. The others are in the dining room. Will made me several more so everyone can fit at Thanksgiving." Thankfully, she didn't mention Evan. When she caught sight of the trivets on the table, her throat closed up. They had so much fun making them over Labor Day. Tara had carved a sun into the clay and glazed the trivet a golden yellow. Allie's was glazed red with a poppy carved into it, and while she didn't see it, she thought she remembered that Christina had carved waves into hers. And now hers was here as well. Emily had taken it from the house in Seattle. Now it sat amongst the others. She'd carved the lake and mountains into her trivet and glazed it a forest green. "Here, take this." Allie handed Emily a plate with a piece of the toasted sourdough, snapping her out of the memory of happier times. "Don't laugh, but I've started making my own bread." Grateful for the distraction, she took a bite. "It's delicious. I'll try not to eat it all in the morning." Her sister-in-law laughed. "I'm making bagels in the morning." Allie was dressed in an ivory sweater and leggings, and as Emily watched her, she thought Allie looked like she was happy, happier than she'd been in a while. "I can't wait." The heat from the oven and stove chased away the lingering chill from outside. For a moment, the tension in her chest eased just a little. Tara ladled generous portions of soup into bowls and set them on the table, her eyes soft as she glanced at Emily. "Comfort food," she said with a gentle smile. "Chicken soup, fresh bread, and apple pie. Just what the doctor ordered." As they ate, Allie launched into a story about someone in town. She had a way of making even the most mundane gossip sound entertaining, and soon enough, Emily found herself laughing along, the weight on her shoulders easing just a little more. And then Mrs. Collier's dog ran off with the chicken leg right in the middle of the picnic. Allie finished, her eyes sparkling with mischief. You should have seen the look on her face. I thought she was going to faint. Emily laughed, shaking her head. "How do you know all this?" Allie shrugged, taking another bite of bread. "Small-town life. Everyone knows everyone's business." Tara smiled softly, but her eyes flicked to Emily, and the conversation shifted. "How are you, sweetie?" she asked, her voice gentle but direct. And not just physically. How are you holding up? For a moment Emily hesitated, her gaze dropping to her bowl as she thought about the questions. The truth was, she didn't know how to answer. How was she feeling? Exhausted. Conflicted. Lonely. But how could she say all of that without it sounding like a complaint? After a long pause, she finally spoke. I don't know, she admitted, her voice quieter than before. Things with Evan, they're complicated. Tara didn't push. She simply nodded, her hand reaching out to rest gently on Emily's arm. It's okay, she said softly. You don't have to figure it all out today. The threat of tears made her eyes sting, but Emily swallowed them down, forcing a small smile. I hoped we could come to some sort of compromise, she said, her voice trembling slightly. I thought we'd be on the same page about moving somewhere safer, but he won't leave Seattle. His job is too important. You did what was best for you and the baby, Allie said firmly, her tone leaving no room for doubt. Evan will either get that, or he won't. Emily nodded, knowing Allie was right. But it didn't make it any easier to swallow. She gave them both a small smile, grateful for their support, even if the uncertainty still gnawed at her insides like a slow-burning fire. After dinner, they cleared the table together, the soft clink of dishes and utensils filling the silence. The fire in the hearth had burned low, casting long shadows across the walls, and the cottage had taken on a sleepy, peaceful atmosphere. She excused herself after a while, needing some air, and slipped outside onto the porch. The night was cold, the kind of chill that cut through her sweater and left goosebumps on her skin. She wrapped herself in the blanket Tara had left draped over one of the porch chairs, and stood at the railing, staring out at the dark silhouette of the lake in the distance. The stars were out, twinkling brightly against the inky black sky, and everything was so quiet, so still. It was a far cry from the noise and chaos of the city. Here, there were no sirens wailing in the distance, no car horns blaring, no constant hum of people moving about their lives. Just the soft rustle of the pine trees and the distant call of an owl somewhere deep in the woods. Emily rubbed her belly, feeling the baby shift beneath her hand. She had wanted so badly for Evan to be here with her. To share in this moment, to feel the peace of this place. But he wasn't here, and she was beginning to wonder if he ever would be. I don't know how this is going to turn out, she whispered to the night, her voice barely audible above the soft rustling of the trees. But I'm going to fight for us. I promise. The baby kicked again, and she smiled through the tears that blurred her vision. No matter what happened with Evan, no matter how uncertain the future felt right now, she wasn't alone. She had this little life growing inside her, and that was enough to keep her going. By the time Emily made her way downstairs the next morning, the smell of coffee filled the cottage, warm and rich. Allie was at the kitchen table, a steaming mug in hand, while Tara stood at the stove, flipping pancakes with a practiced hand. The sight of the two of them in the kitchen, so at ease, so comfortable with each other, sent a pang of longing through her. Morning, sleepyhead, Allie greeted her with a grin, nudging an empty mug toward her. We've got pancakes and coffee. You're just in time. Grateful for the warmth of the welcome, Emily smiled as she moved to pour herself a cup of coffee, inhaling the rich aroma before taking a slow sip. It was perfect, just the way she liked it, with a splash of cream and a hint of sugar. Tara must have remembered. Sleep well? Her mother-in-law asked over her shoulder, flipping the last pancake onto a plate and turning off the stove. I did, actually, Emily admitted. Better than I have in a while. Tara smiled, setting the plate of pancakes on the table. Good. You need your rest. They sat together at the table, eating the warm and fluffy pancakes, hers with extra butter and syrup, as the conversation drifted from light-hearted banter to more serious topics. For once, Emily felt like she could breathe. There was something about being here, with people who cared about her, that eased the weight on her chest. As she cleared the plates and loaded the dishwasher, Allie leaned back in her chair, her eyes twinkling. It's supposed to be nice today. Want to walk around town? Maybe stop by the bakery later? They have these blueberry scones that are to die for. The idea of doing something as normal as walking through town felt almost surreal after everything she'd been through. That sounds perfect, Emily said, surprising herself with how much she meant it. I could use some fresh air. Tara nodded in agreement. It'll be good for you to get out, stretch your legs. And you'll love the bakery. I'll tag along and pick up a few groceries. With their plans set, they spent the next hour getting ready, pulling on sweaters and jackets to ward off the November chill. Emily found herself looking forward to the drive, eager to see more of the small town that had become Tara's refuge. Maybe in time it would become hers as well. They climbed into the car, the engine purring to life as they set out on the winding road toward Blueberry Hill. The drive took them through dense woods, the towering trees on either side of the road now bare. As they passed mile after mile of countryside, the hum of the tires on the road and the rhythmic sway of the car lulled the cabin into a comfortable quiet. Emily, her hand resting on her belly, felt the occasional kick. Almost there, Allie said, breaking the silence as they crested a hill. Blueberry Hill was made up of a quaint cluster of buildings framed by rolling hills, as if time itself had slowed, ignoring the progress of the world. As they parked near the town square, Emily stepped out into the cool, crisp air. It had only been a few months since she had last been here, but it felt like a lifetime ago. How had so much changed in such a short time? She looked around, taking in the small shops lining the street, all of them like something pulled straight out of a Christmas movie. There were adorable names, muted pastel colors, and dark leafy greens in several of the pots outside each storefront. The parking spots were angled, and the wide walkways seemed designed to encourage lingering, or offer a place for weary husbands to rest while their wives wandered through the shops. Allie walked beside her, pointing things out with the same enthusiasm she'd had the first time. That's the general store, she said, gesturing to a quaint little building with a weathered sign hanging above the door. And over there's the post office. It's tiny, but we get our mail here fast. Emily smiled faintly, but her heart wasn't in it. The first time she and Evan had come here, it had been nearly perfect over Labor Day weekend, and there had been so much joy in the air after they'd shared their news with the family. Now it was all different. As they waited to cross the street, she recognized some of the same places she'd seen before. To her left she spotted Sweet Magnolia Florist, its window filled with fresh blooms. On the opposite corner was Hear Me Out, its retro pink chairs visible through the plate glass window. Next to the hair salon was the Lonely Pen bookstore, which had an eye-catching display of bestsellers and a collection of paper and planner supplies. Emily had been so excited to explore that store last time. Now, the thought of wandering through the aisles felt exhausting. The courthouse square was where the park was located, nestled between the local fire and police departments. The buildings were made of light-colored stone with ornate columns, reminding Emily of the architecture in Washington, D.C. A flash of movement caught her eye. Was that a goat? Wearing a sweater? She looked at the law office, catching sight of a goat nibbling at some leafy greens overflowing from a barrel planter. Allie laughed. That's Bertha. Bertha. The goat. She belongs to Mary over at Spilled Milk, the grocery store. I don't think you went in the last time you and, well, when you were here. Emily's stomach tightened at the unspoken words. When you and Evan were here. Before everything had gone sideways. Before the distance. Before the silence. She forced a small laugh. Only in Blueberry Hill, right? But for once, the charm of the little town couldn't break through the weight pressing down on her chest again. Wanting to change the subject, Emily asked, "How did the town get its name?" "Oh, that's a good story," Allie said. "Mom, you should tell it." Tara, who had been walking a few steps ahead, turned and smiled. Wild blueberries were first found on the hill just outside of town by one of the first families to settle here, sometime back in the early 1930s. Though what they called a hill, we'd probably call a mountain now. Emily nodded, intrigued despite herself. The man was originally from Canada, Tara continued, and he came looking for a more temperate climate for his wife, who wasn't doing well in the harsher winters up north. He fell in love with this place, and named the town Blueberry Hill after the wild blueberries his wife adored. They're smaller than the ones you find in stores, but have a much sweeter, more intense flavor. Tara pointed to the mountain in the distance. Right there, in the middle of that dip, is where he built their home. Sadly, it burned down in a fire about 50 years ago, but the wild blueberries still grow all over the place, including around our house. I remember you picking blueberries when I was here over Labor Day. The town was charming, with its old-fashioned storefronts and tree-lined streets. It was the kind of place where people knew each other by name, where life moved at a slower, more deliberate pace. It was the kind of place she could see herself raising a child in. As they neared the bakery, the scent of fresh bread and pastries filled the air, and Emily's stomach growled in response. They stepped inside, the warmth of the small shop enveloping them like a hug. The glass display case was filled with an array of delicious-looking treats, from cinnamon rolls to croissants, to the famous blueberry scones Allie had raved about. "Hey there, Tara." The woman behind the counter greeted them with a wide smile, her eyes crinkling at the corners. "And you must be Emily. Tara told us you'd be staying in town for a spell. Told us all about you." Emily blinked, surprised. "She did?" The woman laughed. "Oh, don't worry. Only good things." Emily glanced at Tara, who smiled softly. "I might have mentioned you once or twice." A warmth spread through her chest, easing the pressure. It was a small thing, but it meant the world to her to know that even from afar, her mother-in-law had been thinking about her. They ordered scones and coffee, then found a table by the window overlooking the street. As they sat, sipping their drinks and savoring the sweetness of the scones, Emily felt something she hadn't felt in a long time. Hope. Yes, things with Evan were awful right now, and maybe the future felt like a question mark hanging over her head. But here, in this quiet little town, surrounded by people who cared about her, Emily felt like she could breathe again. Like maybe, just maybe, she could find a way forward here. And for the first time in weeks, she allowed herself to believe that everything might be okay. Chapter 24. Colton pulled into the parking lot of the Blueberry Hill Veterinary Clinic, glancing at Daisy in the passenger seat. She was sitting up, looking out the window, a much happier dog than he'd found at the shelter. Today was her routine checkup for her shots and a quick look over, but he found he was more anxious than usual. Maybe it was because everything felt unsettled lately, like his whole life was on pause, waiting for him to make a decision he wasn't ready to face. He parked and got out, lifting Daisy out of the car, as sometimes she was stiff in the mornings. She wagged her tail, oblivious to the weight of his thoughts, as she trotted beside him toward the clinic's entrance. Inside, the office smelled of antiseptic and fresh pine shavings. "You must be Daisy." The receptionist smiled warmly, and Colton nodded as he took a seat in the waiting area. Daisy immediately settled down at his feet, her nose twitching as she sniffed the air, watching another dog being led into an exam room. He was about to pull out his phone when the scent of honeysuckle made him look up. Allie strode through the door, a cardboard box tucked under her arm. "Hey," Colton said, surprised. "Didn't expect to see you here." Allie grinned, though her eyes darted to the box in her arms. "Yeah, well, looks like the cat distribution system finally found me." Completely lost, he blinked. "The what now?" The laugh came light and easy, her eyes crinkling as she held up the box. "The cat distribution system. You know, the universe's way of giving you a cat whether you want one or not. I found this little guy at the end of our road, about to step onto the main road. Someone must have dumped him. Or her. I don't know. We'll go with him for now." She set the box on the floor, and before Colton could respond, a tiny orange kitten popped its head out, mewing loudly. Daisy's ears perked up, and she sniffed curiously at the box. The kitten, undeterred, reached out with a paw and bopped Daisy square on the nose, purring the whole time. Colton couldn't help but chuckle. Guess Daisy's got herself a new friend. Allie crouched down beside the box, gently stroking the kitten's head. I wasn't planning on a cat, but, well, here we are. I've always been more of a plant person, but I guess I've been promoted to animals now. A hint of a smile tugged at his lips. I didn't think you were an animal person, other than the goats and chickens and ducks. Well, there is that, Allie laughed. But when you find an abandoned kitten at the end of the road, and it's cold outside, you don't exactly walk away. Plus he's so tiny and super cute, right? He fits in the palm of my hand with room to spare. And I might as well start with him. Good practice for the rest. The tiny kitten had jumped out of the box and was sitting on Daisy as the dog didn't move a muscle, gazing down at the fluff ball. Yeah, I guess he's got that going for him. Allie? The vet tech stood there waiting, a folder in hand. Coming. She scooped up the kitten and the box, turning away. He cleared his throat, catching her attention just as she was about to head into the exam room. Hey, before you go, he called out, his voice a little hesitant as the vet tech grinned, looking between the two of them. She turned, waiting. How about you come over for lunch today? He tried to sound casual, but the question hung in the air between them. Allie blinked, caught off guard. At your house? A slow smile spread across Colton's face, and he chuckled. Yeah, my house? Thanks to a certain someone, I now make a mean lasagna and a pretty great hamburger soup. Her lips curved into a smile, and after a beat she nodded. All right. I'll come by after I take the kitten home. Colton's grin widened. Sounds good. As Allie disappeared into the back of the clinic, Colton found himself staring at the door long after it closed behind her. A sigh came from the receptionist's desk as she nodded at him. That was so sweet. And he guessed by tomorrow, everyone in town would know he'd asked Allie over to his house. He scratched Daisy behind the ears, his mind wandering back to the coaching offer in Wyoming. It was still there, looming over him like a dark cloud. 4 days left to decide. But maybe Allie was right. Maybe the universe had a way of giving you things when you least expected them. Daisy let out a soft huff, and he chuckled. What do you think, girl? You ready for a kitten? Clearly more interested in treats than philosophical questions, Daisy watched as the receptionist gave a biscuit to the hunting dog, as his owner paid the bill. Colton smiled to himself, feeling, just for a moment, that maybe things would be okay. Even if he didn't have all the answers yet. A while later, after a quick walk for the dog to do her business, Colton stood in the kitchen, staring at the lasagna bubbling in the oven. The familiar smell of tomato sauce and melting cheese filled the air, but his thoughts were miles away. He'd made this dish a few times since Allie had taught him, but today felt different. Today everything felt uncertain, like the ground beneath him was shifting. He checked the clock. She'd be here soon. As he set out plates and silverware, his thoughts quickly returned to the coaching offer. 4 days. The words echoed in his mind, an ever-present reminder that time was running out. He'd been going back and forth, weighing the pros and cons, but he still couldn't shake the feeling that taking the job would be like stepping backward. And yet, staying here, staying in Blueberry Hill, felt like stepping into the unknown. The sound of a car pulling up outside snapped him out of his thoughts. Daisy perked up, her ears twitching as she trotted to the door. Colton wiped his hands on a dish towel and followed, his heart inexplicably racing. When he opened the door, Allie stood on the porch, a smile on her face and a 6-pack of beer in her hands. Figured I'd bring a little something, she said, holding out the beverages. Colton grinned, taking the beer. Perfect. As she stepped inside, she looked around his home. Smells good in here. Wow, this place is even bigger than it looks from the outside. My agent found it. It's small compared to the houses a lot of the guys live in, he replied, slightly miffed that she wasn't impressed by the house as he shut the door behind her. They made their way to the kitchen, and Allie took off her coat, draping it over the back of a chair. So, she said, turning to face him. What's the verdict? Wyoming or Blueberry Hill? Caught off guard by her directness, he froze, then let out a slow breath, rubbing the back of his neck. I don't know yet, he admitted. I've been thinking about it a lot, but I still feel stuck. Expression thoughtful, she nodded. That's fair. It's not an easy decision. Colton gestured toward the stove. I made the lasagna. If nothing else, I've got that figured out. Allie's eyes widened as she gazed at the stove, like he'd seen women drool over expensive jewelry. It's even more beautiful in person. Wait. She turned to him. I thought you didn't know how to even turn it on. With a sheepish grin, he came clean. I watched a bunch of videos online. She smiled, but didn't let him dodge the conversation. You don't have to figure your entire life out right now. But I'll ask you this. What do you want? Not what you think you should want, or what other people expect, but what do you want? Colton stared at her, the question settling heavily on his shoulders. Had anyone ever asked him that? He didn't think so. What did he want? He'd been so focused on what he'd lost. His career, his identity, that he hadn't really stopped to think about what he actually wanted. I don't know, he said honestly, his voice quieter now. I'm scared that if I take the job, I'll be stuck in the past. But staying here, what if I never figure out what I'm supposed to do with my life? Her gaze steady and unwavering, Allie stepped closer. You're not supposed to do anything. You get to decide. Maybe staying here won't give you all the answers right away, but it might give you the space to figure them out. She ran her hands down the side of her dark jeans and shrugged. If everyone knew what they wanted to do with their lives, the pharmaceutical industry would be out of business. And what if I don't figure it out? He dressed in a pair of jeans and a black cashmere sweater, making sure he shaved before she arrived. Allie's smile was soft, reassuring. Then you just keep trying. That's all any of us can do. They stood there for a moment, the weight of the conversation lingering between them. A strange sense of relief washed over him. Allie wasn't giving him answers. She wasn't trying to fix him, which was a nice change from his past relationships. The oven beeped, breaking the silence. Colton moved to take the lasagna out, and Allie grabbed the napkins from a stack on the counter, not saying a word that he didn't have one of those holder things for them. It smells delicious. They ate in comfortable silence for a while, the clinking of silverware against plates the only sound in the room. It wasn't until they were halfway through their meal that she spoke again. You know, I've been thinking about what you said. About how you're not sure if staying here means anything, she said, her fork hovering over her plate. But maybe it's not about Blueberry Hill having all the answers. Maybe it's about what you make of it. Intrigued, he looked up. What do you mean? By the way, this is really good. Then she shrugged, a small smile on her lips. I mean, you don't need a grand plan. You don't need to know exactly what your life is going to look like 5 years from now. You just need to figure out what makes you happy. And if that's coaching? Great. If it's staying here and doing something else? That's great too. Colton mulled over her words as he took another bite of lasagna, pleased that she liked it. He'd never cooked for anyone. She made it sound so simple, but the truth was, he'd never been good at not having a plan. His whole life had been mapped out from an early age. Baseball fame, success. Now, without that roadmap, everything felt uncertain. But maybe she was right. Maybe it wasn't about having it all figured out. Maybe it was about taking it one day at a time. After lunch, they moved to the living room. Daisy had taken her usual spot by the fire, her eyes half closed as the warmth lulled her into a peaceful doze. The crackling of the flames filled the quiet space, and for the first time in days, Colton felt a sense of calm settle over him. Allie sat on the couch, her legs tucked beneath her, sipping her beer. Colton stood by the window, looking out at the lake. The water shimmered in the late afternoon light, the surface smooth and undisturbed. It was the same view he'd looked at countless times since he moved to Blueberry Hill, but today it felt different. less like a reflection of his own uncertainty, and more like a quiet invitation to slow down. "So, how's the kitten?" he asked, turning from the window. "She's good. And by the way, it's a she, not a he. Barely 8 weeks old." He padded over to the couch. "I take it you're keeping her." "We are. Mom and Emily were fussing over her when I left. You'd think she was a celebrity or something." Colton laughed, a genuine sound that surprised even him. "Sounds to me like the cat distribution system did its job." Then, needing a minute, he went to the kitchen to get another beer. Allie had insisted on cleaning up since he'd cooked. When he came back, he sat beside her. "You ever feel like you're waiting for something to happen, but you don't know what it is?" Allie looked over at him. "All the time. But I've learned that sometimes waiting isn't a bad thing. It's just space. Space to figure things out without rushing into the next big thing. I've always been rushing. Rushing to the next game, the next season, the next goal. Now that there's nothing to rush toward, I don't know how to just be. Maybe that's the point. Maybe you're not supposed to rush right now. Maybe this is your time to just be." She tucked her hair behind her ear. Colton stared at her, the simplicity of her words resonating deeper than he'd expected. He'd been so focused on finding the next thing, whether it was coaching, staying in Blueberry Hill, or something else, that he hadn't considered the possibility that maybe he didn't need to make a decision right away. Maybe he could just breathe. Eventually, Allie stood, grabbing her coat from the back of the chair. "I should get going. The kitten's probably hungry, and I still need to figure out where she's going to sleep tonight." Colton stood as well, following her to the door, heart pounding more than it should have been. He shoved his hands into his pockets, resisting the urge to reach for her. "Thanks for coming by. And for everything." Allie smiled, slipping on her coat and glancing up at him through her lashes. "Of course." He swallowed, his gaze lingering on her lips for a moment too long. He wanted to kiss her. God, he wanted to kiss her so badly it hurt. But what if this wasn't the right time? What if he wasn't going to stay here? Starting something with her, knowing he might leave, didn't seem fair. But standing this close to her, the thought of not making a move felt just as wrong. As she stepped out onto the porch, the cold air bit at his skin, carrying with it the scent of pine and the subtle scent of her honeysuckle perfume. The temperature was dropping fast, the mountains already hinting at the long winter ahead. Colton watched her walk to her car, her movements easy and unhurried, like she had all the time in the world. He gripped the doorframe as she paused by her car, turning to wave. He raised a hand in return, fighting the urge to call her back, to tell her he was falling for her. But the words stayed lodged in his throat. The sound of her car rumbled to life, then faded into the distance as he watched her taillights disappear, leaving him standing there in the cold, wishing things were different. Colton stepped back inside, closing the door behind him. Daisy lifted her head, her tail thumping lazily against the floor. "Come on, girl," he said, his voice soft but steady, though his mind still lingered on Allie. "Let's go for a walk." Chapter 25. The rent increase notice lay on the kitchen counter, its unassuming white envelope stark against the dark granite. Christina stared at it, stomach twisting in knots. She knew what was inside, had heard the rumors around the building for weeks. Still, she hadn't expected to feel this sinking dread, as though the ground beneath her feet had just given way. She hesitated before tearing it open, fingers trembling. As she scanned the letter, her worst fears were confirmed. The rent was going up. Not by a little, but by almost 30%. Christina sank down onto the edge of a kitchen chair, the paper crinkling in her hand. She read the words again, hoping maybe by some miracle they would change. But they didn't. The numbers stayed the same. Time to face the cold reality. There was no way she could afford this. Not with everything else on her plate. She set the letter down, pressing her palms into her eyes, trying to will away the panic rising in her chest. 2 jobs, most of Ryan's tuition for his college classes, groceries, utilities. She was barely keeping her head above water as it was. Now this? Her phone buzzed on the counter, but she ignored it. She couldn't deal with anything else right now. She had been trying so hard to hold everything together, to make a stable life for Ryan after everything they'd been through. But now, it felt like the entire world was conspiring against her. A murmur of laughter drifted from Ryan's room, where he was finishing up his homework. She straightened, blinking back the tears that stung her eyes. She couldn't let him see her like this. He had enough on his shoulders with losing his mom. No way did she want him worrying about rent increases and bills. The part-time dog-walking job paid for Angus and helped a bit with groceries and his school books, so it wasn't like she could ask him to work more. It was too important for him to finish school. Taking a deep breath, she folded the letter and slipped it back into the envelope. She'd figure it out. She always did. "Christina?" Ryan called from his room, breaking through her spiraling thoughts. She glanced toward his door, quickly forcing a smile onto her face. "Yeah? Are you ready to take Angus for his walk? I thought we could go to that park near the beach." Christina stood, brushing her hands over her jeans as if wiping away the weight of her worries. A walk would be great. It had actually cooled down this afternoon. As they meandered down the sidewalk, Angus trotted happily beside them, stopping every few feet to sniff something, his leash slack in Ryan's hand. This park was a little farther than they usually went, but the idea of the ocean breeze sounded like the kind of escape Christina needed. Anything to get her mind off the rent increase notice, and there was something about being outside, walking, the smell and sound of the waves that usually helped to keep the panic at bay. Ryan was talking about a movie he'd been watching, something about giant robots and monsters. But her mind kept wandering. She nodded along, letting his voice wash over her as she tried to figure out how to make the numbers work. Maybe there was a way to cut back on some expenses. They'd already cut cable and now just had internet. Maybe they could up the thermostat a few degrees? Soon it would be cooler and they wouldn't need the air as much. Or maybe she could learn to like beans and rice. They were good with salsa. Then again, wasn't everything. Her boss had praised her work lately. How long until she could ask about a raise? She tightened her ponytail as they walked, shifting numbers in her head. The restaurant was doing well, so maybe she could pick up another shift. Though the thought of being on her feet for another 4 hours made her want to crawl into bed and pull the covers over her head. They reached the park, entering through the iron gates, and a little of the tension eased as Christina rolled her shoulders. The scent of salt water filled the air, mingling with the distant sounds of laughter and the soft crash of waves. "Angus looks happy," Ryan smiled, watching the dog sniff at the base of a palm tree before bounding ahead to chase a seagull who wanted no part of the furry animal. Christina forced herself to smile back. "He's always happy when he's with you." Her brother also looked happy today, dressed in a pair of jeans with a hole in one knee and a black t-shirt that said 5 out of 4 people struggle with math. He was so smart, there had to be a way to keep him in school without taking out loans. No way did she want him burdened with student loan debt, not with the way things were in the world right now. They walked further along the path as the sunlight cast shadows from the swaying palms. Angus barked playfully at birds and squirrels, completely in his element. A small sense of peace washed over her, until she caught sight of another dog, much larger with one of those heavy chain collars, heading their way on the opposite side of the path, his owner nowhere in sight. "Ryan, hold on to Angus," she warned, voice low but firm. The other dog hadn't noticed them yet, and Christina wanted to turn around. "No worries, he's good with other dogs." But he reeled in Angus's leash a little. Goosebumps broke out on her bare legs and arms. "Let's turn around." There was something about the approaching dog that set her on edge. It all happened so fast. The big dog lunged and her breath caught as Angus barked, startled, making Ryan drop the leash. Before either of them could grab it, the two dogs collided. "Angus." Ryan screamed, yanking the leash back, but the force of the larger dog knocked Angus off balance, sending him tumbling to the side. "No!" Christina yelled, rushing forward. The larger dog had its teeth bared, but Angus was already cowering, letting out small, frightened yelps. Chaos erupted as Ryan tried to pull Angus away, his hands shaking. "Come on, I've got you." His voice cracked with fear, while she turned to the side and put her foot against the other dog's side, pushing. "No," she yelled at the dog. "Get out of here." The owner of the big dog finally came running down the path, calling out apologies. "I'm so sorry. I didn't see him get away, he's never done this." They separated the animals, and the guy, seeing the blood on the ground, clipped the leash on his dog and ran, calling out, "Sorry," as he fled. The dog was shaking, his body pressed tightly against Ryan's leg as he knelt down, trembling from head to toe. "It's okay, Angus, it's okay," he whispered, tears running down his face. "Ryan, come on." Christina's voice was tight, adrenaline pumping through her as she turned and bolted toward the car, Ryan right behind her, carrying Angus. He'd barely shut the door before she stepped on the gas, driving toward the emergency vet as fast as she dared, hands shaking on the wheel. Once before, back when she'd walked dogs, there had been an incident with 2 dogs, so she knew where the emergency vet was located. The receptionist checked them in quickly and had them wait, as they had 2 more serious cases ahead of them. The waiting room was painted apple green, the fluorescent lights humming softly overhead. Christina sat with Ryan beside her, holding his hand tightly. He hadn't said a word since they'd arrived, face ghostly pale, his entire body shaking as he held the dog close. "It's going to be okay," she whispered, though her voice was shaky. She didn't know if she was saying it for him or for herself. Thankfully, the vet tech came out and had Ryan bring the dog into a room. A few minutes later, Ryan came back with the bloody t-shirt in his hand. He'd yanked it off and held it to the wounds on Angus after the incident. For the first time since he'd come to live with her, Christina was happy Ryan was a typical teenage boy, and that he always seemed to leave a hoodie or t-shirt in the back of her car. The one he'd found in the back was wrinkled, but at least he had something to wear. Ryan kept his eyes fixed on the floor, lips pressed into a thin line. After what felt like hours, the vet finally came out. Christina stood, heart hammering in her chest. The vet offered a reassuring smile as she told them, "Angus is going to be fine. He needed a few stitches, but there's no major damage. He's resting now, and you'll be able to take him home soon." Relief washed over her, but it was quickly followed by a new wave of anxiety when she checked out and the receptionist handed her the bill. She glanced down at the total, her stomach dropping. Another unexpected expense. A big one she hadn't planned for. "I can help," Ryan said quietly, glancing at the bill in her hands. "I'll take on more clients. Plenty of people need their dogs walked." Christina's throat tightened as she shook her head. "No. You need to focus on school. That's what we agreed. I'll figure it out." "But I want to help," he insisted, his voice cracking slightly with emotion. "He's my dog. My responsibility." "He's our dog," she said softly, meaning it. As she watched him, her heart broke a little as she saw the hurt on his face. He was only 15. He shouldn't have to worry about this kind of stuff. Why couldn't her dad help him? All her life, Christina's dad had been larger than life. But no more. She'd never forgive him for this. "We'll figure it out," she said softly, pulling him into a hug. "I promise. But you don't have to handle this. That's my job." One of the other servers she worked with at her second job told her about selling her sterling silver and gold jewelry to a place in town that was reputable. While she didn't have much, she did have several necklaces and rings that old boyfriends had given her over the years. Tomorrow, she'd go and sell the jewelry. Hopefully it would be enough to pay not only the vet bill, but the electric bill this month. The ride home from the vet was quiet. The radio and the occasional shuffle from Ryan in the passenger seat were the only sounds as Angus slept in the back seat, pumped full of antibiotics and pain medication. Christina glanced over at Ryan, who was staring out the window, his face pale and drawn. The t-shirt he'd pulled from the back seat was too big on him, swallowing his thin frame. He looked older in that moment, more serious than any 15-year-old should have to be. "Chrissy," he said softly, breaking the silence as he turned to face her. "Maybe we should move." I saw the notice. Her hands tightened on the steering wheel as her gaze snapped toward him, surprised. "What do you mean?" It was hot in here. She reached over and turned the air up, the cold air blowing on her face, helping to calm the storm inside her. "I mean, I've been thinking about it," he said, his voice tentative. "You've been working 2 jobs. And now with the rent going up and the bill from the vet, the sofa has to be replaced since the arm fell off and you need new tires. I don't know. I thought maybe we could find someplace cheaper. I don't mind." He scrubbed a hand through his hair. "We'll find something smaller. A 1-bedroom. You can take it and I'll sleep on the sofa." Christina swallowed hard, her chest tightening. Her little brother shouldn't have to be thinking about things like this. It was so unfair that he should even be thinking about money and rent, and whether they could afford to stay in their home. He was a teenage boy, and should be thinking about homework, friends, what kind of music he liked, and which girl he wanted to ask to the school dance. Though since he'd graduated early from high school and went directly to college, she guessed they didn't have school dances. Still, he should be dating and having fun, like she used to. "I don't want you to worry about any of that," she said, her voice firmer than she felt. "I'll figure things out." "I know you will," he said quietly, his eyes still fixed straight ahead. "But I don't want you to have to figure it all out. Not by yourself." His words hit her like a punch to the gut. Christina blinked rapidly, her vision blurring for a moment. He was only 15, but in that moment he sounded so much older. And she hated that. "You shouldn't have to think about stuff like this," she said, her voice softening as she pulled into the parking lot and turned off the engine, cringing when the car made a noise it hadn't made before. Ryan shrugged, looking down at his hands. "I know. But you've been taking care of me ever since, you know." His voice wavered, and Christina knew he was thinking of his mom. Of how suddenly everything had changed when she passed away. "Our father is a piece of shit," she said, her voice fierce. "None of this is your fault. You're doing everything right. It's my job to make sure we have a roof over our heads and food on the table, okay? You focus on school. That's all I want you to worry about." He nodded slowly, but the tension in his shoulders didn't ease. I don't want to stay if it's going to make you miserable." Miserable? Was that how she seemed to him? Christina thought she'd been doing a good job of hiding how hard things had gotten. But maybe she hadn't been as good at masking her stress as she thought. She sighed, leaning back in her seat, sweat running down her back as she stared at an iguana in a tree. "We're not going to make any big decisions right now," she said after a long pause. "But we'll figure it out. Together. I won't make any decisions without including you, okay?" Ryan gave her a small, reluctant smile, the shadows under his eyes making him look far too wise for his age. "Okay. Good." Christina reached over and squeezed his hand. "Now let's go inside. It's been a long day." They climbed out of the car, Ryan carefully cradling Angus in his arms as they made their way up the steps to the apartment. Inside, the house was quiet, aside from the muffled sound of the TV from the neighbor's apartment. Once Angus was settled in his bed, Christina set down her purse and went to get a glass of water. The next thing she knew, she was waking up on the sofa, her feet dangling off the side where the arm had fallen off. It was dark in the room. When she sat up, she checked on Angus, who was asleep in his bed, a bowl of water next to him. When she checked the time, she sighed. It was late, but she knew sleep wouldn't come easily tonight. The door to Ryan's room was shut, no light showing underneath, so he must have gone to bed. With a yawn, she sat down at the kitchen table, laptop in front of her. She opened it, staring at the search bar for a long moment before typing "Affordable Apartments Miami" into the browser. The results were grim. Everything was either too expensive or too far away from her job and the community college. The thought of uprooting him, moving them to some other part of the city, maybe even to an unfamiliar neighborhood, made her stomach churn. He had already been through so much. And as much as he said he didn't mind, she knew this tiny cramped apartment had become a home to him. And she knew how much it meant to feel like you belonged. But what choice did she have? The rent was going up. The bills were piling up. And she couldn't keep pretending she could juggle it all forever. Maybe they could find a studio, and she could put up some type of room divider to make a bedroom area for each of them. Christina sat at her desk, shoulders tight with tension. She'd barely slept the night before, worrying about everything that had happened. And now her mom told her that Evan and Emily were having problems. That sweet Emily had left her brother and moved into the guest bedroom at her mom's, bringing all her stuff. All the changes made her feel like she was floating in limbo, stuck between the life she thought she'd have and the one that was slowly pulling her under. The soft ping of an instant message pulled her out of her thoughts as she looked at her screen. "Could you please come and see me?" Her boss? Oh no. Was this it? Was she getting fired? Laid off? The rumors about the office closing had been circulating for weeks, growing louder with each passing day. Panic bubbled up in Christina's chest. This was so not what she needed right now. With shaky hands, she smoothed her red skirt and made her way to her boss's office. The walk felt like it took hours, each step heavier than the last. When she reached the door, she knocked softly, bracing herself for the worst. "Come in," Valerie waved her into the office, her voice warm but businesslike. The flip-flopping in her stomach made Christina queasy. "I won't keep you long," Valerie began, motioning to the chair in front of her desk. "I've got some news." Christina swallowed hard, already preparing herself for the blow. She could see it now, how she'd pack up her desk, handing in her keycard, walking out into the uncertainty of the Miami job market, getting evicted. "You've probably heard the office gossip. It's true, we're downsizing the office," her boss continued, "but we're offering remote work to our top employees." "Wait. What?" She leaned forward in the purple velvet chair. "You've been doing such a great job, always giving 110%. We don't want to lose you," her boss said, smile widening. Christina blinked, brain struggling to catch up. "Remote work?" she repeated, as if the words were foreign, her voice barely above a whisper. Valerie nodded, leaning forward. "You can do everything from home or wherever you want to be. You'll keep your laptop, and we'll provide you with a printer and pay for internet service." She leaned back in her chair. "As long as you deliver projects on time, you can make your own hours. Take a break when you need to, no more commutes. It's a great setup." For a moment, Christina didn't react. The words "work from anywhere" hung in the air, a lifeline. She could leave Miami, escape the suffocating heat, the rising rent, the constant noise. She could start over somewhere less expensive, somewhere like Blueberry Hill maybe. That's... She paused, swallowing the lump in her throat. "That's amazing. I don't know what to say." Her boss smiled. "Say yes. Take the offer. You've earned it." Christina smiled, a real smile that stretched across her face, and nodded. "Yes," she said, the word coming out stronger than she expected. "I'd love to." As she left the office, her steps lighter, heart racing with possibilities, she was excited to go home. To tell her brother the news. She could work from anywhere. The next evening, Christina sat on the tiny balcony eating ice cream from the carton, Angus by her feet, while Ryan was at school, staying late to work on a project. At lunch, she'd gone to the jeweler she'd heard about, and sold every bit of jewelry that had gold or silver in it. Then she went straight to the vet's office and paid the bill. In full. There was enough left over to pay the electric bill that month, and for groceries, even the ice cream she liked and the chips Ryan loved. And a big box of dog bones for Angus. Next month would be a different story, but for today it was enough. Working from home solved one of her problems. Now to figure out the living situation and how to keep them afloat. If they moved, she'd have to quit her waitress job and find one close to wherever they moved. There wasn't anything smaller available in the building. She'd asked before she'd left for work today. A little less than 60 days. That's how long they had until the rent went up. Christina had given notice that she wouldn't be renewing the lease since she couldn't afford the rent increase. Thinking about the rent made her think about everything else, and the crushing weight was back on her shoulders. Her phone buzzed on the table, and she glanced down, seeing her mom's name flash across the screen. Tara. Christina hesitated for a second before picking up, her voice shaky. Hey, Mom? We got a kitten, her mom's voice came through, warm and familiar. Can you believe your sister brought home a pet? She told her about Allie finding the tiny orange kitten and bringing her home. It was so good to hear her mom's voice, even though they hadn't been close for years, and she had been so awful, especially about the divorce, and yet her mom had always been there for her. How had she made it look so easy while they were growing up? Christina clung to the phone like a lifeline. So of course I told Emily she could come. That's everything with us. Her mom laughed. Catch me up. How's the job? How is Ryan doing? Have you met anyone new? She opened her mouth to say the usual, fine. Doing okay. Nothing new here. But this time, the words stuck in her throat like mud. She couldn't do it anymore, couldn't pretend that everything was fine when it wasn't. Mom, she said, her voice cracking. Things have been rough. Really hard. There was a pause on the other end of the line, and then her mom's voice went soft. What's going on? The kindness behind those words made her lose it. And just like that, everything spilled out. The rent increase. The dog attack. The vet bills. The constant pressure to keep everything afloat. By the time she finished, her hands were shaking, and Christina had to wipe away the tears that wouldn't stop falling. Oh, sweetheart, her mom said, voice full of love. Why didn't you tell me any of this sooner? I didn't want to worry you, she admitted, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. Evan and Allie think I'm a silly little girl who only cares about boys and parties. I wanted to prove them wrong. To show all of you that I'm a responsible adult. You are not silly. Honey, you're 23, you should be out there having fun while you're young. Dating and living your life. I love that you are my light-hearted daughter, who floats through life with a smile. There's nothing wrong with that. There was a long pause, then her mom spoke again, her voice gentle but firm. I've been thinking. What if you, and Ryan and the dog of course, moved up here? You all could stay with me. Allie is back. And now Emily's here, but now there's a bedroom and bathroom up in my workspace in the attic, or I've been meaning to finish the space above the garage. Maybe turn it into a guest space. Then once you're settled, we could look for something more permanent if you want your own space. You wouldn't have to worry about rent or bills for a while, and Ryan could transfer to the community college here. They have a really good park ranger program, and with the parkway practically in our backyard, he could probably get an internship. Move to Blueberry Hill? The thought seemed so drastic. So sudden. Christina's heart skipped a beat. But as it settled in her mind, it didn't seem as crazy as it had at first. With her new remote work situation, she no longer had to be tied to Miami. And being closer to her mom, to family, maybe that was exactly what both she and Ryan needed. I don't know, she said, voice hesitant. That's a really big change. Are you sure you want Ryan to come? There was a sigh through the phone. I was out walking today. You know I keep that antique mason jar on my desk with the pretty stones that I find on my walks. She went on, not expecting Christina to answer. I found one today that was small, gray, with black, white, and silver veins running through it. When I held it up to the sun, it sparkled and shimmered, and when I got home, I saw a larger rock, about the size of a strawberry, that looked just like it. Anyway, it made me think. Your father had affairs, and I never knew. I was too busy living a perfect life, and now, after everything that's happened, I've forgiven him. She paused again. Not for him, but for me. I guess what I'm trying to say is that Ryan is related to you, and Allie and Evan by blood. A terrible act of violence took his mother, and he needs a safe place to land. Blueberry Hill gave me a safe place, and I think it could be good for both of you. Just think about it, okay? Her mom let out a sigh again, and in the background Christina heard the sound of the old-fashioned tea kettle her mom liked. She nodded, even though her mom couldn't see her. Okay. I'll think about it. After they hung up, Christina sat staring out at the complex pool, but not really seeing the water as she absently petted Angus. The idea of moving to Blueberry Hill lingered, weaving itself into her thoughts like a quiet whisper. A fresh start, it whispered. New beginnings. She glanced down at Angus, his chest rising and falling in a steady rhythm. He looked peaceful now, even with the shaved patch of hair and the stitches, but the image of him bleeding on the ground after the attack flashed through her mind, and her stomach twisted again. She had spent so much time fighting to keep things together, but maybe it was time to stop fighting. The door opened, and Ryan stepped out on the balcony, his backpack still slung over one shoulder. He looked tired, but his face lit up when he saw Angus, who stirred and lifted his head, tail wagging weakly. Hey bud, Ryan murmured, kneeling beside the dog and giving him a gentle pat. How's he doing? He's better, she said, watching her brother's face. I took him back today for his checkup, and the vet said he'll be back to his usual self in no time. She hesitated, then told him about selling her jewelry. The bill's been paid in full. She held up a hand. I don't wear any of that stuff anymore, and we needed the money. Okay. Ryan smiled, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. Let's go inside, and I'll make you a peanut butter and banana sandwich, even though I think they're disgusting, she said. We had enough left over that I paid the electric bill and bought groceries, including those weird chips you love. Funyuns are not weird. They're delicious, he said as he waited for Angus to go inside, before following the dog into the warm apartment. Once he'd eaten, she took a deep breath, the words she'd been holding back suddenly pressing at her throat. If they were going to have this conversation, it had to be now. Before she lost the nerve, because it was a big change for both of them. Can we talk for a minute? She asked, voice firmer than she felt. He looked up at her, a flicker of concern crossing his face as he stood to take his plate to the sink. Sure. What's up? Something came up today, she began slowly. I was talking to my mom and she suggested something. Something that would be a really big change. To his credit, he simply waited, running his hands over his brightly patterned shorts, though he'd turned the color of vanilla ice cream. Okay. She offered us a place to stay. In Blueberry Hill. To live with her, and my older sister Allie, and now Emily, my sister-in-law. So it would be a full house. She paused, but he just waited. She said we could stay there rent-free, not even have to pay utilities, until we figure out something more permanent. There's space above the garage that isn't finished yet, but she said she'd have it done, and she's remodeled the attic. A sigh escaped. It's a lot to think about, I know. At first he didn't say anything, just sat there staring at her, processing the words, fingers drumming lightly on the table, a nervous habit. He'd come all the way from Seattle to Miami, hoping to connect with his father, only to be cast aside, and now she was asking him to move to North Carolina. Move to Blueberry Hill, he finally said, his voice soft, as if testing the words. Like, leave Miami? Christina nodded, her throat tight. Yeah. It's a huge change. But with the rent going up, and everything else we've been dealing with, I don't know how I'm going to afford to keep us here, and in a decent place that's safe. Maybe it's time for a fresh start. The dog came over, leaning against Ryan as if sensing the tension. I'd have to give up my job. Do you think I could find a part-time job there? Places don't want to hire you if you're not 16. He met her gaze. What about you? All your friends are here. Your life is here. And what about your job? I know it's a lot to take in, she said, trying to reassure him as she twisted her hair, her own nervous habit. But I've been offered a remote position at work. I can do my job from anywhere. And as far as your classes, you could transfer. Mom said they've got a really good program up there, and maybe you could get an internship with the Park Service, work on the Blue Ridge Parkway. Ryan blinked, clearly surprised. Wait, you got a remote job? She nodded. Yeah. It just happened today. I can work from anywhere now. And honestly, Miami's getting too expensive. I've been trying to hold it all together, but I'm not sure how much longer I can keep this up. For a long time he was quiet, his hands still on the table, his eyes downcast. The silence stretched, and for a moment, Christina thought he might say he wanted to stay in Miami. If he did, she'd find a way, somehow, to make things work. Then finally he spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. I don't want to leave, Angus. Or you. Her heart squeezed and she reached across the table, taking his hand in hers. You'll never have to leave us. Angus is coming with us wherever we go. And I'll always be here for you, no matter what. We're in this together, okay? Ryan looked up at her, his eyes shining with unshed tears. But what if your mom doesn't like me? I mean, my mom and your dad. Christina's throat tightened, and she squeezed his hand a little tighter. My mom said you are welcome. The affair my dad had with your mom is on him. It has nothing to do with you, she said, her voice soft but steady. At first I thought, no way, we can't live in some tiny little town, but the more I thought about it, the more I thought it would be nice to have family close by. She took a breath. You have another sister and a brother. Emily, my sister-in-law, is really nice, and my mom, she would never make you feel like you're not welcome. A snort escaped. My mom and I haven't been close in a long time. It's a long story, but after their divorce, I've started trying to repair our relationship. Ryan sat back in his chair, the wheels turning in his head, the same ones that had been spinning in hers for days. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he let out a slow breath. Okay, he said, his voice quiet but resolute. Let's do it. Let's move to Blueberry Hill. Are you sure? She asked, needing to hear it one more time. This is a big change. I don't want you to feel like you have to say yes just for me. When he smiled, a real smile this time, she knew she'd make the right decision. It would be a huge culture shock leaving Miami for a small town in the mountains, but having a place to stay rent-free so she could save up some money was a huge benefit. I'm sure, he said. When do we go? In that respect, he was like her. Once she made up her mind, she was ready to go, full steam ahead. I told the landlord we weren't renewing the lease, so we've got about 7 weeks. Talk about big changes. Chapter 26. Allie stood in the middle of her tiny house, all 600 feet, as the wind blew through the openings where the windows would go. Despite the cold seeping in, a flicker of warmth kindled in her chest as she walked every inch of the space. The walls were up, the electrical and plumbing roughed in, the black metal roof was complete, and the windows were next. Then all the fun started with cabinets, tile countertops, and fixtures. She traced her fingers along a wall, imagining the future that would fill the empty room. This is where the kitchen will go, she whispered to herself, the words barely audible over the wind outside. And over here, the reading nook by the window. In her mind, she could already see it. The shelves lined with her favorite books, a small armchair tucked into the corner where she could sip her morning coffee and watch the sun rise over the lake. The little house wasn't just a house. It was freedom. It was proof that she could do this. Build her own life, her own future, without needing anyone else to define her. Looks like it's coming along. She jumped at the sound of Colton's voice, spinning around to find him standing near the entrance with his hands in his pockets. He looked rugged as always, with that leather jacket that had seen better days, and jeans faded from wear, not fashion. Daisy sniffed every inch of the construction, tail wagging lazily. "Hey there," Allie greeted him, a smile brightening her face despite the tension she felt from his sudden appearance. "It's really starting to come together." She waved a hand around, excitement bubbling up again. "I can't wait to see it finished." He looked over the space with the careful attention of someone used to assessing things. "It's small," he said, tone neutral, but Allie caught the hint of surprise. She stiffened slightly, crossing her arms over her chest. "It's supposed to be small," she replied, trying to keep the edge out of her voice. "That's kind of the point." There was something in his expression that made her stomach twist even as he nodded. "I get that," he said slowly. "But are you sure this is what you want? Long term, I mean. It's not a lot of space. What if you decide down the road you need more room? Or want someone to live with you? Like him?" Why did people always seem to think she didn't know what she was doing, that her decisions were impulsive, not well thought out? Allie's chest tightened. She had heard it all before. From her dad, from her ex, even from her brother. She had been so sure about this compact house, but now, hearing Colton's doubts, she felt that familiar prickle of defensiveness rising up. "I've thought about it," she said, voice sharper than she intended. "It's enough space for me. I'm not planning on starting a family or collecting a bunch of stuff. This is what I want. Simplicity." Colton took a step back. "I'm not trying to be negative. I just want to make sure you're thinking it through." The words stung more than they should have. She turned away from him, focusing on a window opening, relishing the cold air. "I am thinking it through," she replied, quieter now but still firm. "This is what I want." For a moment, neither of them spoke. The wind picked up outside, carrying with it the scent of pine and lake water. Colton shifted, his boots scraping against the plywood floor. "All right," he said finally, holding his hands up in surrender. "I'm not here to argue with you. Just offering a different perspective." Deep down, she knew part of her frustration was that he still hadn't made a decision about the coaching job. Time was quickly running out, and it made her think he missed his old life. Enough that he'd leave, and then where would she be? Left with another broken heart, that's where. "I appreciate it," she said, forcing a small smile. "But this is my decision." He nodded, though the concern in his eyes didn't disappear. "Fair enough." "Thanks for stopping by," she said, turning back toward the unfinished walls. Colton hesitated, glancing at her one more time before nodding. "All right. If you need anything, you know where to find me." Make a decision. She wanted to scream at him as she watched him walk away, the dog meandering along, stopping to sniff something interesting near the driveway. Despite the tension, she felt a small pang of sympathy. Colton had his own struggles, his own doubts, and she wasn't blind to the growing connection between them. But she wasn't ready to deal with that either, not until she knew what he was going to do about the job offer. Later that afternoon, Allie sat in the sunroom of Mrs. Collier's house, a canvas balanced on her lap, as she painted the barren winter landscape in front of her. The bare trees stood like sentinels against the spent garden, their branches reaching toward the fading sunlight. Mrs. Collier sat beside her, her brush moving with the fluidity of someone who had spent decades perfecting her craft. "Your strokes are getting bolder," Mrs. Collier commented as she glanced at Allie's painting. "You've come a long way since you first started." "Some days I think so, others not so much." She'd worn an old paint-spattered sweatshirt and a pair of jeans, over which she'd thrown on a smock. After the last time, when she'd ended up with crimson paint in her hair, she'd made sure to put it up. They painted in silence for a while, the only sound the rustling of the wind through the trees. Eventually, Mrs. Collier spoke again, her voice gentle. "You seem troubled today. Want to talk about it? Allie hesitated, her brush hovering over the canvas. I don't know. It's this tiny house. I thought I was so sure about it, but now I'm starting to have second thoughts. Mrs. Collier didn't reply right away. Instead, she continued painting, her brush moving in smooth, deliberate strokes. Change can be scary, she said after a moment. It's natural to have doubts. What's making you question it now? Colton came by earlier. He thinks maybe I haven't thought it through, that maybe it's not enough space, and what will I do if I ever want someone to move in with me? And now I'm starting to wonder if he's right. What if I'm making a mistake? Allie set down her brush, her eyes fixed on a bird sitting on an empty trellis in one of the raised garden beds. Mrs. Collier smiled softly, her eyes twinkling with the kind of wisdom that came with age and experience. Only you can answer that question. But from where I'm sitting, it looks like you've put a lot of thought into this. You've been dreaming about this little house for a while now, haven't you? Allie nodded. I have. Then trust yourself, Mrs. Collier said simply. You know what you need right now, and that's all anyone can do. Make the best decision for the person they are today. If tomorrow you need something different, well, you'll figure that out when the time comes. Allie let out a breath, some of the tension easing from her shoulders. Mrs. Collier's words made sense, but the doubt still lingered, gnawing at the edges of her mind. I don't want to mess this up. Mrs. Collier reached over, patting her hand gently. Life isn't about getting everything right the first time. It's about learning and growing along the way. And from what I've seen, you're more than capable of handling whatever comes next. That evening, Allie sat on the back patio, the outdoor heater keeping her warm. A cup of hot tea cradled in her palms as she replayed the day's events in her mind. Her mom and Will had gone out to dinner, and Emily was inside doing a load of laundry. The doubt about her little house still buzzed faintly in the back of her head, but Mrs. Collier's words had given her some clarity. She would keep moving forward. This was her decision, and she wasn't going to let anyone, Colton included, make her question it. The sound of footsteps broke through her thoughts, and she looked up to see Francesca walking up the path, her face pale and eyes puffy. Hey, Allie said, immediately setting her tea down and standing up. What's going on? Are you okay? Francesca shook her head, her voice shaky. I needed to talk to someone. Sorry, I dropped by without calling. You're always welcome, Allie said quickly, guiding Francesca inside. She put the kettle back on the stove, the warmth of the kitchen wrapping around them like a blanket. The sound of the shower running told her that Emily would be busy for a while. Her sister-in-law didn't need anything to upset her. She had enough going on with Allie's idiot brother. Francesca sat at the table, hands trembling as she wiped at her eyes. It's Trevor. We had another fight. And this time, I can't do this anymore. Allie's heart ached for her friend. She had seen this coming for a while, but Francesca had always tried to put on a brave face, convincing herself that things would get better. But now it seemed like it all had finally come crashing down. You don't have to, Allie said softly, sitting down beside her. You deserve better than this. You know that, right? Francesca nodded, though her tears continued to fall. I know. It's hard to let go. He's the first guy that I really fell for. I keep thinking that if I just try harder, things will change. Allie reached for her hand, squeezing it gently. You shouldn't have to try so hard. Love isn't supposed to be this difficult. She took a breath. Love isn't hurting the person you love. Francesca let out a shaky breath, her voice barely a whisper. I don't know if I'm strong enough to end it with him. You are, Allie said, her voice filled with warmth. And you don't have to do it alone. I'm here for you. You've got a whole town that will stand up for you. Francesca smiled weakly, wiping at her eyes once more, the makeup now gone, the black eye on full display. Thanks. I don't know what I'd do without you. Chapter 27. Evan sat in his home office, the weight of Stan's email pressing down on him like a boulder. The words on the screen blurred as he read them again, though their meaning had long since sunk in. Stan had left. His mentor, his boss, the man who had promised him the world, was gone, off to some other company, leaving Evan to pick up the pieces of the mess he'd left behind. And now, after all the long hours, all the work, Evan had been laid off. Just like that. They didn't care that he'd been loyal, hard-working. No, all the company cared about was the bottom line. The home office, once a symbol of his success, felt cold and suffocating. He stared at the framed awards on the wall, the certificates of achievement that had once made him proud. Now they seemed hollow, meaningless in the grand scheme of things. He pushed away from the desk and wandered through the house, his footsteps echoing against the hardwood floors. The house was too big, too quiet. Emily's things were still here, but she wasn't. She was in Blueberry Hill, starting a new life without him. He hadn't even noticed her slipping away, until it was too late. Unable to stand the quiet, he put a record on the turntable, poured himself a drink, the amber liquid sloshing in the glass, and leaned against the window. The emptiness in the house was unbearable. He pulled out his phone, scrolling through social media mindlessly, as if searching for some kind of distraction, some proof that his life wasn't falling apart. But that only made it worse. Everyone else seemed to be moving forward. Colleagues with new opportunities, families posting pictures of trips to the Caribbean, smiling on the beach. And there he was, standing in the middle of a life that no longer felt like his own. His phone buzzed, jolting him out of his thoughts. Emily's name flashed on the screen, and for a moment he considered letting it go to voicemail. What did he have to say to her? What could he possibly explain that wouldn't sound like an excuse? But something inside him, maybe a flicker of hope, made him answer. "Hey," he said, his voice rougher than he'd intended. "Wanted to check in," Emily replied. Her voice was calm, but there was an edge to it, a firmness that hadn't been there before, reminding him of how stubborn she could be. It was a side of her that he hadn't seen in a long time. Not until she found out she was expecting. "How are you?" He let out a bitter laugh. "I've been better. I heard about Stan." Carmen posted a picture of she and her husband with them on a cruise. "Something about celebrating a new position," she said softly. "I'm sorry." He swallowed the knot in his throat. "Yeah, me too." The silence stretched between them, thick and heavy. For a moment neither of them said anything, and Evan wondered if this was how it always was now, awkward, strained, with too much left unsaid. He could hear her breathing on the other end, steady and sure, while his own thoughts raced, swirling in a storm of uncertainty. "We need to talk," she said finally. There was no anger in her voice, just quiet resolve. "I want you to come to Blueberry Hill. For Thanksgiving. We need to figure things out." He rubbed the back of his neck, feeling the tension in his muscles. "I don't know. I need to update my resume. Start looking for a new job." "You don't have to decide anything right now," she said, her tone gentle but insistent. "But I want you to be here. We need to talk, face to face. This, whatever we're doing, it's not working." He closed his eyes, the truth of her words settling over him like a blanket of suffocating reality. No, it wasn't working. Nothing about their life was working anymore. But he knew what she really meant. Moving to Blueberry Hill. Leaving everything behind. That felt like admitting defeat, like giving up on the life he'd built. And Evan Singleton didn't give up. He worked harder. He pushed through. He won. But at what cost? "I'm not asking you to give up your dreams," Emily said, her voice softening. "I'm asking you to see that maybe our dreams have changed." The words hit him like a punch to the gut, and for a moment he couldn't breathe. He wanted to argue, to fight, to tell her that they could still make it work if they just tried harder. But deep down, he knew she was right. Their dreams had changed. And now? Now they wanted different things. "I don't want to lose you," she whispered, her voice cracking at the edges. "But I can't live like this anymore. I miss you, but I don't miss my life there." His throat tightened, and he stared at the glass in his hand, the whiskey swirling like the storm inside him. He had been so focused on keeping everything together. The job, the house, the image of success, that he hadn't even noticed the most important thing slipping away. "I'll come for Thanksgiving," he said finally, his voice barely above a whisper. "We'll talk then." There was a pause on the other end, and for a moment he thought maybe she had hung up. But then she spoke again, her voice soft and tired. "Okay." When the call ended, Evan stared at the phone in his hand and wanted to kick himself. He hadn't even asked about the baby. He set the glass down on the counter and walked back into his office. The silence in the house was deafening now, the awards on the wall mocking reminders of everything he had sacrificed. And for what? He sat down at his desk, opened the laptop, and pulled up a job search. But the listings blurred on the screen, none of them sparking any interest. The thought of going back to the grind, of starting all over at a new company in the corporate world, made his stomach turn. He closed the laptop with a snap and pushed it aside. What was he doing? Holding on to this life, this house, this career, it was all slipping through his fingers, and he was too stubborn to admit it. Too scared to let go. Evan stood up, strode back to the kitchen, and poured the rest of his drink down the sink. The amber liquid swirled down the drain, disappearing into nothing. He wiped his hands on a dish towel, took a deep breath, and stared out at the dark yard beyond the windows. Thanksgiving. He would go. He would face Emily, face whatever was left of their marriage, and maybe together, they could figure out what came next. But as he stood there in the quiet house looking out the windows at the lights flickering in the distance, Evan wasn't sure if he was ready for the answers he might find. Chapter 28. Christina stood in the center of their apartment, hands on her hips, surveying the chaos. The early morning air smelled faintly of cardboard and dust, as if the apartment itself knew they were leaving. There were piles everywhere. Some to donate, some to sell, and a small stack of things they would take with them. Instead of having a month and a half, they'd ended up having a week to pack up and get out. Her landlord had stopped by and said he'd found someone to rent the place, but they needed it in 2 weeks. He said if she would vacate in a week, giving him a week to have it cleaned, that he would give her a month's rent. Without a single moment's hesitation, she said yes. Ryan sat cross-legged on the floor, typing away on his laptop, while Angus nosed through a pile of old shoes, chewing on the heel of a pair of lavender stilettos. Its mate lost ages ago. Music played through her phone as she went through her towels and sheets. Her mom said they didn't need to bring any, but she loved her blue floral cotton percale sheets, so they were coming with her. "Did you decide what to do with these?" Ryan asked, holding up a pair of strappy red heels encrusted with crystals that she hadn't worn in forever. They were relics from her clubbing days, back when life was simpler, and the only thing she worried about was where the next party was. Christina hesitated, her eyes lingering on the shoes longer than necessary. "Donate them," she said finally, her voice soft. "I don't need them anymore." Ryan tossed them into the donation pile without a second thought, but she kept watching them, as if they symbolized more than just a pair of heels. They were a part of her old life, a life she was leaving behind. A life that no longer fit. The apartment felt strange now, like it wasn't truly hers anymore. Most of their belongings were packed away, or had already been sold off. Her mom had assured her they wouldn't need much for the move to Blueberry Hill, that she had everything they needed. But it wasn't just the practicalities of the move that weighed on her, it was the emotional weight of leaving behind a life she had known for so long. The place she had lived her whole life. And deep down, she knew she still harbored a tiny hope that her dad would come to his senses, but with him living here in Miami, and she and Ryan moving to North Carolina, that would never happen. The final string of her life here snapped. "Did you find any other treasures at the thrift store today?" she asked, adding several towels to the donation pile. Ryan grinned, holding up the vintage lamps they'd scored earlier. The brass was a little dull, but they had a charm to them, with intricately designed bases and lampshades that had somehow survived the years without a tear. "These are worth something," he said, his eyes lighting up. "I looked them up online. We could sell them for a few $100, maybe more if we clean them up." Christina blinked, surprised. "Seriously? I thought they were just some old lamps." "Nope. They're antiques. And they're going to pay for road trip snacks and gas." He grinned. "I'm going to list them now, see what we can get for them." She laughed, shaking her head in disbelief. "Leave it to you to figure out they're worth something. I probably would have given them away." "Hey, I'm just trying to contribute," Ryan said, his tone shifting. He leaned back against the wall, his expression more serious now. "I don't want to be a burden when we move. I can help out with expenses." Christina's heart clenched at his words. Ryan was only 15. He shouldn't have to worry about things like that. But life had forced him to grow up fast. Losing his mom, moving in with her. Now they were leaving everything behind. He'd been through more in the past year than most kids his age could imagine. "You're not a burden," she said, walking over and sitting next to him on the floor. "You never were." She reached out, ruffling his dark hair, which he immediately tried to smooth back down. "We're in this together, okay?" "Okay," he replied, though his voice was quiet, almost as if he didn't fully believe her. "Are you nervous?" he asked, fiddling with his phone as he took pictures of the lamps. She shrugged, leaning back on her elbows. "A little." They were both nervous to leave, start over somewhere completely new. Leaving Miami didn't just mean leaving a place, it meant leaving behind a version of themselves. A version that didn't fit anymore. "So, what's the plan for tonight?" she asked, hoping to lighten the mood. At the mention of plans, he perked up. "I'm meeting up with some friends from school. We're gonna hang out one last time before I go." "That's great," Christina said with a smile. "Have fun." He was a responsible kid, always letting her know where he was going and when he'd be back, so different from her at that age. Ryan nodded, his mood lifting. "Yeah, we're thinking of hitting up that new gaming place first and then maybe grabbing burgers after. Just something chill." "Sounds fun," she replied, feeling a bit of relief that he had friends to spend time with before they left. "What about you? What's this party you're going to?" he asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Christina shrugged, a small smile playing on her lips. "My friends are throwing me a going-away party at this new club. Apparently, it's the hottest place in town right now." "That sounds awesome. Maybe you'll meet someone there." Christina laughed. "Nope. Not since we're moving. I'm just going to have fun." She paused, glancing out the window at the fading Miami skyline. "It's more about saying goodbye to a part of me." Ryan studied her for a moment, his expression thoughtful. "You've changed a lot, huh?" She nodded. "I guess I have. Things that used to seem so important, they aren't anymore." She turned to him, her voice quieter now. "I'm not the same person I was last year. And maybe that's a good thing." "Well, I'm glad you're still fun, even if you're not clubbing every weekend." He leaned over and hugged Angus as the dog thumped his tail. He'd healed nicely. The stitches were gone, and they were extra careful when other dogs were around. This time, the laugh bubbled up from inside. "Don't worry, I've still got a few fun nights left in me." Christina stood in front of the mirror in her small bedroom, turning to and fro, admiring the red dress. She'd taken a nap and then a long shower, washing her hair, taking extra care to shave her legs and moisturize afterwards. She had even splurged and gotten her nails and toes done. Hot pink for her nails and toes, as she'd always liked mixing red and pink. She had a great tan, her hair looked lighter, and there was a sparkle in her eyes that had nothing to do with the eyeliner she'd applied. On the floor beside her, a pair of red stiletto heels with tiny crystals sparkled faintly, the same ones she'd tossed into the donation pile earlier that day. She bit her lip, staring down at them. They were the kind of shoes that belonged to another version of her, one who hadn't taken on the responsibility of caring for Ryan, who hadn't had to grow up so fast. That girl had danced the nights away, without a care in the world, chasing fleeting moments of fun and excitement. But tonight, those shoes called to her, like a whisper of the past she wasn't quite ready to let go of. "One last night," she murmured to herself, bending down to slip the shoes on. They fit perfectly, like they had been waiting for this moment, showing off her legs, making her feel beautiful. Straightening up, she twirled, giving herself one last look in the mirror as she tossed her hair over her shoulders. This was it, her final night out in Miami. Tomorrow, everything would change. But tonight she would dance, laugh, and live in the space between the moments. The music pulsed through the walls of the club, its rhythm matching the wild thrum of her heart. Christina hadn't been out like this in what felt like years. Not since Ryan had come into her life and everything had changed. Not since she'd taken on the responsibility of being something more than just herself. But tonight wasn't about obligations, about being the guardian or the dependable one. No, tonight was about letting go, about slipping back into the skin of the person she used to be. The neon lights flickered overhead, casting strange, vibrant hues across the sea of bodies on the dance floor. Pink, blue, green, all blending and swirling together like some kind of electric dream. She felt the familiar surge of freedom washing over her as she moved through the crowd, her body sinking with the heavy bass reverberating through the floor. Sweat-slicked skin brushed against hers, the scent of alcohol and perfume clinging to the air, but she barely noticed. In that moment, she wasn't Christina the responsible adult, Christina who had to watch every dollar and make sure Ryan had what he needed. She was just Christina, the girl who used to live for endless nights like this. She caught a glimpse of herself in one of the mirrored walls. The wild curls of her honey blonde hair bouncing around her shoulders, her eyes wide and alive with an energy she hadn't felt in so long. For a split second, she didn't even recognize herself. It was like looking at a ghost of who she once was. But instead of feeling sad for the girl she'd left behind, exhilaration flowed through her. The next song blared through the speakers, and she let herself be pulled into the rhythm, her body swaying with the beat. A grin tugged at her lips as she spun around, feeling the eyes of strangers on her, the thrill of being seen but not known. That's when she spotted him leaning against the bar, all dark hair and confident smirks. He was tall, with broad shoulders and a sharp jawline that made him look like he'd stepped off the runway or out of the pages of a magazine. She caught his eye, and for a second something flickered. He looked vaguely familiar, like she'd seen him before. Maybe at another club, maybe on some social media feed. But she shook the thought away. It didn't matter. Not tonight. With a playful toss of her hair, she made her way over, sliding into an open spot at the bar. He didn't waste any time, leaning down so she could hear him over the pounding music. "Can I buy you a drink?" he asked, flashing that perfect smile. His voice was smooth, practiced, like he'd done this a million times before. But Christina didn't mind. She was no stranger to the game. "Sure," she said, her lips curling into a smirk of her own. "But only if you promise not to tell me your life story." He arched a brow, clearly intrigued. "Oh, not interested in what I do for a living?" Christina laughed, the sound light and carefree. "Nope. Let's just live in the moment tonight. No names, no stories. Just this." He tilted his head, studying her for a moment. Then he nodded, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "All right. No names. No stories. Just this one night." They clinked their glasses together, and Christina downed hers in one go, the burn of the alcohol hitting her throat and sending a warm rush through her veins. She grabbed his hand and pulled him onto the dance floor, her body already moving to the beat before they even reached the throng of people. For hours they danced, flirted, and laughed, completely lost in the moment. The energy between them was electric, a spark that had nothing to do with the future or the past. It was all now, all in the heat of the music and the press of bodies around them. Every time he tried to lean in, to say something, to ask more about her, Christina would shake her head with a teasing grin. "No words," she'd say, her voice low and playful. "Just fun." And fun it was. He spun her around, his hands resting lightly on her hips, and she felt like she was floating. Untethered. Free. The only thing that mattered was the music, the lights, and the way her heart raced with every beat of the song. At some point, they ended up outside, the cool night air a sharp contrast to the heat of the club. They leaned against the wall, catching their breath, laughing at nothing in particular. He kissed her then, his lips soft but urgent, and she kissed him back, not thinking about anything beyond that moment. They stumbled into a cab, their hands tangled together, a blur of neon lights and street signs flashing by, and for the first time in what felt like forever, Christina didn't care where she was going. Didn't care about tomorrow. When they finally made it to his place, a sleek modern condo that overlooked the ocean, they didn't talk. There was no need for words. They crashed through the door, a mess of limbs and laughter, and fell into bed, the night stretching on like some kind of fever dream. It was wild, reckless, and exactly what she needed. But when she woke up the next morning, tangled in sheets that weren't hers, the sunlight streaming through the blinds, it didn't feel the way it used to. There was no rush of adrenaline, no thrill of having lived a night without consequence. Instead, there was a strange hollowness. Not regret exactly, but something close to it. Like she had stepped into her old life for a night, tried it on again, and realized it no longer fit. She glanced over at the guy still sleeping beside her, his back turned, his chest rising and falling in the soft rhythm of sleep. He was smoking hot. Perfect, really. But as she watched him, she felt nothing. The dark moonlit fever dream already slipping away, banished by the light of day. Quietly, she slipped out of bed, pulling on her clothes from the night before. The room smelled like cologne, and the ocean from the sliding doors they'd left open all night. She grabbed her shoes and tiptoed to the door, slipping out without a sound. When she got back to the apartment, Ryan was still asleep with Angus curled up at the foot of his bed. Christina stood in the doorway for a moment, watching them, her heart swelling with a mix of emotions she couldn't quite name. Then she quietly closed the door, dropped the heels back into the donation pile, shimmied out of the red body skimming dress, adding it to the pile, and went to take a shower before climbing into bed. This was her life now. Not the clubs, not the parties, not the fleeting moments with strangers. This. Ryan, Angus, the move to Blueberry Hill. This was what mattered. She was asleep before her head hit the pillow, a smile on her face. A little before noon, Christina and Ryan loaded the last of the boxes into her old car. A mechanic who'd been interested in the old records Christina had stashed under the bed and forgotten were all from the 70s, and in exchange the guy tuned up her car, changed the oil and replaced the tires. Some rich guy had come in demanding the newest tires, even though the ones on his BMW were practically new, so now she had excellent tires on her car. It wasn't four-wheel drive, but hopefully she could find a decent trade or just not go out when it snowed. The apartment was empty now, the walls bare, the echoes of their footsteps the only sound left in the space. As they left the apartment for the last time, Christina didn't look back. And neither did Ryan. Chapter 29. Colton sat in his favorite leather armchair, its worn edges brushing against the soft flannel of his shirt. Outside, a light snow had begun to fall, each flake descending slowly, as if time itself had decided to move at a leisurely pace. The lake, which had been a glassy mirror for most of the autumn, now had a thin crust of ice creeping along its edges. Daisy, his loyal lab mix, lay sprawled beside him, her head resting on his boot, eyes half closed as she gnawed lazily on a stick. Everything around him was so still, so calm. Everything, except for the phone in his hand. He stared down at it, thumb lingering over Frank's number. The Wyoming coaching job had been on his mind ever since Frank had called with the offer almost 2 weeks ago. It was a way back into the game, not as a player, but as an assistant coach. And for a new team in the minors. And at first, the idea had been tempting. The thought of returning to the field, the camaraderie, the rush of competition, but the more Colton sat with it, the more it felt like settling, returning to an old life that no longer fit, like the guys who used to play in the NFL and still made appearances, reliving their glory days over and over with nothing else to look forward to. Daisy thumped her tail softly against the wooden floor, as if sensing his hesitation. He took a deep breath, pressed the call button, and listened to the phone ring. Frank picked up on the second ring. "Colton," Frank's voice came through, gruff and familiar. "I was starting to think you were ghosting me." The fire crackled in the huge stone hearth. There was nothing like a real fire. Sure, a gas fireplace was nice, but he liked starting the fire, the smell of the wood burning, the crackling sounds. Colton leaned back in the chair, rubbing the back of his neck. "Nah, just thinking." "Yeah, well, thinking's overrated," Frank quipped, though there was an edge in his voice. "You made a decision?" The words came out before he could second-guess them. "I'm not taking the job." There was a pause on the other end, just long enough for him to feel the weight of it. Then his agent let out a sigh. "That's what I figured." "You sure about this, man?" "It's a good gig." "Hell, it's a great gig." "This about a certain lady?" "No, maybe, hell, I don't know. She doesn't like the spotlight." He scrubbed a hand over his cheek, the stubble rough against his palm. "But I am sure about not taking the job," he replied, voice firmer than he felt. "I've thought about it, and going back to baseball like that. It's not me. Consider me retired." Frank didn't respond right away, and for a moment he wondered if he was about to get the hard sell. But instead, his agent chuckled softly. "Figures, you'd find the one woman who doesn't go for the famous type. Well, you've never been one to do what everyone expects." "All right, I get it. But listen, before we put out a big retirement press release, I've got something else. It's not a big commitment, a week in New York. A print campaign. Pays well, no strings attached." "What kind of campaign?" "That might not be so bad." He leaned forward, elbows resting on his knees. "Like before. High-end cologne. They want a rugged, outdoorsy type. You know, someone who looks like they just finished chopping wood, but still smells like money. Show up, take a few pictures, and you're out. Easy money." A week in New York? It sounded simple enough, but the idea of stepping back into that world, even for a moment, twisted something inside him. He'd left that life behind for a reason, hadn't liked who he'd become. "I don't know," he said slowly. "I'm trying to stay out of the spotlight." "It's a week," Frank pressed, his tone shifting from casual to persuasive. "You're not signing up to be a celebrity again. You do the shoot, collect the check, and fly back to your quiet little mountain town. No one's asking you to get back into the game." There was a pause, then he added, "They'll spring for private. You won't have to see anyone. Fly there and back." The sound of keys clacking filled the phone. "Small private airport is only 20 minutes from you." A private jet would make things a lot easier. And money didn't last forever. Sure, he'd saved and was set, but a chunk of cash would be nice. Maybe he'd get a horse. The guy who owned the land next to his place had been in town last weekend, said his wife wanted to retire to Florida, so he was thinking about selling. If he put up a barn and a fence. Look at him, sounding like Allie with her plans for goats and ducks. "All right," he said after a moment. "The private jet got me. I'll do it." Frank's relief was palpable. "I'll send over the details. You'll be out and back before Thanksgiving." Colton thanked him and ended the call, tossing the phone onto the table. It was done. Going to New York felt like dipping his toes back into a world he wasn't sure he wanted to touch anymore. But the money would allow him to buy the land next door, so he'd do it. Maybe later, he'd ask Allie if she knew where he could buy a horse. Or two. The greenhouse was warm, the air thick with the comforting sense of fresh earth and citrus as Allie moved between her trees. She hummed softly to herself, working with practiced ease as she picked lemons and limes, already imagining the refreshing tang of limeade she'd make later. Outside, the world was a frozen expanse of white, the snow blanketing everything in sight, but in here it was a different world. Everything was green, alive, bathed in the soft glow of the overhead lights as the propane heater hummed quietly, keeping her trees safe from the cold outside. Focused entirely on her work, she didn't notice Colton standing at the entrance watching her. The greenhouse was calming, a good place to sit and think. She'd added a table and a couple of chairs, near the beautiful potting bench Will made for her. The other greenhouse had been cleared, but she hadn't done anything with it yet. Originally, her mom was going to use it for her workspace, but then she'd renovated the attic, and now it sat empty. At least until spring, when Allie planned to use every square inch. The gardening catalogs had started arriving in the mail, and she spent time after dinner, poring over the various plants. This morning, she'd caught Emily looking at a catalog devoted solely to herbs. When she saw Allie, she held it up and asked if maybe she could grow a few. So obviously, she was planning to be here for a while. When she heard the jingling sound of a dog collar, she looked up, startled for just a moment. Her gaze landed on Colton and Daisy, and her surprise turned into a smile. "Hey you," she greeted him. "What brings you out here in the snow? Were you out making snow angels?" "No, but maybe I could interest you in doing that in the morning. We could make a snowman and have a snowball fight." "That sounds like fun. I'll make the hot chocolate." He kept his hands stuffed into his jacket pockets, his posture a little unsure. "Wanted to tell you something." Curiosity piqued, she wiped her hands on her apron. "What's up?" There was a pause as he hesitated, like he was searching for the right words. "I turned down the coaching job." "Really? Why?" Part of her wasn't surprised. If he'd really wanted it, he wouldn't have waited until the last minute to make up his mind. Since it didn't look like he wanted to sit, she leaned against a table, pots neatly stacked on top as she waited. Another shrug from him, his gaze dropping to the floor to check on the dog. It didn't feel right. Going back to baseball, it felt like I'd be chasing something that's already gone. For a moment she studied him, listening to the words he wasn't saying. The time he'd spent here had changed him, and in a good way. She knew the feeling he described all too well. That ache of holding on to something long after it had lost its meaning. "I get that. Sometimes," she said, her words deliberate, "we have to let go of the things we think we want to make room for what we actually need." Then she grinned. "Something Mrs. Collier laid on me. That lady has a lot of life experience." When he looked up, meeting her eyes, she could see the way her words struck him. It was like he'd been waiting to hear them without even realizing it. She knew what it was like to stand on the edge of something. Uncertain, ready to step forward, but scared of what might happen if you did. Colton cleared his throat. "Frank, my agent, offered me something else though. A print campaign gig in New York. I'll be gone for a week, but I'll be back in time for Thanksgiving. Wouldn't miss your cranberry relish or your mom's stuffing." This time, he took a step forward. "Thank you for inviting me. And Daisy." Allie's smile grew, the lightheartedness returning to her expression. "New York, huh?" She couldn't resist teasing him. "You'd better bring me back one of those cheesy, I love New York t-shirts." His laugh broke through the tension in the room, and it made her heart lighter. "Deal. Anything else?" Maybe a funny mug," she added, her tone playful. "You know, something ridiculously touristy. Only if you promise to build a snowman with me tomorrow." "Deal," she held out her hand. Colton took her hand, his grip warm and steady. "Tomorrow then," he said with a grin that lingered a little too long. "But don't forget, there's more than snow coming." Chapter 30. Is this it? Ryan's voice was soft, almost tentative, his breath fogging the window as he looked out at the long tree-lined drive. The tires crunched over the frozen earth, the sound sharp in the quiet of winter. The cottage stood nestled between bare trees, its stone chimney puffing out a thin spiral of smoke, while the grass glistened under a light dusting of snow. The walk and porch had been cleared, waiting for them to arrive. The whole scene felt like it had been plucked from a memory of an old painting, or a dream Christina had forgotten she ever had. "This is it," she said, voice catching on the cold air as she parked in front of the cottage. Christina smiled, though her shoulders were tight. It was one thing to start repairing her relationship with her mom from Miami, a completely different thing to be living in the same house, trying to get past old hurts. But as she glanced over at Ryan, the look of nervousness mingled with hope and excitement on his face, she knew it had been the right decision. For him, she would try. Home sweet home. The words felt foreign on her tongue. Was it really home? Or just a promise of one? "Angus, look. There's a lake and so much room for you to run." Her younger brother unbuckled his seatbelt and opened the door, stumbling out into the cold with a shiver, even though they'd changed into warm clothes at a rest stop. His breath came out in quick puffs as he spun in place, taking in the snow-dusted trees and the sprawling yard that stretched down toward the lake, where a few ducks paddled happily. Angus, a brown dog of an indeterminate breed that Ryan had found during a storm and rescued, had jumped out of the car like a puppy again, running to do his business and then stopping at the edge of the water, tail wagging as he barked at the ducks. Christina climbed out more slowly, legs stiff from the hours spent in the car. It was a 13-hour drive, longer with the stops they made to eat and let Angus out. Neither of them had wanted to spend the money for a hotel, so they'd napped at a rest area and then continued on. The bite of the cold air hit her immediately, the crisp smell of snow, pine and wood smoke filling her lungs, easing the exhaustion. She pulled her hands into the sleeves of her sweatshirt as she stood there watching Ryan and Angus running around the yard. The screen door to the cottage banged open, and her sister rushed out, face flushed with excitement, followed closely by her mom and Emily. Christina braced herself. "You made it." Allie's voice rang out, warm and bright against the winter air. She darted down the steps, her boots kicking up snow as she ran to Christina, pulling her into a tight hug. "I can't believe you're really here." She hugged her sister back, shoulders easing. "Me either." The exhaustion of the past few days, the long drive, the anxious nights, all seemed to melt away now that she was here. Allie turned to Ryan, who ran up the yard from the lake, Angus at his side, her smile wide and welcoming. "And you must be my brother, Ryan. Welcome to Blueberry Hill." For a moment Ryan hesitated, gaze flicking between Allie and the cottage, uncertainty still clouding his expression. But then with a small nod he stepped forward, offering a shy smile. "Thanks." Angus, meanwhile, wasted no time making himself at home. He bolted past them, nose to the ground, investigating every snow-covered bush and tree, claiming the yard as his own. "Come inside where it's warm," her mom called from the porch, standing there in her socks and a gray sweater. "I've got hot chocolate with marshmallows waiting. And I'm sure you're both exhausted." The smile her mom gave Ryan before landing on her eased the rest of the tension in her neck. Christina smiled tiredly at her mother, grateful for the warmth in her voice, even if the weight of the past years lingered unspoken between them. There would be time for all of that later. "It's good to be back," she said, hugging her mom as the scent of her rose perfume mingled with the scents of chocolate, cinnamon and bread. Her mom's voice caught. "I am so very happy you and Ryan are here." Then she swallowed, clearing her throat. "Wait until Angus, is it? Meets Mandy. Your sister's terror of a kitten." They all traipsed inside the cottage, divesting themselves of shoes, coats, scarves, and jackets. It was cozy inside, the scents she'd smelled in her mom's hair stronger in the house. She watched Ryan as he stepped inside, cheeks flushed from the cold, eyes darting around the room as if trying to memorize every detail at once. The fire crackled in the stone hearth, casting a cozy orange glow over the rustic wooden furniture and woven rugs. Allie grabbed a towel from the kitchen counter, tossing it to Ryan. "Here, wipe Angus off before he shakes and soaks the whole place. He loves the water." As Ryan caught the towel and bent down to rub the dog's damp fur, her sister patted the dog, stopping at the patch of shaved hair and the healing scar. What happened? She asked, concern creeping into her voice. Another dog attacked him. He was minding his own business, sniffing an iguana when the dog grabbed him. Ryan hugged Angus as Christina met her sister's eyes. I'm glad we left Miami, Ryan said softly. Sometimes one thing happens, and it's the final straw, isn't it? Emily looked happy, much happier than she had over Labor Day, as she bent over to pet the dog. I'm Emily. Your sister-in-law. Ryan? And this is Angus. Emily stood, watching them for a long moment before she spoke, her voice soft. I'm really sorry about your mom. What happened? I shopped there a couple of times a week. She reached out, squeezed his shoulder, then gave him space when she noticed he'd stilled. I miss her, his voice caught, and for a few minutes no one said anything. Then Ryan looked up, his face red. So you're from Seattle too? While he and Emily talked, Christina and Allie carried their belongings inside, dumping them in the entryway. Her mom was at the stove, pouring steaming hot chocolate into mismatched mugs. Come sit, everyone, she said softly, her voice gentle but with an undertone of something Christina couldn't quite place. She motioned to the living room. Warm up a bit. Ryan hesitated, glancing at her for reassurance, and she gave him a small nod. Slowly he shuffled over and perched on the edge of the chair, his hands clasped tightly in his lap, the mug on the table next to him. At that moment Mandy, the tiny orange kitten her sister had adopted, appeared from behind a curtain, padding softly across the floor. She paused briefly, her bright green eyes fixed on Ryan. Then, as if knowing he needed comforting, she hopped up onto his lap, curling herself into a furry ball against his chest. Ryan blinked, startled, but after a moment he stroked her soft fur. A small smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, and Christina watched as some of the tension melted from his shoulders. She's so little. That's Mandy, Allie said, sliding into the chair next to him and taking a sip of her hot chocolate. We think someone dumped her on the road. She was only a pound when we found her. Her sister smiled as Mandy opened one green eye, watching Angus creep closer. Now she's a whole pound and a half. As if sensing a kindred spirit, Mandy stretched and, with surprising agility, launched herself from Ryan's lap, landing softly on the floor next to Angus, who had settled at Ryan's feet. The kitten curled up right beside him, her tiny body pressing against the warmth of his fur. For a brief moment both animals remained still, sizing each other up. Then Angus' tail gave a slow, rhythmic thump, and he let out a contented sigh, clearly accepting the kitten who was kneading his fur, purring. The room fell into a comfortable silence as they sipped their hot chocolate, the warmth of the fire wrapping around them like a blanket. Outside, the pale winter sun brightened and Ryan's stomach rumbled, making him blush. For the first time in what felt like forever, Christina allowed herself to relax, to let the worry and exhaustion of the past few weeks slip away. I've got sandwich meat and rolls for lunch, along with the Funyun chips you like, her mom said, watching Ryan, her face carefully blank. She turned to Christina. I wasn't sure what time you would get here, so I figured sandwiches would be easy. We'll have lasagna and garlic bread for dinner. She smiled at her mom. And chocolate cake with chocolate icing for dessert. Of course, her mom stood. Why don't we give you the quick tour and then we can fix lunch? Emily and Allie grinned at each other, Christina's sister-in-law speaking first. You're going to love it. Christina tilted her head, curious. What is it? Her mom smiled, a little jittery, as she stood and motioned for them to follow her. Come on, I'll show you. Angus and the kitten made no move to follow, so Ryan carefully stepped over them, and they all followed her mom through the kitchen and toward the mudroom. They went through the garage and she pointed to a staircase. There's a bedroom and bathroom in the attic, but I thought we could use a bit more space, so I had the space above the garage finished. Christina exchanged a curious glance with Ryan before following her up the steps, their socks quiet on the wooden stairs that had been painted a warm white. As her mom unlocked the door and pushed it open, Christina was greeted with the soft scent of fresh paint and new wood. She stepped inside, her breath catching in her throat at the sight. The apartment was small but cozy. The walls were freshly painted a warm, soft white, and the hardwood floors gleamed under the soft light of the overhead fixtures. A small living room with a moss-green velvet couch and a couple of woodland floral armchairs opened up to a kitchenette with white countertops and soft yellow cabinets. Large windows lined the far wall, offering a breathtaking view of the lake, now dusted with snow and reflecting the dim light of the evening sky. Ryan stepped in behind her, his eyes wide as he took everything in. This is for us?" Her mom smiled, her eyes crinkling at the corners. "I thought you both might want your own space here. There are 2 bedrooms, though only 1 bathroom, I'm afraid. But the washer and dryer are tucked in that closet there." She pointed to a set of bifold doors in the hallway as she went over to open them. There was a brand new washer and dryer. A lump rose in her throat as Christina looked around. Her mom had thought of everything, even the small details, like the mismatched throw pillows on the couch and the handmade quilt draped over the armchair. There was even a big dog bed for Angus. It wasn't just an apartment, it was a way for them to start fresh. "Mom, it's perfect," Christina said, her voice barely above a whisper. She blinked back the unexpected sting of tears. "Thank you." Tara waved her hand dismissively, though her smile was soft. "Oh, don't get all emotional on me now. I wanted you both to have room to settle in." She turned to Ryan, her eyes kind. "What do you think, Ryan?" He stood frozen for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the apartment. Slowly, a small, tentative smile tugged at his lips. "This is the nicest house I've ever had." The look that passed between Emily and Allie made Christina blink as she gave them a slight nod. She told them his story, how his mom had struggled to make ends meet. She crossed the room to one of the doors and peeked inside. The bedroom was small but cozy, with a full-size bed nestled against the wall, a small wooden desk in the corner, and a window looking out over the lake. The bed was made up with a simple plaid quilt, a fleece throw at the foot of the bed, and a lamp on the nightstand. "This one's yours," Tara said to Ryan, who was looking around, his mouth open. "And the other bedroom is just across the hall. I tried to make it as comfortable as possible." The kitten darted in, followed by Angus, who sniffed the room, then curled up on the rug by the bed. Mandy jumped up on the windowsill, tiny tail twitching as she watched a bird in the tree outside the window. Christina opened the door to her room, wanting to cry. Her mom had used all her favorite colors. The full-size bed was a warm white, the duvet printed with bright flowers. The walls had been painted a soft blue, and the nightstands, though mismatched, were also white. There was a floral rug on the floor, and a cozy oversized gingham chair for her to curl up in and look out the window at the lake. Heart full, she hugged her mom. "It's perfect." Her mom stood outside in the hallway, arms wrapped around herself. "If either of you ever want to move into the attic bedroom, it's available. No pressure, though. I just want you both to feel comfortable." At the look on her brother's face, Christina shook her head gently. "We'll be fine here. Ryan and we're used to sharing space." She smiled softly. "This is more than we ever expected." He kept his hands tucked into the pockets of his jeans. She could see the tension in his shoulders, the way he held himself, as though he still wasn't sure if he belonged here. Christina wanted to tell him that he did, that this was a chance to start anew. But she knew it would take time. For both of them. "I don't know about all of you, but we're starved," Emily patted her belly, laughing. Her mom let out a small laugh, eyes lingering on Ryan. "Come on, let's go eat lunch." After they'd eaten and carried their things to their rooms, they came back into the main house for a slice of chocolate cake. Ryan had milk with his, she had a glass of lemonade with the lemons from her sister's greenhouse. Angus, fully sprawled out on the rug in front of the fire, let out a contented sigh, his tail thumping lazily against the floor. His eyes flicked open just in time to notice the kitten approach, her cautious steps barely making a sound. Christina held her breath, waiting for Angus to react, but the old dog simply lifted his head, sniffed the air, and let out a soft huff as if to say, "You again?" Mandy, undeterred, edged closer, her tail flicking back and forth as she crept up to Angus's side. She stopped just inches from his snout, her tiny body tense with anticipation. Angus blinked once, then twice, before lowering his head back onto his paws, clearly unbothered by the kitten's presence. Ryan watched with wide eyes as Mandy, emboldened by Angus's indifference, took the final step and rubbed her head against his muzzle, her purr rumbling softly in the quiet room. "Well, it looks like they'll get along just fine," her mom said as she observed the unlikely pair. Later that evening, after dinner and the last of the boxes had been unpacked, the apartment had begun to feel a little like home. Christina found herself sitting by the window, looking out at the lake, shimmering under the pale light of the moon, casting a silvery glow across the landscape. Her mom had said the sun would be out tomorrow, and all the snow would melt. That maybe she and Ryan could go for a walk around the lake. Angus and Mandy were curled up together on the rug, fast asleep, while Ryan sat at the small desk in his room, flipping through his textbooks in silence. At first, Christina had wondered why there was a cat head-shaped cutout in the door leading into the garage and into the apartment, and now she knew. The kitten had its litter box in the garage, and the cutout into their space was so she could come and go. Apparently her mom's boyfriend, that seemed like an odd word to use with her mom, maybe partner? Whatever. Will had predicted Mandy would want to be in the middle of everything, and he was right. She'd only met him briefly, but after seeing how happy her mom looked, Christina was happy for them both, no longer resentful about the divorce, not after her dad had shown his true colors and rejected Ryan. That night, as Tara lay in bed, warm under the covers, sleep eluded her. She stared at the ceiling, her mind circling thoughts she couldn't quiet. She tossed the covers aside and slipped out of bed, going to the kitchen to get a glass of water. As if she could see through the walls, she looked to the apartment where her daughter and Harry's son were now living for the foreseeable future. She wanted to be happy for them, she was happy for them, but something tugged at her, something she hadn't been able to shake since they'd arrived. It wasn't Ryan's fault. She knew that, logically. He was a good kid, a sweet boy who had been through more than any 15-year-old should ever have to endure. And yet, every time she looked at him, she saw Harry. Not in his appearance, Ryan didn't look anything like his father, but in the mere fact of his existence. He was the living, breathing reminder of everything Harry had done. Of the betrayal, the lies, the years wasted on a man who had shattered their family. Tara closed her eyes, breathing in deeply through her nose, letting the cold glass cool her skin. She hated that she felt this way, that she couldn't fully embrace Ryan without the sharp sting of Harry's betrayal creeping in. It wasn't fair to the boy, and it wasn't fair to herself. She'd thought she'd moved past it. Thought she'd buried those feelings deep enough that they couldn't reach her anymore. And then thought that she'd forgiven her ex. But seeing Ryan here in her home, a part of her family, so close to her daughter, who had clearly taken a motherly role, which was shocking in itself, it had unearthed something she wasn't ready to face. It's not his fault, she reminded herself again, fists clenching at her sides as she straightened up the living room, being quiet so she wouldn't wake Allie or Emily. He's just a kid. He didn't ask for any of this. But the knowing of a thing didn't make it any easier. Tara let out a long, slow breath, her gaze fixed on the lake. It was beautiful, peaceful. And yet, her mind was anything but. She thought of the way Ryan had looked at her when they'd first arrived, tentative, unsure, as if he wasn't quite convinced he belonged here. The way he'd held Mandy, his hands so gentle, as if afraid he might break something fragile. He was fragile, in a way. Wounded by the loss of his mother, abandoned by a father who refused to acknowledge him. And now here he was, thrust into a family that wasn't even his by blood, trying to find his place in the world. Her daughter had told her how Ryan had graduated high school early, how he was taking college classes, and had a part-time job dog walking. So he was clearly responsible and a good kid, so why was it so hard? Tara's heart ached for him. She wanted to protect him, to give him the love and stability he'd been denied. But every time she tried, It felt like she was battling the ghost of Harry. His actions, his choices, his betrayal. It was like a shadow that lingered over every interaction, every conversation. And she hated it. She pressed her hand against the cold glass, watching as her breath fogged it up, obscuring the view. You have to let it go, she told herself. Harry wasn't here. He wasn't part of this family anymore. Ryan was. And Ryan deserved better than the scars Harry had left behind. With a heavy sigh, she pushed away from the window and crossed the room, her feet cold against the wooden floor. She slipped back under the covers, pulling them up to her chin as she stared at the ceiling. She thought of Ryan's quiet smile when he'd seen the apartment. The way his shoulders had relaxed when he'd settled into the armchair, Mandy curled up in his lap. The way he'd looked at her, hopeful, unsure, but grateful. He needed her. And she needed to be there for him. Chapter 31. Dawn crept over Blueberry Hill, painting the sky in shades of lavender and gold. Frost glittered on the bare branches of the trees surrounding the lake, as Tara stood at her bedroom window, her mind too restless for sleep. The digital clock on her nightstand read 6:57 a.m. She pulled on her warmest cardigan, the soft blue one Will had given her last month, a pair of flannel-lined jeans, and slipped her feet into her fleece-lined slippers. The wooden floors creaked softly under her steps as she made her way to the kitchen. Through the window, she could see the sun rising. It was supposed to be warmer today, so everything should melt. A jolt of caffeine was exactly what she needed. The mug of Earl Grey tea with a dollop of honey steamed in her hands as she stepped onto the back patio, the cold air making her shiver as she tugged the cardigan tighter around herself. The world felt suspended in that peculiar stillness that comes with early morning, when even the wind seems to hold its breath. But then she heard it. A soft voice carrying across the lake. No one lived on either side of her, and Colton was in New York shooting the cologne ad. There. Ryan sat at the end of the dock, feet swinging over the edge, his dark hair hanging in his face, Angus pressed close against his side. The dog rested his head on Ryan's knee, his brown eyes fixed on the boy's face with unwavering devotion. Even from a distance, Tara could see his shoulders trembling, though whether from cold or something else, she couldn't tell. I dreamed about her again last night, his words drifted back to her. We were at that little cafe she loved, the one with the weird purple door where we went for special occasions. My mom always ordered the same thing. A vanilla latte with an extra shot and those chocolate croissants. His voice cracked. She'd always save half for me, even when I told her I was too old for that, but really I knew she needed it. She was getting too skinny, giving me more of the food. Angus whined softly, nudging his hand with his nose. The boy buried his fingers in the dog's thick fur, holding on like an anchor. She would have loved it here. All these trees, the lake. My mom used to talk about moving somewhere quiet, out of the city. Said she was tired of the noise. The crime. Ryan wiped his eyes with his sleeve. We were supposed to do it together. I was going to invent something and make us rich so I could buy her a house. Take care of her. Tara's heart clenched. She should turn back, give him privacy in his grief. But something kept her moving forward, each step deliberate on the frost-covered boards of the dock. The wood creaked beneath her weight, and Ryan stiffened but didn't turn around. Mind if I join you? She asked softly. He shrugged, gaze fixed on the lake where thin sheets of ice had formed near the edges. It's your dock. It's yours now too, Tara said, settling beside him. Up close she could see the redness around his eyes, the way his hands trembled slightly as they stroked Angus's fur. Silence stretched between them. A pair of cardinals flitted through the trees behind them, their red feathers bright against the snow. I'm sorry, Ryan finally whispered, his voice barely audible. I know this must be weird for you. Having me here. Having to look at me and see. He trailed off, but Tara knew what he meant. Having to see him and remember her husband had an affair with Ryan's mom, and he was the result of that betrayal. From the Adirondack chair, She shifted to look at him, then really look at him. In the pale morning light, his profile was sharp against the brightening sky. She searched his features for traces of Harry, but found none. Instead, she saw a boy who was lost, grieving, trying so hard to be brave. Something inside her shifted, the wall she'd built beginning to crumble. "Ryan," she said, her voice gentle, "you have nothing to be sorry for. Nothing that happened was your fault. But if I wasn't here, then I would have missed out on knowing an extraordinary young man." The words surprised her as much as they did him, but as soon as she said them, she knew they were true. "Your mother raised a wonderful son. She'd be so proud of who you are." Ryan's breath hitched, and when he finally looked at her, tears streamed down his face. "You think so?" "I know so." Tara reached out slowly, giving him time to pull away, and placed her hand over his where it rested on the dog. "Would you tell me about her? About the cafe with the purple door?" A ghost of a smile touched his lips. "It was this tiny place, barely bigger than your kitchen. Mom found it one day when she was lost, trying to find a new laundromat. She said it was like the door called to her, this bright purple thing stuck between a lawyer's office and a dentist." As he spoke, his voice grew stronger, warmer with memory. Angus shifted, laying his head in Ryan's lap, his tail thumping softly against the dock. The sun climbed higher, catching the frost on the trees and making it sparkle like diamonds as the sound of water, of the snow melting, filled the silence. She loved people. That was why she worked at the grocery store, Ryan continued. Could talk to anyone about anything. Always said everyone had a story worth hearing, if you just took the time to listen. His voice cracked again. "I miss that. Miss her voice, her laugh. Sometimes I wake up and for a second, I forget she's gone. Then it hits me all over again." The dam broke then, and his shoulders shook with quiet sobs. Without thinking, Tara sat down beside him, pulling him into her arms, holding him as he cried. Angus whined softly, pressing closer to them both. "I miss her so much," Ryan choked out against her shoulder. "I know, sweetheart," Tara murmured, running a soothing hand over his back. "I know." She held him tighter, feeling her own tears fall. "But you're not alone. You have us now. All of us. And we're not going anywhere." They sat there as the sun climbed higher in the sky, warming them. Something had changed between them. A barrier dissolved, replaced by understanding and acceptance. As Ryan's tears subsided, Tara realized that the weight she'd been carrying, that reflexive tension whenever she looked at him, had lifted. Finally he pulled back, wiping his eyes with his sleeve. Angus immediately licked his face, making him laugh shakily. The sound warmed her heart. "Thank you," he said quietly, meeting her eyes. For everything. This is your home, for as long as you want it to be." Tara smiled, reaching out to brush a stray tear from his cheek. "That's what family is for. And like it or not, you're stuck with us now." The morning sun bathed them in gentle light as they sat together, watching the last of the frost melt from the trees. In the distance, a flock of geese flew overhead, their calls echoing across the lake. Something settled in her chest, a kind of peace she hadn't known she was missing. Later that morning, warmth and the rich aroma of coffee enveloped Tara as she stepped into the daily grind, meeting Will there. The small coffee shop buzzed with its usual morning crowd. Locals seeking refuge from the cold, and a few part-time homeowners or tourists who liked the mountains in the winter. Behind the counter, Sophie, the owner's daughter, expertly pulled shots of espresso while chatting with customers about the latest bear and raccoon sighting. "It always smelled so good in here." Tara breathed in deeply, savoring the mingled scents of fresh-baked muffins and coffee beans. After the emotional morning at the dock, the familiar comfort of the cafe felt like exactly what she needed. Will's hand rested lightly on her lower back as they joined the line, a quiet gesture of support that made her smile. "I'm thinking we should get something for Ryan," she said, eyeing the display case filled with pastries. "Maybe one of those chocolate croissants. He's a growing boy and wow, can he ever eat?" Will raised an eyebrow, noting the softness in her voice when she said Ryan's name. "Something changed this morning, didn't it?" Before Tara could respond, the bell above the door chimed, letting in a blast of cold air and two familiar figures. Jenna stepped inside as she and Mark hung their coats on a rack by the front door. Jenna's auburn hair peeked out from under a knitted cap, her cheeks rosy from the cold. Mark stamped his boots on the welcome mat. "How's the wildlife proofing coming along?" Will asked with a grin. Mark chuckled, unwinding his scarf. "Everything's locked up tight now. Though I have to admit, I kind of miss the excitement. Life's been pretty dull since our midnight visitors decided to raid the gas station instead." "Did you hear about that?" Jenna asked, moving to join them in line. "Mary says they got security camera footage of the bear and raccoon tag-teaming the chip display. The raccoon was apparently quite particular about choosing the barbecue flavor." "That raccoon's got good taste," Sophie called from behind the counter. "Those are my favorite chips." People in the cafe laughed, sharing their own stories, some more embellished than others. "So," Jenna said, turning back to them, "any exciting plans for Thanksgiving?" "Our families were supposed to visit, but with the weather warnings out west." She shrugged, trying to hide her disappointment. Tara glanced at Will, who gave her that knowing look, the one that said he knew exactly what she was about to do. "Why don't you join us?" she offered. "We've got plenty of room, and Will makes the best cheesy potatoes you've ever tasted." "Oh, we couldn't impose," Mark started, but Jenna's eyes had already lit up. "Are you sure?" Jenna asked. "We wouldn't want to intrude on family time." "The more the merrier," Tara insisted. "Well, in that case," Mark said, wrapping an arm around Jenna's shoulders, "we'd love to come. What can we bring?" As they discussed Thanksgiving plans, Sophie worked her way through the morning rush, calling out orders over the hum of conversation. The cafe windows let in the sun as the snow melted, the water dripping off the gutters. Later, as they drove home with their coffees and a paper bag containing a dozen chocolate croissants, Will looked over at her. "You know this means I'll have to make more chairs, right?" Tara laughed, taking his hand in hers. "Consider it practice for Christmas. Besides," she added softly, "after this morning, I think having more family around the table is exactly what we need." Will squeezed her arm gently. "Ryan?" he asked, his voice understanding. Tara nodded, thinking of the boy she'd held on the dock, and of the walls that had finally crumbled. "He's ours now, Will. Really ours. And I want him to have the biggest, loudest, most loving family Thanksgiving possible." The stark white walls of the Manhattan photo studio felt a world away from the small-town warmth of Blueberry Hill. Colton stood near the makeup station, his fingers drumming against his thigh as the artist touched up his face. The familiar chaos of a high-end photo shoot swirled around him. Assistants darting back and forth with coffee cups and clipboards, lighting technicians adjusting enormous softboxes, the photographer barking orders in rapid-fire Italian. He'd forgotten how much he hated this part of his old life. The artifice of it all, the way everything felt choreographed down to the smallest gesture. The cologne company had flown him in their private jet to New York, put him up in a suite at the Plaza, all the trappings of his former celebrity status. But after a couple of months in Blueberry Hill, it felt hollow. 5 minutes, someone called out, and Colton caught his reflection in the mirror. They'd styled his hair in that carefully tousled way that was supposed to look effortless but took 45 minutes to achieve. The cashmere sweater and dark jeans were designer, probably cost more than most people made in a month. "Well, well," a familiar voice purred from behind him. "Look who finally came out of hiding." That voice. Colton's stomach dropped. He turned slowly to find Savannah Moore standing in the doorway, wearing a silver dress that caught the studio lights like liquid mercury. Her blonde hair fell in perfect waves around her shoulders, and her smile held that same predatory edge he remembered all too well. "Savannah," he managed, keeping his voice neutral. "I didn't know you were part of this campaign." She glided toward him, heels clicking against the concrete floor. "Daddy's company owns the magazine," she said, air-kissing his cheek. Her signature Tom Ford's black orchid perfume permeated the air, overwhelming, and nothing like the subtle honeysuckle and lavender scents Allie wore. Though I have to admit, I may have pulled a few strings when I heard you'd signed on. Before he could respond, the photographer called them to their positions. The set was minimal, a gray backdrop, a huge white standing bathtub, flowers, and some artfully arranged lighting. As they took their places, Savannah pressed closer than necessary, her hand sliding up his chest. "You look good," she murmured, just loud enough for him to hear. "The whole mountain man exile thing suits you. Though I have to wonder if you're not wasting your talents up there in, where was it again?" "Blueberry Hill," Colton said, stepping back slightly. The photographer barked out poses, and they moved through them with practiced ease. Her hand on his shoulder, his arm around her waist, their lips an inch from each other's, all carefully orchestrated intimacy that meant nothing. "Right," Savannah said between shots. "The middle of nowhere. You know, Daddy's network is looking for a baseball commentator. Someone with star power. The salary would be incredible, and you'd be back where you belong." Flash bulbs popped around them as they draped themselves in the tub, orchid petals all around them, capturing what would look like intimate moments to outside eyes. But all Colton could think about was Allie. The way she'd looked in the greenhouse that morning before he left, dirt smudged on her cheek, completely unself-conscious as she'd told him about the tiny oranges finally ripening on her trees. "I'm not interested, Savannah," he said quietly as they shifted positions again. She laughed, the sound sharp and practiced. "No. You can't tell me you're happy playing small-town nobody. The Colton Matthews the first knew lived for the spotlight. Maybe that's why he doesn't exist anymore." The photographer called for a break, and Savannah's perfect smile slipped for just a moment. She stepped closer, dropping her voice. "Think about it, darling. The offer won't be open forever. And let's be honest. How long before you get bored playing farmer with your small-town girl?" Before Colton could reply, a commotion near the studio entrance caught their attention. Several paparazzi had somehow gotten wind of the shoot, and were attempting to get photos through the windows. In the chaos that followed, Savannah stumbled against him, her arms going around his neck, lips pressing to his, just as the cameras started flashing. "Perfect timing," she whispered against his mouth, and Colton realized with a sinking feeling that this had been her plan all along. Later that night, in his hotel room, Colton sat on the edge of the bed, staring at his phone. He knew those photos would be online within hours, probably with headlines speculating about a rekindled romance. He thought about calling Allie, explaining before she saw them, but what would he say? That his ex-girlfriend had manipulated the situation? That none of it was real? The truth was, being back in this world, even briefly, had shaken him more than he wanted to admit. Not because he missed it, but because he finally understood how empty it all was. The bright lights, the cameras, the carefully crafted images, none of it compared to what he had found in Blueberry Hill. He thought about Allie, probably in her greenhouse right now, tending to her plants or going to spend time with the woman who kept goats, learning what she could. About the way she saw him, not as Colton Matthews, former baseball star, but as the man. And he thought about the peace he'd found in that small mountain town, where even the local wildlife had more genuine personalities than most people he'd known in his celebrity life. Colton stared at his phone for a long moment, the weight of the decision pressing down on him. He knew what he had to do. It wasn't about running away from the spotlight. He'd done enough of that over the past year. No, this was about building something new, something real. With a deep breath, he opened his messages and quickly typed out a text to the seller he'd been negotiating with for weeks. "I want both horses. Let me know when I can finalize the purchase." After hitting send, his fingers hovered over the screen for a moment before opening a new message to Todd. "Hey, I need a barn built. Something sturdy, but simple for a couple of horses. Can we meet when I get back to talk details?" The Range Rover could pull a horse trailer, though he was seriously considering trading it in for a truck, so he could haul hay and feed, and whatever other stuff he was going to need. "Colton. We're ready," the assistant called out. "One sec," he said, quickly sending an email to the trailer place to tell them he wanted the trailer and could they deliver it? This shoot would pay for all of it. And on that note, he fired off one last text as he walked over to the vintage car for the rest of the shoot. "Any more of these come up, I'm in." The reply from his agent came quickly. "Great. Got your favorite beer company ready to finalize, and a gig for you to record an audiobook for some big-name author." Last night he'd sat across from Alan, the guy who owned the land next to his place in Blueberry Hill. Alan was a high-powered lawyer right here in Manhattan. But instead of the mountains, his wife had decided she wanted them to retire in Florida, so after a few drinks, he'd agreed to sell Colton the property. Once he was done here today, he'd ask Will for the name of the guy to put up the pasture fence for the horses. Did Allie ride? He glanced out at the glittering Manhattan skyline, the city that had once been his playground. Somewhere out there, paparazzi were likely already shopping around those photos from the shoot. He and Savannah all smiles for the camera, kissing and getting back together. But this time, the manufactured image didn't bother him. He'd made peace with that part of his life. Chapter 32. Taking a deep breath, Evan grabbed his overnight bag and stepped out of the rental car, his loafers crunching on the gravel as he made his way up to the door, stomach twisting with a mix of anxiety and hope. This wasn't how he'd imagined coming back to Blueberry Hill. Not in the middle of a crumbling marriage, with his wife and unborn child slipping further and further away from him. He hated this feeling. Being out of control. But as he glanced at the cozy cottage with its stone chimney and the golden light spilling from the windows, he knew he had no choice. It was now or never. Inside, the warmth of the cottage enveloped him instantly. The scent of fresh bread and cinnamon filled the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of pine from the display over the mantel above the empty fireplace. His mom stood at the kitchen counter, hands covered in flour as she kneaded dough. She looked up as the door clicked shut behind him, her expression softening for a moment before she registered the tension in his face. "Hey, Mom?" Evan managed a weak smile, noting how at home she looked here, so different from the woman who had fled Miami less than a year ago. "Evan." She wiped her hands on her apron and crossed the small kitchen to give him a quick hug. Her arms were warm and comforting, smelling of yeast and vanilla, mixing with her perfume. For a moment, he felt like a little boy again, seeking refuge in his mother's embrace. "You made it." "Yeah." It was a long, bumpy flight with a screaming baby on board. He glanced around the kitchen, taking in the mismatched chairs around the table, the copper pots hanging from hooks, the herbs drying in bundles near the window. Everything here spoke of comfort, of home. Everything his sleek Seattle house lacked. "Emily around?" "She's in her room." For a moment, she watched him with that knowing look that had always made him squirm. "She's really taken to the town, you know. I think it's been good for her. For both of them." The casual mention of the baby made his throat tight. He hadn't been there when Emily had her first ultrasound, when they'd found out they were having a girl. He'd been too busy with work. "I'm here to fix things." The words came out rougher than he intended. "I have to." She gave him a long look, one that reminded him eerily of the way she used to look at his father. "I know you want to, honey. But make sure you're fixing the right things." Her words followed him down the hallway like a whisper. The middle bedroom door was slightly ajar, and he could hear his wife's voice, soft and melodic, as she spoke to their unborn child. The sound made his heart ache. The room was warm, suffused with afternoon light from the windows. A white crib stood near the window, already assembled, a mobile of stars and moons hanging above it. In the corner, a baby swing waited patiently for its future occupant. Emily sat on the edge of the bed, one hand resting on her growing belly, the other holding a book of baby names. Who put those together? The words came out sharper than he intended, jealousy and guilt warring in his chest. She looked up, face calm but guarded. There were new freckles across her nose from time spent outside, and her hair was longer than he remembered, falling in soft waves around her shoulders. Will did. When I got here. She paused, letting the words sink in. You weren't around. His chest tightened. I should have been here. I should have done it. Yeah? Emily set the book aside, smoothing her sweater over her belly. You should have. They stood there for a moment, the air between them thick with everything unsaid. Through the window, he could see the lake and the mountains rising against the pale winter sky, solid and unchanging. Finally, he cleared his throat. Can we talk? Maybe go for a drive? Emily studied him for a long moment, one hand absently rubbing circles on her stomach. A new habit he hadn't been around to notice develop. Finally, she nodded. Okay. The Blue Ridge Parkway stretched before them as Evan drove carefully, hyper-aware of the precious cargo beside him. The rental car's heater hummed softly, fighting back the late November chill. They passed empty scenic overlooks and clusters of bare trees, their branches reaching toward the pewter sky like gnarled fingers. Emily stared out the window, her reflection ghostly in the glass. She looked different here, more settled somehow. The constant tension he remembered around her eyes had eased, replaced by a quiet confidence that both attracted and unsettled him. He pulled into an overlook, cutting the engine, glad no one else was around. Below them, the valley stretched out in shades of brown and green, dotted with patches of snow. In the distance, mountains rolled away like waves, each range fading into a bluer haze than the last. What did you come here to say, Evan? Her voice was quiet but steady. She didn't look at him, her gaze fixed on the vast landscape before them. The same view she'd been waking up to every morning while he'd been drowning in spreadsheets and meetings. Evan gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles white. I want you to come back to Seattle with me. We can work things out. I'll change, I promise. I'll make time for us, for the baby. The words sounded hollow even to his own ears, like a script he'd rehearsed too many times. Emily's hands tightened in her lap. And what about your job? Your boss? The promotion you've been chasing? I'll make it work, he insisted, his voice rising slightly. We'll sell the house, get something smaller, but in the right school district. I'll talk to Stan about working remotely more often. The lies felt bitter on his tongue. Stan was gone, and his job with him, but he couldn't bring himself to admit that failure. Not yet. We can have both, Emily. We don't have to give up everything. His wife turned to look at him, then really look at him, and he found himself wanting to shrink from the clarity in her gaze. You still don't get it, do you? What do you mean? I don't want both. Her voice was soft but firm, like steel wrapped in silk. I don't want to find some middle ground, where I'm still competing with your job for your attention. I don't want to live in a place where I'm afraid to go to the grocery store, where I feel like I'm just another item on your to-do list. She pressed a hand to her belly, protective. I want peace. I want safety. I want to raise our daughter in a place where family comes first, not last. The word daughter hit him like a physical blow. He reached for her hand, desperate to hold on to something, anything. I can give you that. We'll figure it out. Emily pulled away, shaking her head. In the pale light, he could see tears gathering in her eyes. No, I don't believe you anymore. You're saying what you think I want to hear, but you're not really willing to change. You're still putting your career first. You're still thinking about what you can give me, without actually giving anything up. That's not true, he argued, his voice cracking. I'll sell the house. It's not about the damn house. Emily's voice rose, filled with a frustration that seemed to have been building for months. It's about the fact that I don't believe you're ready to change. Not really. And I can't keep living like this, waiting for you to come home, wondering if you'll ever be fully present. He had always been able to fix things, to find solutions, to make deals. But this felt like sand slipping through his fingers, no matter how tightly he tried to hold on. Evan stared at her, his heart pounding against his ribs. "What do you want me to do?" His voice came out barely above a whisper. Emily's face softened, and for a moment he could see the woman he'd fallen in love with, the one who used to look at him like he hung the moon. "I want you to figure out what you really want," she said gently. "And I want you to understand that if you choose your career over your family, you're not just losing me. You're losing everything. Including your daughter." The words settled over him like a physical weight. He felt like he was standing on the edge of a cliff, staring down into an abyss he couldn't see the bottom of. The life he'd built, the success he'd chased, suddenly it all seemed as insubstantial as the mist clinging to the mountains. "I love you," he whispered, tears stinging his eyes. Emily looked at him, her own tears falling freely now. "I love you too. But love isn't enough if you're not willing to change." They sat there in silence as the mountains stretched out before them, vast and unyielding. The same view would be there tomorrow, and the next day, and the day after that. But his marriage, his family, those weren't guaranteed. For the first time in his life, Evan realized that this wasn't something he could fix with promises and compromises. This was a crossroads, and he had to choose. The life he'd always known, or the life he could have if he was brave enough to let go. But for the first time in his life, Evan didn't know which path to take. From the kitchen window, Tara watched Evan's rental car pull back into the driveway hours later. The afternoon light was fading, casting long shadows across the ground. She couldn't see their faces clearly, but she could read the weight of their conversation in the way they moved, in the careful distance they maintained as they walked toward the house. As she set the timer on the roast that marinated overnight and was surrounded by potatoes and carrots, memories washed over her like waves. How many times had Harry made promises over the years? How many times had he sworn things would be different, only to fall back into old patterns? The parallels between father and son made her heart ache. When her son paused at the bottom of the porch steps, his gaze following Emily as she walked inside, Tara saw something in his face she'd never seen in Harry's. Real fear. Not fear of losing his lifestyle or his image, but fear of losing the woman he loved. And in that fear, she found a glimmer of hope. Maybe, just maybe, her son would find the courage to choose differently than his father had. Maybe he would learn that true happiness couldn't be measured in promotions and bank accounts, but in the quiet moments between a man and his family. But as Emily disappeared inside and Evan remained on the porch, his shoulders hunched against the cold, Tara wasn't sure what the future held for her son. And that uncertainty, that waiting to see which path he would choose, scared her more than anything. Chapter 33. The lonely pen was in disarray, books strewn across the floor, a shattered vase hiding behind the counter, all part of the aftermath of Trevor's outburst earlier that afternoon. Her hands shook slightly as Francesca wrapped them around the warm mug in front of her, the ceramic still hot enough to sting, the scent of tension and fear still lingering in the air. Sheriff Bo Cooper sat across from her, pen and notepad in hand, but his demeanor was far from the no-nonsense lawman most people knew. His steely blue eyes were softer now, his voice quiet, careful. "Take your time," Bo said. "Just tell me what happened." She nodded, chest tight. It wasn't the first time Trevor had lost his temper, but it was the first time it had escalated to this level. The bookstore. Her sanctuary had been the unlucky victim of his anger this time. Looking at the mess all around her, she felt a strange mix of shame and relief. Shame that she'd let it get this far, relief that it was finally over. "I don't know why I let it go on for so long," Francesca whispered, her voice barely audible over the soft hum of the ceiling fan. "I kept thinking if I just tried harder, if I was just better somehow." "You're not the first person to stay in a relationship longer than you should have," Bo said, setting his pen down. "Believe me, I know that dance all too well." The unexpected note of empathy in his voice had her looking up, meeting his gaze. "You too," Bo scratched the back of his neck, a half-frown tugging at his lips. Yeah. 3 years ago, my marriage fell apart. Kept telling myself it was just a rough patch, that love meant never giving up. Spent years trying to fix something that was already broken beyond repair. What made you finally realize it was over? My niece, actually. She was 14 at the time. Found me sitting in my car one night, crying like a baby. He chuckled softly at the memory. She looked me right in the eye and said, "Sometimes loving someone means knowing when to let go." For the first time since Trevor's arrest, Francesca let out a quiet laugh. It was small, barely there, but enough to ease the tension that had been building inside her chest. Bo smiled, his expression softening even more, but when he opened his mouth to tell her something, the radio on his hip crackled to life, breaking the moment. A voice came through with an unmistakable urgency. A call from Mary at Spilled Milk. "We've got a situation down here, Sheriff. That dang bear and raccoon just raided the delivery truck while I was unloading groceries. They're headed toward the woods with half a bag of chips and, oh heavens, now they've got my cinnamon rolls. I'm tied up here, but we'll send Darlene and Rob right over. And tell them not to chase the bear. Again." "Too late," Mary's voice crackled back. "They're already. Wait, did that raccoon throw a cookie at Deputy Johnson?" Francesca shook her head, a real smile finally breaking through. "Only in Blueberry Hill." Bo nodded, his eyes twinkling. "The ranger up the parkway thinks he knows where they're hiding. Won't be long now." He paused, his expression growing serious again. "A bit of friendly advice? Let people help." He glanced around at the mess, the broken window, the bruises. "You've got plenty of folks in your corner, more than you realize." He scrubbed a hand across his face, the stubble dark against his skin. Dane offered to push him off an overlook on the parkway. He shook his head. "Tempting, but no. Now don't you worry, he will never set foot in this town again, that I can promise you." Tears prickled at the corners of her eyes, but she blinked them away, nodding. "Thanks, Sheriff. I mean it." The door chimed softly and Tara stepped in, her face a mix of concern and relief. She made her way over to Francesca, wrapping her arms around her in a warm hug. "I came as soon as I heard. Will and Todd are outside unloading plywood to board up the front and the doors until you can get new glass." Francesca pulled back, wiping a tear from her cheek with the sleeve of her sweater. "It's over. Trevor's gone." The sheriff rose from his chair, giving her a reassuring nod. "I'll go out and give Will a hand." As Bo headed toward the door, Tara turned back to her. "I know the sheriff is going down the mountain to have dinner with his brother. We're having Thanksgiving dinner at the cottage. I'd love for you to join us." Francesca hesitated. The idea of being around people, especially after everything, was overwhelming. "I don't think if I'm ready for that." Tara smiled gently. "I understand. Allie said she'd drop by tomorrow afternoon to check on you, bring you a plate." After Tara left, Francesca stood in the quiet of her bookstore, surveying the damage. He was gone, and she was finally free. The sound of clicking filled Colton's living room as Ryan leaned forward, eyes glued to the TV screen. Daisy lay sprawled out on the rug, her head resting on Angus, who seemed perfectly content with the arrangement. Colton watched from the kitchen, amazed at how quickly Ryan had gone from barely speaking to giving him gaming tips. Might have helped that he had the latest gaming console and games from a swag bag at the charity event he'd attended in New York before flying back home. "You've got to time the jump just right," Ryan said, voice filled with the kind of focus that only a teenager could muster. "There. Like that." Colton chuckled, shaking his head as he leaned back against the counter. "I'd probably just mess it up." The old shyness was back as Ryan paused the game, turning to look at him. "You could try. I mean, if you want to." Something in the hesitant offer made Colton's chest tighten. He moved to sit beside the boy, picking up the other controller. "All right, show me how it's done, but after this practice round, all bets are off." 2 hours later, as the sky outside darkened, Colton grabbed his jacket. "Come on, let's walk the dogs and get you back to the cottage." The night air was crisp, their breath visible in small clouds as they made their way along the path, flashlights in hand. The dogs bounded ahead, sniffing everything, Daisy seeming younger than she had since Colton adopted her. Angus was good for her. As they neared the house, Allie stepped out onto the porch, her face lighting up when she saw them. But something in her expression made his stomach drop. "Hey," she called, waving them over. Her voice was careful, measured. Ryan headed inside with Angus, leaving them alone. Allie held out her tablet, her fingers trembling slightly. "I saw these earlier," she said softly, bending down to pet Daisy. The tablet was cool in his hands. Colton's heart sank as he looked at the screen. The tabloid photos from New York of him and his ex-girlfriend splashed all over the page. The pictures made it look intimate, like they were picking up where they'd left off. "I can explain," he said quickly. "It wasn't what it looks like." Allie's voice was sharp. "That's the thing. It doesn't matter what it was. This is your world. Cameras, tabloids, speculation. I watched my ex thrive on attention, always chasing the next big thing. I can't. I won't do that again." "I'm not him." Colton stepped closer, his voice earnest. "I left that life behind." "Did you?" Allie wrapped her arms around herself, protection against more than just the cold. "Because from where I'm standing, it looks like that life isn't done with you yet." The silence between them stretched, heavy with unspoken fears and desires. Finally, Allie looked up at him, her eyes bright with unshed tears. "I'm building something here. Something real. Something that's mine. I won't risk having it torn apart by cameras and headlines and," she swallowed. "I can't risk my heart like that again." Colton reached for her, but she stepped back, shaking her head. "I need time. To think." He watched her disappear inside, the porch light casting long shadows across the boards. Chapter 34. Evan sat in his car, the engine idling as he stared at the bags of groceries in the passenger seat. It was warmer this afternoon, but he'd read on the local weather page that they might have a white Thanksgiving. For once, he wasn't rushing back to the office or worrying about the next project. There was no looming deadline, no anxious knot in his stomach that had become as familiar as breathing. There was nothing but the gentle hum of the engine, and the crushing realization that he'd spent years chasing his father's ghost, trying to prove himself in all the wrong ways. And look how his father had ended up. A middle-aged man dating a woman younger than Christina, unwilling to take responsibility for a life he'd helped create. From inside the warm vehicle, he glanced at the cottage. Emily was inside, probably helping Tara and Allie decorate for the big Thanksgiving dinner. His family. The word caught in his throat, heavy with meaning and regret. What had he been thinking? How had he let ambition and pride drive him so far from what mattered? His gaze drifted to the porch, where Will and his mom stood side by side, laughing quietly as they removed a few of the pumpkins that would get tossed in the woods for the animals, and rearranged the rest of the display. There was something so effortless about the way they got along, respected each other. It was everything his parents' marriage hadn't been, everything he and Emily could have if he would get his head on straight. Evan swallowed hard, the weight of his own mistakes pressing down on him. He had been so busy chasing money, power, recognition, trying to fill a void left by a father who had never been satisfied, never been present. And now, he was standing on the edge of losing it all, becoming the very thing he had sworn he'd never be. "Everything all right?" Will asked, his voice steady and warm in a way Evan's father had never been as he made his way to the porch. Evan nodded, though the words caught in his throat. "Yeah, I just needed a minute." Will studied him for a moment, then clapped him on the shoulder. "Women? They have a way of changing things." Wasn't that the truth? Evan watched as Will disappeared inside, his heart tightening. Maybe that was part of the problem. He'd forgotten. forgotten what it felt like to be part of something bigger than himself, to be loved without conditions or expectations. Later that evening, after the dishes had been cleared and the house had settled into a comfortable quiet, everyone doing their own thing, trying to be considerate of each other's need for space, Evan found Emily sitting by the window in their room, her hands resting on her belly. She looked up as he entered, her expression guarded but not cold, years of disappointment and hope warring in her eyes. "Can we talk?" he asked softly, closing the door behind him. Emily nodded, searching his face as he sat on the bed facing her. For a moment, neither of them spoke, the weight of everything unsaid hanging between them like a heavy curtain. "I've been thinking," Evan began, his voice low and rough with emotion. "About us. About everything. I know I've messed up. I know I've let you down just like," he stopped, swallowing hard. "Just like my dad let my mom down. I've been so scared of turning into him that I didn't realize I was following the exact same path." Not saying a word, she simply waited to hear what he had to say. She was so beautiful, sitting there. Their daughter was going to have a wonderful mother. He only prayed he would be a good father. Father. The word hit him with the force of a sledgehammer. And that was all it took. "I've been so focused on work, on trying to prove something to myself, to everyone else, that I lost sight of what really matters. I thought if I just worked harder, made more money, got that promotion, it would somehow make up for all the times my dad chose work over family. But it didn't. It just made me lose you. And I don't want that. I can't be that person anymore." He reached for her hand, fingers trembling slightly as they brushed against hers. "I don't want to lose you. I don't want to lose us, or the chance to be a father to our daughter. I want to make this work, whatever it takes." Eyes glistening with unshed tears, Emily exhaled slowly. "I've heard you say things like this before. But then you'd go right back to work, and nothing would change. How do I know this time is different?" "I know," he admitted, his heart aching at the truth of her words. "I know I've made promises before. But this time, it is different." He hesitated, the weight of what he needed to say pressing down on him. "Emily, there's something I haven't told you. I got laid off. Not long after you left. I didn't know how to tell you, and I guess I thought if I just kept it to myself, I could fix it before it became a problem. But I couldn't. And it was like a wake-up call. For years I've defined myself by my job, by my success, just like my dad did. And when they let me go, I was terrified. Not just about the money or the future, but about who I was without all of that." He paused, gathering his thoughts, watching her face carefully for a reaction. "But then I came here, and I saw how Mom rebuilt her life after my dad left her. I saw how she found happiness in the simple things, in real connections. And I realized something. I've been chasing after a life I thought I was supposed to want, instead of the life I actually need." Emily stared at him, her expression shifting from shock to something more thoughtful. "Why didn't you tell me? I could have helped. We could have figured it out together." Her voice was calm, but there was an edge of hurt beneath it. "I was ashamed," he admitted, his voice low. "I didn't want you to see me as a failure. But I realize now that hiding it only made things worse. I'm sorry." She studied him for a long moment. "Actions speak louder than words. I want to believe you, but I need to know this isn't just another promise you'll forget when the next job opportunity comes along." He nodded, swallowing the lump in his throat. "I know. That's why I've already talked to a realtor. I'm putting the house in Seattle up for sale after the holidays. I want to be here in Blueberry Hill with you. Maybe I could teach at the community college, or I don't know, something. I want to be present for our daughter, in a way my dad never was for me." For the first time in what felt like months, Emily's shoulders relaxed slightly, and she took his hand in hers. "I want to believe you. I really do. But I need you to understand. I can't go back to how things were. I won't raise our daughter in a home where work comes first. He wrapped his arms around her, holding her close. I'll show you, he whispered into her hair. Every day, I'll show you that you and our daughter are my priority. I promise. Later that evening, Colton sat alone in his house, staring at the phone in his hand. The call to his agent had been brief, but the weight of it still lingered in the air. It was official. He was retiring from baseball. The words felt strange in his mouth, but he figured he'd get used to them in time. The decision had come easier than he'd expected. For years, baseball had been his identity, his purpose. But now, sitting in the quiet of his home, he felt something he hadn't experienced in a long time. Peace. No more pressure to perform, no more endless scrutiny, no more trying to live up to everyone else's expectations. Just the simple pleasure of being himself, whoever that turned out to be. There was a knock at the door, and Colton rose to answer it, his heart skipping a beat when he saw Allie standing there, bundled up in a thick coat, her cheeks flushed from the cold as if he'd called her to him across the lake merely by thinking of her. Colton's stomach dropped. Allie, She shook her head, cutting him off. I know it's not what it looked like. But seeing you with her, seeing those headlines, it brought back everything I've been trying to leave behind. The feeling of not being enough, of always wondering if I'm just temporary, just until something better comes along. He stepped aside, letting her in from the cold. You're not temporary. You're the reason I want to stay. I called my agent today. I'm retiring. Officially. No more baseball, no more publicity stunts, no more living my life for other people's entertainment. Allie's eyes widened in surprise. You're really done? Just like that? It's not just like that, Colton said, running a hand through his hair. I've been done since the accident, if I'm honest. I just couldn't admit it to myself. But being here, meeting you, it made me realize there's more to life than being Colton Matthews' baseball star. I just want to be Colton, the guy who's building a life here, who's got 2 horses coming next week, who's falling in, he caught himself, heart racing. Who's falling for you? Allie stepped closer, her expression vulnerable. My last relationship, he made me doubt everything about myself. And seeing those photos, even knowing they weren't what they seemed, it brought it all back. I know, he said softly, reaching for her hand. And I'm sorry. But I'm not him, Allie. I'm not going anywhere. I've already bought the property next door. I'm building fences, planting a garden. I want roots, real ones, for the first time in my life. And I want them here with you, if you'll have me. Horses. A fence? She studied him for a long moment, her eyes searching his face. You're really serious about this, aren't you? Dead serious, Colton said, his voice firm but thick with emotion. I've spent enough of my life being who everyone else wanted me to be. I'm done with that. I want this. Us. Whatever it becomes. I want it more than anything. The air between them seemed to pulse with the weight of his words, the only sound the gentle crackle of the fire as it bathed the room in warmth. Allie stood frozen for a heartbeat, her eyes searching his face as if trying to find any trace of the old Colton, the bad boy Major League Baseball player. But he was gone, replaced by the man standing before her now who was open, vulnerable, and so achingly real. Without hesitation, she stepped forward, the space between them dissolving, her hand trembling as her fingers grazed his cheek. It was such a simple touch, but it sent a cascade of warmth through his chest, filling the cracks that had once been hollowed out by years of pretending, of fighting, of running. I believe you, she whispered. And then, before either of them could think or second guess, she kissed him. Softly at first, like a question, a tentative promise. But when he wrapped his arms around her, pulling her as close as he possibly could, the kiss deepened, turned into something that felt like coming home after being lost for so long. In that moment, nothing else mattered. Not the headlines or the mistakes, not the fears that had haunted them both. All that was left was the fierce, quiet certainty that they had found something worth fighting for, something worth holding on to. Chapter 35. Tara woke before dawn on Thanksgiving morning, her bare feet hitting the cold hardwood floor as she slipped out of bed. Outside her window, the first hint of snow drifted down, each flake catching the pale light of the porch light she'd forgotten to turn off last night before she'd gone to bed. The mountains loomed dark against the navy sky, their peaks disappearing into low-hanging clouds that promised more snow to come. She padded to the kitchen, wrapping her cardigan tighter around herself. The house was quiet, except for the soft hum of the refrigerator and the occasional pop from the banked fire in the hearth. As she started the coffee, she moved automatically through the familiar motions while mentally going through her to-do list once more. Ryan would be at her Thanksgiving table. The thought caught her off guard, bringing with it a flutter of anxiety she hadn't expected. After these past weeks, she'd thought she'd moved past these feelings. But something about today, about having him here for this particular holiday, made everything feel more significant, more permanent. The timer on the coffee maker clicked, and the rich aroma of fresh coffee filled the kitchen. Tara wrapped her hands around a steaming mug, the warmth seeping into her fingers as she tried to sort through her feelings. The sound of quiet footsteps in the mudroom made her turn. Ryan appeared sleep-rumpled but dressed, Angus padding softly beside him. The dog's tail wagged at the sight of her, but he stayed close to Ryan's side. "Morning," Ryan said, hesitating in the doorway. His sock-covered toes curled against the floor. "I thought maybe you could use some help." Before Tara could respond, Emily appeared behind him, already dressed in a soft rust-colored sweater and black maternity leggings that highlighted her growing bump. Her cheeks were flushed with the particular glow that seemed unique to pregnant women. "I recruited him to help set the table," Emily said, smiling. "He has a good eye for design." "Who knew?" Ryan ducked his head, but Tara caught the pleased smile on his face. "I thought the blue plates would look nice with the orange napkins," he mumbled. Something in her chest loosened as she watched them together. Her daughter-in-law showing Ryan where the plates were kept, Ryan carefully laying out each place setting while Angus watched from his spot by the fire, the kitten playing with his tail. The anxiety that had gripped her earlier began to fade, replaced by a warmth that had nothing to do with the coffee in her hands. A knock at the door made them all look up. Will stood there, snowflakes melting in his dark hair, holding a basket of fresh bagels from the bakery. The smell of warm bread wafted through the door as he stepped inside. "Thought you might need these," he said, removing his boots. "They're only open for an hour today, so I wanted to make sure I got them." His eyes met Tara's, and the look in them made her breath catch. How did he always know exactly what she needed? As Will moved to help Emily reach the glasses from the top shelf, Tara watched her unlikely family working together in the early morning light. The soft music from the radio, Bing Crosby singing about winter wonderlands, mixed with their quiet laughter as she set out cream cheese, butter, peanut butter, and fresh fruit for breakfast. This, she realized, was what healing felt like. The doorbell chimed just as Tara finished arranging the shrimp cocktail around the edges of the crystal cups. She wiped her hands on her apron, the one Will had given her embroidered with tiny blue flowers, and opened the door to find Jenna and Mark there on the porch, their cheeks pink from the cold, holding what appeared to be 3 different pies. "We couldn't decide which one to bring," Jenna admitted with a laugh, stepping inside and stamping the snow from her boots. "So we brought pecan, cherry, and pumpkin." "The more the merrier," Tara said, taking the pies and inhaling the sweet aroma of cinnamon and nutmeg. "Welcome." Mark helped his wife out of her coat, revealing a festive burgundy sweater. "We can't wait until we can retire and move here full-time." "Did you hear?" Jenna said, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "Sheriff Cooper finally caught the bandits this morning. Found them curled up together in old Mr. Peterson's tool shed, sleeping off what looked like an entire carton of chocolate Pop-Tarts." "Together?" Emily asked, one hand pressed to her lower back as she waddled over. "The bear and the raccoon." "Like old friends," Mark confirmed, hanging up their coats. "Sheriff's relocating them up to the wildlife sanctuary. Says they're too domesticated now to make it on their own in the wild." Well, they certainly gave us all something to talk about, Tara laughed, remembering the chaos the unlikely pair had caused. Evan strode out of the bedroom, his face glowing with excitement, dressed in a navy blue sweater and worn jeans. You won't believe what I just found out, he said to his wife. The house on Cedar Lane, the one you love? It's for sale. Emily's whole face lit up. Just then she gasped, pressing her hand to her belly. Oh! She's doing somersaults. She grabbed Evan's hand, pressing it to the spot where their daughter kicked. His eyes widened in wonder. She's strong. Here, Jenna, you too, Emily said, grinning as the women gathered around to feel the baby's movements. As the group cooed over the baby's acrobatics, Tara caught sight of Will watching her from across the room. He had that look again, the one that made her feel like they were the only two people in the world. Dressed in a dark blue button-down shirt and well-worn jeans, he smiled, and her heart did a little flip in her chest. His hand brushed against his pocket as he blew her a kiss. The sound of another car pulling up outside drew everyone's attention. Through the window, Tara could see Colton's Range Rover as he parked, the vehicle already dusted with fresh snow. Perfect timing, she said, turning back to the kitchen where the timer on the oven had started to beep. The turkey should be ready in about 30 minutes. Colton stepped through the door, Daisy at his heels, carrying a bottle of wine in one hand and two stunning arrangements of flowers in the other. The dog immediately went to greet Angus and the kitten, the two of them settling by the fire as if they'd been friends forever. Sorry I'm late, Colton said, brushing snow from his hair and adjusting the collar of his tailored wool coat. He smelled amazing, like cedar and citrus, his cologne subtle but noticeable as soon as he stepped inside. I couldn't decide which wine to bring. Dude, you smell incredible, one of the guys said, and the others nodded in agreement. Colton laughed. The company gave me boxes of the stuff after I did their ad campaign. I'll give each of you a bottle. The flowers are beautiful, Tara said, accepting the arrangement of white roses mixed with deep red berries and pine boughs. She inhaled their sweet fragrance, remembering how just months ago, Colton had barely spoken to anyone in town. Allie appeared from the kitchen, wiping her hands on a dish towel as Colton handed her the other bouquet, filled with roses, tulips, lilies, and sprigs of rosemary. The flowers seemed to represent something between them, though Tara couldn't quite decode the message. They're beautiful, Allie said softly, her eyes sparkling with joy as she met his gaze. She wore an emerald green knit dress and black boots. A wide smile lit up her face, her happiness unmistakable as he shrugged, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. From the kitchen, Christina called out, Mom? Where's the serving platter? The one with the turkey pattern? Top shelf behind the pumpkin Dutch oven, Tara answered, then turned to find Ryan already heading that way. I'll get it, he said. I'm taller. Tara watched as Ryan reached up to grab the platter, carefully handing it down to Christina. The two of them worked together, moving around each other in the kitchen as if they'd been doing it for years. Christina bumped Ryan's hip with hers as she passed, making him laugh, and the last of Tara's anxiety melted away completely. Earth to Mom, Allie said, waving a hand in front of Tara's face. Where should I put the sweet potatoes? Sorry, honey. On the sideboard is fine. Will appeared at her elbow with a glass of wine, the deep red liquid catching the light. Everything okay? Tara nodded, unable to find the words to explain the fullness in her heart. Will seemed to understand anyway, his hand finding hers and squeezing gently. Hey Ryan, Evan called from across the room. Emily tells me you're transferring to the community college here, for spring semester? Ryan looked up, surprise flickering across his face at being directly addressed. Yeah, I've been taking classes online at my old school. I got accepted last week. That's fantastic, Evan said, and his smile was genuine. What are you studying? Environmental science, Ryan answered, gaining confidence. I want to work in conservation, maybe become a park ranger. Speaking of work, Will said, I could use some help in the workshop if you're interested in learning furniture making. And I know Todd's always looking for good workers on his crew. Colton cleared his throat. I'll have horses soon. Sure could use someone who knows their way around animals. Ryan's eyes widened at the offers, a flush of pleasure coloring his cheeks as Christina cut in, summer job only. The room filled with laughter, and Tara felt her eyes grow misty at how easily Ryan had been folded into their family, how naturally everyone had accepted him. Jenna and Mark sat on the couch, deep in conversation with Will about the best spots for hiking in the spring. Allie and Colton worked together arranging the flowers, their heads bent close, lost in their own world. The scene before her was so different from what she'd imagined when she'd first moved to Blueberry Hill, and yet somehow, it was perfect. Will caught her eye from across the room and winked. His hand brushed against his pocket again, before he made his way over to her. Quite a family you've got here, he said softly, wrapping an arm around her waist. Tara leaned into him, feeling the steady beat of his heart against her shoulder. It's not exactly what I pictured when I first moved here, she admitted. But somehow it's better. The timer buzzed in the kitchen, and Tara straightened. Time to get this feast on the table. The dining room table, extended to its full length with both leaves added, gleamed in the late afternoon light. Tara's mismatched collection of plates, some inherited from Aunt Frida, others found at local antique shops, created a charming tableau against the crisp burgundy tablecloth. Orange and gold napkins were folded into fans, tucked into crystal glasses that caught the light from the candles scattered down the center of the table. Through the windows, snow continued to fall, big fluffy flakes that danced in the wind before settling on the growing blanket of white outside. The fire crackled in the hearth, and music played softly in the background. Ella Fitzgerald, singing about autumn in New York. Okay, everyone grab a seat, Tara called, as Will carried in the turkey on the platter. The bird was golden brown, surrounded by fresh herbs and roasted vegetables, the result of hours of careful preparation. Will stood at the head of the table, carving knife ready. This looks amazing, Tara. The room filled with the sounds of chairs scraping, wine being poured, and the happy murmur of conversation as everyone settled in. Tara looked around the table, her heart swelling at the sight. Emily sat between Evan and Christina, her hand resting on her belly. Ryan was next to Christina, looking more relaxed than Tara had ever seen him. Allie and Colton sat across from them, their shoulders touching. Jenna and Mark completed their group, their faces glowing with warmth and wine. Before we eat, Tara said, raising her glass, I'd like to make a toast. She paused, looking around at the faces of her family, both old and new. This past year has brought so many changes. Some were difficult, some unexpected, but all of them led us here to this moment. And looking around this table, I can't help but feel grateful for every single one of them. To you, Will said softly, his eyes meeting hers with such tenderness it made her throat tight. To family, Evan added, his hand finding Emily's. To new beginnings, Allie chimed in, sneaking a glance at Colton. And to Blueberry Hill, Christina finished, for bringing us all together. They clinked glasses, the crystal ringing out like bells in the warm air. The rich aroma of roasted turkey, herbs, and spices filled the room, mingling with the scent of freshly baked bread and cheesy potatoes. As Will carved the turkey, the table, laden with bowls of stuffing, cranberry sauce, cheesy potatoes, rolls, and steamed vegetables, became the center of attention. The room filled with the comfortable chaos of passing dishes, complimenting the food and sharing stories. Emily, you have to try the sweet potatoes, Jenna said, passing the dish. They're amazing. Mom's secret recipe, Allie explained. Bourbon and brown sugar. Speaking of secrets, Mark said, grinning, did anyone else hear about the bear and raccoon's final heist? Apparently, they broke into the gas station and ate all the beef jerky. And then fell asleep in the candy aisle, Jenna added, laughing. The security footage is priceless. The conversation flowed easily, punctuated by laughter and the clink of silverware. Christina reached across Ryan to grab the rolls, ruffling his hair as she sat back down. He ducked away, but Tara caught his smile as he placed a large spoonful of cowboy candy on top of his turkey. "So Ryan," Evan said, passing the gravy, "tell me more about your environmental science program. What got you interested in that?" As Ryan launched into an explanation about his passion for wildlife conservation, Will's hand found hers under the table. She squeezed it, grateful for his steady presence. The meal progressed with the comfortable rhythm of a family that had finally found its footing. Outside, the snow continued to fall, creating a cozy cocoon around the cottage. The candles burned lower, casting a golden glow over the faces around the table. "Oh!" Emily suddenly exclaimed, pressing a hand to her side. "She's really active today." Christina's eyes lit up, adjusting the sleeves of her cozy, oversized sweater. "Can I feel?" Emily nodded, guiding Christina's hand to the spot. After a moment, Christina's face broke into a radiant smile. "That's amazing," she whispered, and Tara noticed the longing in her daughter's eyes. "Just wait until she starts doing somersaults at 3 a.m, Emily laughed. "Tomorrow," Evan said, his arm draped across the back of Emily's chair, "we're going to look at a place on Cedar Lane. It has a wraparound porch and the most amazing view of the lake." "Cedar Lane?" Will tilted his head, thinking. "That's the old Hamilton place. Solid bones on that house. And close enough for frequent babysitting visits," Tara added, her heart warming at the thought of having her grandchild nearby. Across the table, Allie and Colton were having their own quiet conversation. "So," Colton was saying, a teasing glint in his eye, "about that farm animal collection you want?" Allie rolled her eyes, but she was smiling. "Let me guess, you're going to buy me a whole petting zoo." "Only if you'll consider upgrading from that tiny house of yours someday." "The tiny house is perfect," Allie protested, but her cheeks were pink. "Though, I suppose it could make a nice studio space eventually." "Eventually," Colton agreed, reaching for her hand. As the meal wound down and Jenna and Mark said their goodbyes, Will went to start clearing the table, but Tara put a hand on his arm. "Let's just sit for a minute," she said softly. The dishes could wait. Right now, she wanted to savor this moment. The warmth, the laughter, the sense of rightness that filled the room. She looked around at her family. At Emily and Evan, their heads bent close together as they talked about paint colors for the nursery. At Christina and Ryan, now deep in conversation about his upcoming classes. At Allie and Colton, their shoulders touching as they shared a piece of pecan pie. And finally at Will, who watched her with such tenderness it made her heart ache. "Thank you," she whispered, though she wasn't sure if she was talking to Will or to whatever twist of fate had brought her to Blueberry Hill in the first place. Will's eyes crinkled at the corners as he smiled, his hand finding hers under the table once more. "Happy Thanksgiving," he said softly, and in those two words, Tara heard everything he wasn't saying yet, all the promises and possibilities that lay ahead. Outside, the snow continued to fall, blanketing the world in white, while inside, wrapped in the warmth of family and love, Tara had everything she wanted.